This happened to me when I was working at McDonald's. My boss assigned a schedule amongst our staff. I was unfortunately scheduled for the night shift on Fridays. I didn't usually mind as we didn't get a whole lot of business around this time of night. My boss was pretty laid back and didn't mind if I went on my phone during business hours, so long as I got all my work done. I remember dozing off repeatedly due to the fact that I wasn't fully acclimated with the night shift hours. Psst. That's when I heard someone making a psst sound, the kind of sound you make when you try to draw someone's attention. I notice a customer trying to make an order outside, so I quickly greet them with my usual, "Hi, welcome to McDonald's, may I take your order?" I then heard a man say, "One Whopper, please." "Yes, I would like one Whopper, please." I couldn't tell if he was being a smartass or not, so I ended up saying, "This isn't Burger King, sir. We don't serve that here." I heard him chuckling profusely after I said that. I quickly checked the security camera, only to see a clown. The clown was standing in front of the drive-thru menu without a car. It's not Halloween, why the hell is this guy dressed up like that? I really didn't want to serve this guy, so I decided to use our company policy as a plausible excuse for him to exit the premises. "Hi sir, unfortunately you need to be in a vehicle in order to purchase something here." "If you don't have a Whopper, I'll take a Baconator instead." I now could tell this guy was some random psycho harassing me. I instinctively yelled, "Get the hell out of here before I call the cops!" I cautiously stick my head out the window, only to see the clown no longer there. A couple hours later, near the end of my shift, I notify my boss and fellow employees regarding the situation. They all dismiss my accusations by saying ignorant things like, "Did you get his autograph?" Or, "It was probably some guy that thought it was Halloween." I annoyingly pretend to be amused and head home. The following Friday, it was my time to work the night shift again. I really dreaded working this shift, especially after what transpired that day. I tried to convince myself that it would be highly unlikely that I'd encounter that clown again. As time went on, I remember dozing off as I get startled by another psst sound. I urgently check the security camera, but don't see anyone present. At this point, I genuinely thought I was hearing things due to my subconscious mind thinking about the clown. My paranoia must have been at the peak of its height. That's when I turn my head towards the drive-thru window, only to see the clown staring dead at me. "If you don't make me a Big Mac, I will kill you. Trevor." My heart sank to my stomach. The clown knew my name. I immediately grabbed my cell phone to call the cops, but my hands were trembling so much that I actually wasn't capable of dialing anything. The clown started banging his head on the glass while screaming my name, Trevor, repeatedly. "Trevor, Trevor, Trevor, I am not loving it! Trevor, 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 Trevor!" I see blood dripping down from his head. I started shouting from the top of my lungs, "Leave me alone or I will call the cops!" The clown runs away as another car approaches the drive-thru lot. I stupidly resume work and wait for my boss to come in. Upon his arrival, I explain the entire situation to him. He then dismisses me by saying, "Don't sweat it, kid. It was probably some drunk. You can go home now." As he was talking, I noticed a cut on his forehead. I could even see blood start to drip from it. No. It can't be. "Goodbye, Trevor." No! I was a full-time employee at Burger King and had worked a monotonous 10-hour shift every day. The quality of my life wasn't the greatest, as the countless hours of work were starting to become more and more strenuous. I desperately needed money, as I wanted to move out of my grandfather's house and into a residence of my own. My grandfather took the responsibility of taking care of me since I was an infant, due to the tragic loss of my parents. My mother and father had suffered a fatal car crash which granted my grandfather full custody of me. I began comprehending the news as I got older, but oddly enough wasn't too affected by it, as he fit the bill of being the best caretaker that a kid could ever ask for. Playing duck hunt was one of my favorite things to do whenever I wasn't so busy at work. My grandfather didn't own any consoles that you would usually see in today's modern day, just the old school Nintendo with the classic gun controller. Hey, Grandpa.
Don't worry about me, son. Pay attention to the game and get that birdie. That's it, Larry. Now go on. Shoot the birdie. Now!
Besides entertaining Grandpa with my spectacular duck hunt skills, I was usually serving customers at the drive-thru of Burger King. I always switched back and forth from the kitchen to providing customer service at the front counter. Our location wasn't usually as busy as most Burger King branches, as we were located by the corner of a quiet residential area, and there weren't many teenagers or kids around. Mostly just an older crowd that were either retired or just big fans of our adversary, McDonald's. Working at Burger King for a long duration of my postgraduate time off made me familiarized with the regulars who would come to dine in. I was usually scheduled for the night shift, so the difference in crowd was pretty evident, as our venue always seemed to attract homeless people or loiterers around this time. Then there was this one guy who would always arrive around 9 p.m. every evening dressed as a Burger King mascot. It was pretty evident this guy was either some crazy lunatic or just a really huge Burger King fan who wanted to look the part. I always got a few laughs and giggles every time I saw him, as the mock-up of the Burger King mascot was pretty accurate but at the same time outlandish. As impressive as his getup was, I was more intrigued by the absurd orders he usually requested. I remember him approaching the front counter as I said, "Hi sir, welcome to Burger King. May I take your order?" The mascot then said,
Give me 30 Whoppers.
"Sir, are you sure you want 30 Whoppers?"
I said 30 Whoppers! Make Whoppers now!
Okay, sir, just the sandwiches, or would you like to make it a combo?
Have it your way.
The mascot then placed about $150 on the counter and began walking towards the seating area. I recall him sitting in one of the booths as the employees in the back began preparing the 30 Whoppers. About 10 minutes later, I bring the stack of Whoppers on a tray towards the mascot's table and notice he had his cell phone held up by a salt shaker with the video camera recording. I placed the tray down and casually walked back behind the front counter. I then saw the mascot completely demolish the Whoppers one by one. It appeared he was either filming a mukbang or just had a preposterous craving for Whoppers. I recall seeing the mascot eat a total of around 10 Whoppers out of the bunch and then pass out from the inevitable itis while drooling on the furniture. The time was around 12 a.m., which was when our restaurant closed for in-dining service, and also when it was the end of my shift. I knew in the back of my head that I had to politely escort the man out, so I slowly approach him as I see him snoring heavily. I gently tap his shoulder and say, "Hello, sir. I unfortunately need to ask you to leave as we're closing."
Give me Whopper. Give me Whopper. Give me Whopper.
Sir, I'm politely asking you to leave.
Make me Whopper, then I leave.
Sir, we can't do that. You need to leave now. I firmly secure my stance with an assertive poker face, while trying not to show any signs that I was nervous as hell. The mascot then gets up and walks out of the restaurant. Calling an Uber was completely necessary, as I wanted to avoid potentially being seen by that weirdo on the street or public transit. The time was roughly 1 a.m. when I made it home and immediately got in the shower. My paranoia began setting in, as all I could hear was weird noises coming from outside my shower curtain. Grandpa, is that you? That's when I heard the same Burger King mascot voice from earlier saying,
Open the door.
"What the hell? How'd you get inside my house?"
Open the door! Open the door! Open the door! Get the hell out of here! Fine, have it your way.
That's when the man grabbed a hold of the door hinges and repeatedly slammed his head against the door.
Get the hell out of my house or I'm calling the cops!
As the mascot continued slamming his head, I remembered my grandpa secretly keeping one of his handguns stashed in the bathroom cabinets. I took it out and pointed it towards the door as I said, "Please, please don't make me do this. Please just go. I have a lot to live for."
Here's Johnny!
The mascot successfully plummets his head through the door. Just then, I see my grandpa standing next to me. I shout,
Grandpa, help me! That's it, Larry. Now go on. Shoot the birdie. Now!
I pulled the trigger and said,
Look, Grandpa, I did it! I killed the birdie! Aren't you proud of your grandson? I still got it, don't I?
This story occurred around the early 2000s, back when I was still in elementary school. I was in my early teens, so the monotonous school life was something I always dreaded. My mom always picked me up from school as her workplace was just down the street, so getting a ride was always less strenuous than walking home. She would usually stop by our local McDonald's just before heading home, as she didn't really prepare home-cooked meals due to the exhaustion of being a single mother. As much as I adored my mom, the lack of home-cooked meals and abundance of McDonald's always kept me out of shape for the latter part of my teen years. The one thing I found genuinely pleasing about that McDonald's was the enormous play place attached to the restaurant itself. My mom usually dropped me off there to play with my neighborhood friends and acquaintances, as long as I got the majority of my schoolwork done. There was this one occasion, though, that really disturbed me to my core, and it seeps into my daily thoughts from time to time. I remember being picked up from school and heading over to that same McDonald's venue to pick up some takeout for that evening. As we got inside, I recall my mom ordering the usual Big Mac combo while I casually glanced at the play place through the glass window of where the eating area was.
Jimmy, what drink would you like? Jimmy? Son? What drink would you like?
I remember zoning out at this particular moment and could recall the echoes of my mom calling out for me. It was almost as if I couldn't move a muscle, like my entire body was in a state of shock traveling through space and time into another dimension. It felt like it was just me in the play place, like I had the entire setup all to myself.
Jenny, what drink do you want?
I'll get a Coke, Mom. As my mom headed back to complete the rest of the order, I could recall seeing the reflection of a Ronald McDonald clown standing from a distance behind me, almost like he wanted my attention. I casually pretend like I don't see him by keeping my eyes glued to the glass and not bothering to turn around.
I know you can see me on the reflection of the glass.
That's when I casually turn towards the direction of the clown and say, can I help you, sir?
Yes, my dear boy. Do you or your mother want to see what a pyromaniac can do with a little fire?
We're just here to pick up a Big Mac, so no thanks.
Maybe I can cook you a delicious giant Big Mac with my fire abilities so that you will never need to come to McDonald's again.
Hey, leave us alone or I will call the cops.
Go ahead and call them. I'll just teach my cellmates how to start a fire and make an explosion oh so beautiful.
Let's get out of here, Jimmy.
That's when we get inside my mom's vehicle and drive away from the McDonald's. Or should I say the clown. About a week after that bizarre encounter, I spent the majority of my time playing Duck Hunt on my Nintendo as my computer lacked the entertainment that today's modern computer has. I eventually went back to that local McDonald's as I surprisingly missed the food, but more importantly, the play place. As the day transitioned into the evening, my mom dropped me off there as the company of the local teens in the neighborhood made her feel a little more comfortable doing so.
I'll be back at 10 p.m. sharp. Call me if you want me to pick you up earlier, okay?
Okay, Mom. I decided to call my neighbor friend Chris using the payphone located outside the McDonald's venue. Hello? Hey, Chris, it's Jimmy. You still coming to McDonald's tonight? Oh, hell yeah, I'll be there in one...
Hey there, long time no see. What the hell do you want? Let me show you how I make my fire. Get the hell away from me or I'll call the cops. Fine, have it your way then. Your little behind couldn't handle all this smoke anyway.
That's when I ran inside the McDonald's and immediately made my way inside the play place. I honestly could have notified a McDonald's employee, or any stranger for that matter, but I ultimately decided to take the high road and waited out until it was time for my mom to pick me up. I remember making my way up through the tunnels of the playground as I just wanted to reach the very top and avoid any further encounters with any other weirdos. I eventually reached the top of the platform and remember basking in the view, as the array of colors from the ball pit was always something I found oddly satisfying to look at. That's when I noticed a familiar head beginning to protrude from the balls in the pit. It was the clown. The same clown from earlier, looking up at me with his ominous smile and revolting eyes. What the hell is going on? Why isn't anyone acknowledging this freak? The clown just stood there looking at me as if nothing mattered besides myself and his existence.
I know you can hear me up there.
What the hell do you want?
I killed your mother, Jimmy. Now it's only you and your stupid neighbors left.
What the hell are you talking about?
Jump!
Hell no, leave me alone!
Oh, don't worry, it's totally safe, Jimmy. Now jump.
No, I'm not doing it.
Jump! Jump! Jump!
That's when I look to my left and see my friend Chris right next to me. We have no choice. What the hell?
Now it's your turn, you little brats! Jump! 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 Jump!
I began to close my eyes and hyperventilate as I felt a sudden surge of adrenaline flowing through my body. But then I began to feel a rather odd sensation, something like a fiery substance burning the hairs on the back of my neck off. That's when I open my eyes and find myself on my apartment balcony with my entire building engulfed in flames.
What the hell? Somebody help me! Help! I hope you all burn in hell and are loving it. I hate you, Dad! You will always and will forever be a clown! I hate you, you stupid, stupid clown! Help! Somebody please call 911! Help! Help me! Somebody please call 911! Help!
I was a high school graduate that recently got hired for full-time work at KFC. We were the biggest chicken venue around town, as places like Poppai's weren't as big of a franchise at the time. Our hours of operations were usually 10 a.m. to 10 p.m., sometimes 12 p.m. for close if it was the weekend. The job came second nature to me. It was always clock in, clean up, fry the chicken, and of course assist any customers at the cashier. There was one memorable time when I was on my way to work and encountered a homeless man that literally dressed up as the Colonel. I was initially a little skeptical that he was homeless from his fancy attire, but from the rumors circulating from the other employees, he had recently started panhandling around the area for the past several weeks. As I made my way towards the front door, the Colonel raises his plastic cup at me and says,
"Me lad, spare an old fella some change?"
"Sir, I only make minimum wage."
"If it wasn't for me, KFC wouldn't exist, kid. At least spare me some leftover chicken during your lunch break, okay?"
"Get a job, old man." The first initial weeks of the job were swell, but things took a sudden turn for the worst. We had started running low on chicken, and my boss began to point the finger at me. He assumed I had been taking home chicken after my shift was done, but I assured him it wasn't me. This began happening on multiple occasions where large batches of chicken suddenly started disappearing. It had come to a point where my boss began to threaten my job. I pleaded with my boss to investigate the day shift employees, but it was impossible for them to be the culprits as he supervised them during that shift.
"Stop eating my chicken, kid!"
"Sir, it's not me. I bring my own lunch."
"If any more chicken goes missing in this kitchen, you're fired, you hear me?"
"Yes, sir." It was finally that time again. The night shift. Or should I say, my potential last shift at KFC. My pride and ego wouldn't allow me to accept the fact that I was being falsely accused, so I remained at the front counter, while occasionally looking behind my shoulder every 5 minutes or so. The time was roughly 11:50 p.m. on a Friday. I was just about to wrap up another successful shift until I heard a loud thud coming from the kitchen area. I began to cautiously walk to the back and saw no sign of anyone. No raccoons, no lurking intruders, just the standard kitchen appliances with the drive-through window securely locked in place. That's when I heard a sound coming from the stockroom where we kept all our inventory. I could hear the sound of vigorous chewing as I approached the door. I knew someone had to be in there eating all our fried chicken. Was this going to be the day I finally catch the culprit in the act? I placed my hand on the door handle and opened the door in one swift motion, unveiling the same Colonel I had seen before, dousing his face with fried chicken. My suspicions were accurate. The reason for all the missing chicken stood there before me.
How the hell did you get in here? Boy, I couldn't resist. Y'all make a big enough batch to feed the whole town, might I say.
It was you. You were the one that was eating our chicken the whole time.
How could I not? It's so finger-licking good. Ah!
I slammed the door shut, making sure to lock it so I didn't have to get physical with the Colonel. He then started violently punching the door with his bare fists as I stood back in awe, not knowing whether I should call the cops or run the hell out of there.
Open the door, or I'm gonna show you a new meaning of finger-licking good, kid. Leave me alone before I call the cops!
I sprinted towards the front counter while arming myself with a knife from the kitchen. I began dialing 911 while trying to explain to the operator the bizarre situation I was in. After a long 10 to 15 strenuous minutes, the police finally showed face. I began directing them to the stockroom where I had initially trapped the man. A group of armed policemen rammed their way through the door only to see no sign of the Colonel. What we then discovered was that there was a panel on the ceiling that had been removed, thus allowing access for any culprit to enter and exit the building at their convenience. After further investigation, it was later found out through parking lot surveillance cameras that the Colonel had been sneaking through the KFC building every night through the same panel on the roof leading to the stockroom. He had been eating our chicken for God knows how long. What makes the story more discomforting was how he would casually jump across the roof and into the KFC bucket sign, just so he could crawl inside and sleep there every night. All I know is that that man is mentally sick in the head and needs to seek some kind of professional help. About several years ago, I used to work at an engineering firm where I would get carpal tunnel from typing on the keyboard all day. It was currently a Friday, so I figured I'd treat myself to a beer after my shift was done. Figured I could get hammered for a change, instead of heading home to an empty house with no female companionship. During my lunch break, I remember Googling any nearby pub and bar to go to. I came across a Hooters that was located about 15 minutes away by vehicle. I had previously been to many Hooters in the past and always found it quite charming to say the least. If I had to describe it, I would say it was like your ordinary sports bar, accompanied by some of the finest girls who wore their distinctive Hooters attire, of course with the orange shorts. Like I said before, I had been to many Hooters venues in the past, so going to this new location was really refreshing. As I made my arrival, it was roughly evening time, which meant that the place was probably hoarded with customers. I pushed open the front doors and saw exactly what I had anticipated. A bunch of attractive Hooters waitresses and a bunch of men flirting with them who were old enough to be the girls' fathers. I made my way across the bar while slowly glancing at the array of bottles behind this attractive bartender. I casually leaned against the bar as she approaches me saying,
What you drinking today, big guy?
"Rum and Coke, please." The waitress then begins whipping up the concoction while staring across the bar at someone. At first, I couldn't tell exactly what she was looking at, but then I saw a rather large gentleman sitting at a table alone, making direct eye contact with her. If I had to describe the man, I would say he was in his late 40s and had a beer gut hanging onto his lap. I assumed he was just some creep who had a crush on the bartender. As the Hooters lady began serving my drink, I nosily asked her, "Hey, is everything okay?"
Not really. That weirdo across the room keeps looking at me.
He's probably just a big fan of your drinks.
Yeah. Not to mention, there's been a rumor circulating around town. Hooters girls have gone missing.
What? Are you freaking kidding me?
Hey, make me a beer, lady.
Get someone else to do it. I'm about to clock out, pal.
Make me a beer or else I'm telling your boss your shorts are tight enough to see your—
Leave her alone now!
About 5 minutes after that bizarre encounter, I felt obligated to escort the lady outside the parking lot, and even went as far as to offer her a lift. The lady took me up on my offer as she wanted to avoid further confrontation with any creeps lurking in the night. As I drove down the street, I began striking up a decent conversation with the lady. Everything was pretty swell till she asked,
So, where are you heading after?
"What do you mean?
Like, after you drop me off. Are you heading home?
Who says you're heading home?
What?
You know, you should really be more careful before getting into a stranger's car. After all, Hooters waitresses have been disappearing, haven't they?"
No! No, stop! Stop! Somebody help me! No!
I guess there's no after party. Good thing I ordered a cab when I did. Now if it'll only get here. Stupid cab drivers can never figure out how to pull up to an address. What is this guy doing? Hello? Who am I speaking with? I'm your fare. Where are you? Oh, it's you. I'm right here. Huh? Whoa. Alright, I'm coming. It takes him an hour to get here, but then he sneaks up on me. That's just great. Hello? Hey, what are you doing out so late? I was partying, then I was waiting for you. Oh, so you're gonna be one of those people who leaves a bad review? No, I'll tip and everything, I just want to get home. That party sucked. Well, maybe next time you should send me an invite. Sure, dude. Why did I get in the front seat? This guy is such a pain. What are you watching there? I'm just watching TikToks. Could you keep your eye on the road, please? I know how to drive a car, dipshit. It's my job. I was just trying to make conversation. Okay. It's all just Grimace Shake videos, alright? Oh yeah, I've seen those. Doesn't it make you want to get one? Not really. Have you ever tried one? Nope. Then let's go get some, right now. Wait, I didn't want to stop by McDonald's, I just wanted to be dropped home, dude. What are you saying? I'm saying I just want to go home. I don't want to stop anywhere, so making me would be unprofessional. Where do you have to go that's so important? I want a Grimace Shake, and since you think you could tell me how to do my job, you're gonna pay for it! Hey, watch out! I don't have any money! Don't lie to me, you slimy prima donna! Watch out! Hey! Open your eyes and get your money out, you wimp! And don't you dare piss yourself on my seat! Hey, anyone in there? The sign says you're open. Hello? What's that supposed to mean? Talk to me like a normal person! They're trying to get us to leave. Nobody wants to work these days, I guess. Well, I guess they won't serve us then. We should just go— Shut up, you crybaby! Get in there and make them serve us! What? Why me? Wah. Is complaining all you know how to do? Unless you want to be stranded here, I suggest you go inside and get me some Grimace Shakes! No, I'm not. I'll go get them. Just don't leave me here. You've got 5 minutes! Any longer and I'm gone! You got that? Okay, I've got it. Hello? Is anybody here? What the hell is going on here? What am I doing? I just want to go home. Oh, God. I don't have a choice. Hello? Is anybody back there? I'd like a couple Grimace Shakes. I can hear you, damn it! I don't know what you're doing back there, but you better get out here and do your job, or you're gonna get me completely screwed over!
What do you want?
I just two grimace shakes, please.
Follow me to the back. This is how we make them. We use this machine here to combine blue contents and red contents to make the purple drink the world loves. Do you want to see how we make the red contents?
Where are the red contents, sir?
Just inside here.
What?
Come out wherever you are.
What's the meaning of this? Where did that idiot go? Why don't I have my grimace shake already? And who are you supposed to be? Some sort of mascot? This is ridiculous! Ah! Put me down! Somebody help me!
Wanna try the new grimace shake?
This presentation may contain language and scenes which may be objectionable to certain individuals. Viewer discretion is advised.
I've been avoiding this day for so many years. I've dreaded it, but I've also wanted it to happen more than anything. God, it's been so long. 2 decades almost. It's my daughter. I haven't been a mother to her for her entire life. Social services took her away from me when she was just a baby. I wanted to kill them when they did it. That's because of who I was back then. But I understand now. A child should never have to be raised around addictions like mine. I would have hated to see her become just like me. As it is, I know for a fact she's a better person than I am, because over the years, she's tried reaching out to me multiple times, while I've been running away. I don't know how she found me, but I guess she's very smart. I don't know a single thing about her except for the fact that she looks like me. I had all the chances to reconnect, but I never took them. I always dodged her calls and left her messages unopened. I just never felt ready. I was too preoccupied with the bottle or with something even worse. But even then, I was never allowed to forget about her. Somehow she became something of a celebrity. I bet it's a wonderful story. I see her face plastered everywhere. On TV, on billboards, even on trash littered in the gutters. It's like she made herself a star just so I couldn't ignore her, so I'd have nowhere to run. Her name is Wendy. I can't imagine how much she was bullied in school over looking so similar to the Wendy's girl, but I'm proud of her for being strong and making something out of it, instead of running and hiding from the truth like I always do. Something had to change. I can feel my body not doing well these days. I don't think I have much life left in me. I'm running out of time. No matter how much shame I feel, I have to go see her. I have to. It wasn't hard to find her. She sent me a lot of texts and emails trying to reach out to me. She moves around a lot. but she's always told me where she works. All I had to do was scroll up and find the latest address sent to me. It felt pretty awkward to show up to her work without warning, but she's always invited me to do it, and I think speaking to her in person is the right thing to do. I tried to get as sober as possible, then head out to go see her. She works at one of the Wendy's in the same town I live in, just on the other side. There's really no good side of town around here though, so I wasn't too surprised to see that the restaurant was pretty run down on the outside. However, what I saw inside, that shocked me. It looked downright haunted. I think the lights were on, but it was still darker than it should have been, all except for one bright spotlight on the counter, shining right on top of my Wendy at the register. It's hard to describe the shock I felt when I saw her. In all the pictures I'd seen, she was beautiful, glowing, full of life, but in person she was much different. Her expression was gone and empty, like her soul had been drained. I hate to say it, but she looked demonic. However, I chalked that up to her father's genetics and put my apprehensions aside. It was too late to walk away. I was terrified walking up there though. I could barely speak.
Hi, welcome to Wendy's. How may I take your order?
I almost cried right then and there. This was the first time I'd ever heard my daughter's voice. What was I even supposed to say?
Hi, I'm I'm sorry, could I just get a Baconator? Sure, the meal or just the sandwich? Just that. Will that be all? Actually, do you know if you have a mom? What do you mean, exactly? I'm so sorry. I'm your mom.
Mom, is that you? Mommy? I've been waiting for you for so long.
Are you okay?
Mommy!
This wasn't going the way I thought it would. I knew she might get upset, maybe even go into shock, but not this. I had no idea what was going on with her, but it was scaring me way more than before. Not knowing what else to do, I fell back on my instincts and headed for the door. I tried to go through, but it was locked. When I looked back, Wendy wasn't Wendy anymore. She was some kind of monster. She climbed over the counter with these spindly legs and made her way toward me.
Mommy!
I wanted to run, but it was like my feet were glued to the ground. I was petrified. When she got me, she grabbed my face and started screaming at me. Mommy! I accepted my fate as she lifted me into the air. She then unhinged her jaw and placed me inside. I couldn't even bring myself to fight back against whatever it was, whether it was truly my daughter or one of hell's ghouls devouring me. The whole time I just kept thinking, this is what I deserve. I deserve this. This is what I deserve for being a terrible mother.
It was so good to finally meet you, Mom. I'm so glad we could finally reconnect after all these years. But the great thing is, from now on, you'll always be with me, forever and ever.
There's a Wendy's conspiracy that's been floating around the internet regarding the infamous Wendy's logo with the word mom spelled out on the collar. This was our take on the conspiracy itself. Maybe you now understand the significance of the word mom on the collar now.
I don't want a salad! You keep pointing to salad! I don't want a salad! Salad is a sandwich this big! Get it right, it's a 6-inch sandwich! I want a foot-long sandwich without a bowl!
I work the night shift at Subway, and for the most part, I prefer the much later shifts as there are far fewer customers at that time of night. The only major downside to the night shift is dealing with the crazies that come in from time to time. However, there's been one guy recently. He's been coming in just about every night, and out of all the people of the night I've encountered at this job, he's the one that scares me. He's super tall, with a mean overbite, and I can't exaggerate just how extreme those features are. When I say he's tall, I mean he's probably several inches over 7 feet tall. Well and far above the top of the measuring stick taped to the door that's meant to identify would-be robbers. And his overbite It's downright freakish. It makes him look like some sort of man-crocodile hybrid, the way his gnarly, rotten snaggle teeth jut out of his jaw, which he can't even fully get his lips over with how deformed it is. Because of this, his mouth is always hanging open, and his mouth breathing makes it even more obvious that his oral hygiene is non-existent. Even stranger, his clothes are too small to fit a guy as big as him, which makes me think he's either homeless or just too poor to be able to buy clothes in his size. But what really stinks the place up every time he comes in are his feet, which he never has shoes or socks on to cover up. Given that he looks so desperate and downtrodden, I thought at first he wouldn't be a very picky customer, but I was dead wrong about that. He always wanted his subs made to ridiculously exact proportions, like he was ordering catering to his wedding or something. And if I ever made a mistake, I wouldn't even have to give him a breath of attitude for him to flip out like a little baby, except his tantrums were anything but little.
Add lettuce now.
Okay, sir?
No, not enough! More!
Okay, sir.
No! Too much! Take it off!
That's how it went every time I made his sub. We were stuck in this dance of irritating exactness, where I would put on a tiny bit of a topping, or take off a tiny bit of a topping, and he would scream at me and threaten to rip my head off until I get it right. Obviously, making an entire foot-long sub like this takes an unreasonable amount of time. So even though it was the middle of the night, a line of tired, impatient people often formed behind him.
Man, can't you just make it yourself if you're gonna be like this?
Okay, sir, here's your one custom footlong, and that'll be $6.95. He dug through his pockets for several anxious seconds, obviously struggling to fit his huge hands in normal-sized pockets. Finally, he fished out a crumpled $5 bill and threw it on the counter, then picked the sub off the counter with his unnaturally long arms. But before walking away to eat, he looked me in the eye and flashed me a haunting grin and said,
$5 footlong!
Footlongs haven't actually been $5 for years, long since before I ever started working at Subway. But I wasn't about to pester this guy for $1.95. Plus, from the way he spoke, and just everything about the way he was, I figured he had some sort of mental disorder or disability, which meant I'd probably be talking to a brick wall if I even tried to get him to pay full price. So I just made up the difference of the change in the tip jar and called it sorted. But I must say, one of the weirdest things about him is the way he eats. He doesn't even chew. He just unwraps the sandwich and devours the whole thing in one bite. That first night, things were mostly uneventful, but that was only the first of many trips he made to the shop. After that, I saw him just about every shift, and I wasn't the only person there who recognized him. People hated getting stuck in line behind him because they knew he would take a stupid amount of time to get through. However, there was one customer in particular who had a special bone to pick. He was the guy in line that first night, just an average-looking black dude with a regular night shift break time. That guy was always snarky.
Why don't you just make the sub yourself since you're so damn tall? Emotional damage! Leave me the hell alone!
I know this is a really weird situation, but I got used to it. I got used to his pickiness, and I even started to get better at knowing what he wanted. I got used to him sitting in the same exact spot every night to eat his sandwich in one unholy bite. I got used to taking a couple dollars out of my tips when he handed me a $5 bill. And I even got used to the way he scared me without even doing anything. He was obviously one of those people that needed a strict routine in order to function, so I wasn't going to mess with it, even if he underpaid for every order. But that's why I was struck with curiosity when his order suddenly changed. One night, he came in at the same time and ordered the same bread. There I was thinking this would just be like any other night, but then he didn't order any meatballs like he always did, just the cheese, veggies, and condiments. This helped bring the price of the footlong down $1 or so, but as always, he paid with a crumpled $5. I really didn't think he was trying to be economic, so I watched him as he sat down. I was only able to do this because it was slower than usual that night, and I had no other customers to attend to. I tried not to make it obvious, but I was mesmerized. He unwrapped the footlong and opened it up, then reached into his jacket and pulled out some kind of weird meat. I figured it was roadkill or jerky or something, but whatever it was, he laid it out very carefully on the sandwich, all the while muttering,
"Me make it myself this time."
And when he was done, he closed up the sub and swallowed it whole, just like every other footlong. This went on for several weeks, and each night, my curiosity grew. For some reason, business at the night shift had slowed down more than ever before, so I had very little to do but ponder what that mysterious meat was. At the beginning of my next shift, I planted a tiny little hidden camera inside the napkin holder on the table he always sat at. And after going through the motions one more time and closing up shop, I retrieved it and went home to look over the footage. All I wanted was a closer look at the meat he was eating. but I ended up getting more than I bargained for. I watched him pull out meat from inside his jacket, but as he did, a dark, bloody finger fell out and hit the table. He saw this and quickly placed it in the sandwich before I could see it in the moment. But I'd seen it all right, and my mind was sent reeling. It didn't take me long to put two and two together, to realize that the crocodile giant had gotten fed up with a certain man's issues with his ways. Instead of settling for Subway's meatballs, he'd killed that man and had been eating him slowly for nights on end. No wonder business had been slow.
I have been in television for 24 years.
I just came to get something to eat.
And I have very seldom been at a loss for words.
Sir, I just came to get something to eat.
But I don't even know what to ask you first.
When I was a kid, I didn't have much money. My mom raised me by herself while she worked 2 jobs, so I spent a lot of time alone in our apartment. I had to fend for myself as far as making food and finding things to do. For food, I frequented the closest and cheapest thing there was, the McDonald's around the corner. It was easy and I only needed a handful of quarters to get a meal, which was all I had. As for my entertainment, one thing I did have was my mom's old desktop computer with a CRT monitor. It was already old by those days' standards, and this was before we had smartphones. Despite that, to me, access to the internet was an absolute luxury. The big thing on the internet back then was chat rooms. Stuff like Facebook and Instagram didn't exist yet, so just about the only way to talk to people besides email was a chat room. There wasn't much to it, just some basic information like their name and age. And most of the time the chat rooms were community-based, so you'd be talking to people that lived somewhere in your city. I thought it was a pretty neat way to potentially meet people in the real world, though it did end up having some problems. There was one guy I remember meeting very clearly. He was really cool to talk to online. His name in the chat room was John and he was around my age. We traded messages almost every day for a few weeks, and we even played the original Counter-Strike together. Then one day he said he wanted to meet up and get something to eat. I had nothing better to do, as usual, so I agreed. But I had to ask if he lived close by. I didn't have a car or a bike and I couldn't really afford to take the bus. I was a slight bit cautious, so I didn't tell him my home address. I just asked if he could meet me at the McDonald's by the big intersection near my place. He said that was no problem, so we agreed to meet there at 6 o'clock that evening. I have to admit I was pretty excited. I never met any of the people I talked to on the internet before, and to be honest, I didn't really have many friends, even at school. I had high hopes to hang out with this guy more regularly, even before I'd seen him for the first time. I raided my mom's coin jar for some quarters, just enough to get a Happy Meal as usual. Then I walked out onto the street around 5 minutes before we were set to meet. I got to the McDonald's at 6 but didn't see him. I kept an eye out for the green jacket John said he'd be wearing as I took a seat in the dining room. The McDonald's employees recognized me as I was there almost every day. I decided to wait for John to get there before I ordered, knowing I wouldn't be bothered by the workers. After a few minutes, I started to get a little anxious. I didn't have a cell phone as they weren't very common back then. I was just sitting there in silence, looking around the dining room. That's when I saw a strange-looking man wearing a trench coat standing by the window, staring at me. The moment I made eye contact with him, he began shuffling towards me, until he was standing right next to my table. The table was about waist height on him, and he held a Happy Meal box right over the edge. "You look hungry, little boy. Would you like something from my Happy Meal?" No, I'm good, thanks. I'm just waiting for someone." "Oh, are you waiting for John? He's my son." Without asking, the man sat down right next to me in the booth, when there was a perfectly good seat right across from me. He shifted the Happy Meal box and set it in his lap, even though the table was right there. He leaned in and mumbled in my ear, like he was about to say some kind of secret. "He called me and said he was about to ride his bike to meet somebody here. I know this isn't the greatest part of town, so I thought I should drive over to make sure everything was safe. But I figured he'd be here by now. Oh, I hope he's okay. But while we're waiting, you should eat something. I bought this Happy Meal for the two of you. Come on, don't be shy." I really didn't know how to feel about the guy. I was pretty young at the time now that I think about it. I guess I didn't really have a proper sense of people's intentions. On the one hand, he was really invading my personal space. But on the other hand, His story made sense to me. I mean, how else would he have known the name of the person I was waiting to meet? What made me give him the benefit of the doubt, though, was the growling in my stomach. I knew I could have paid for my own meal, but I didn't think there was anything wrong with getting a little free food. Okay, sure. Thank you, sir. Yeah, that's it. Just reach in there and grab something at random. Be fair to John. He opened up the box as it was still in his lap, but wouldn't let me look inside. Desperate for some food, I reached in, but as far as I could tell, there wasn't any food at all in there. I grabbed onto the only thing that was in there, but it definitely wasn't anything that was supposed to be in a Happy Meal. It felt weird, almost clammy, and it wouldn't come out of the box when I tried to retrieve it.
Is everything okay over here?
Neither of us heard her walking up to us. We both jumped a little bit. I took my hand out of the box and the man very frantically closed it up. The employee stood sternly with her hands on her hips. Yeah, we're all good here. I'm just enjoying some quality time with my son. I barely had any idea what was going on, but I didn't want to cause any problems with the McDonald's I ate at almost every day, or the man who said he was my friend's dad. You see out there? My other son is on the other side of that window. You see him there?
You lying waste of space. Get out of here, I'm calling the cops.
Right then, the man threw the Happy Meal box to the side and ran out the door. The woman who must have recognized me, I'm assuming the manager, didn't let me leave. She asked for my mom's phone number and called her. It felt like I was in trouble for something, but I didn't know what it was. The woman told me to wait until my mother came to pick me up. So, I waited. And in that time, John never showed up. And I eventually realized that he never existed in the first place. But the weirdest part of all is, when I picked up the box the man had left behind, irrationally hoping for some food, I realized that it was more than just completely empty. There was a hole cut out of the bottom about 2 inches wide. I had no idea why anyone would do that at the time, but I eventually connected the dots. My mom came a couple hours later and took me home. We didn't talk much about what had happened, but a few months later, I figured it out. We were watching the show where they would catch predators, and on that night, the face of the man they caught was one I recognized. It was the man in the trench coat, and where else had they caught him but another neighborhood McDonald's.
I have been in television for 24 years.
I just came to get something to eat.
And I have very seldom been at a loss for words.
Sir, I just came to get something to eat.
But I don't even know what to ask you first.
I just came to get something to eat.
John, we've been through this before. What are you doing? I've got the chat log again.
On October 22nd, 2012, a woman in her early 20s named Whitney suddenly vanished on her way to work at Starbucks. What concluded within the case shocked the entire nation and unfortunately ended in a brutal fatality. The next animation was inspired by this tragic event. There was a time not so long ago that my only relationship to Starbucks was that I worked there. I wasn't a fanatical customer. I wasn't the owner of a franchise. All I had to do with the coffee chain was the fact that I could be seen in the drive-thru window in the dark hours of the late shift. For a long time, I thought this meant literally nothing. After all, very little business ever came through the drive-thru at the hour, especially given the location I worked at, being somewhere most people consider as the middle of nowhere. Most people were just stopping by to get some caffeine so they could continue with their overnight drives across the middle of the country. The inside was closed anyway, but I doubt most of them would have considered staying for long if it was. It wasn't an urban craft coffee house. It was just a rural Starbucks.
Hi, welcome to Starbucks. How may I take your order?
Yeah, so, I'd like a grande iced caramel macchiato with extra vanilla sweet foam, 2 pumps of caramel syrup, 2 pumps of mocha syrup with soy milk and brown sugar topping. Oh, and 2 extra shots of espresso. I never understood how people could put such diabetic abominations into their bodies and continue to function normally. And it always amused me how they seemed allergic to real cow's milk, as if it was unhealthy or something, when they were about to consume enough sugar to put a toddler into a coma. But that's beside the point, because for all the silly sorority girls and giggling frat boys coming in to order this unholy concoction, or another, none of them caused anybody any harm, except maybe to their own pancreas. Actually, as a matter of fact, when I look back on those people now, I tend to see them as fond memories of a simpler, more innocent time in my life. More than anything, I wish I could go back to my old life of standing in that drive-thru and feeding people's addictions to caffeine and sugar. Unfortunately, there's just no way that's going to be possible. Not after what happened that night. The night began no different than any other. There was nothing in the air that suggested any of the things that were about to happen. So, when the beat-up old truck rolled into the empty drive-thru without a license plate, I didn't bat an eye. The drive-thru had a couple cameras pointed toward the intercom, so we could easily remember which cars were supposed to be getting what drinks. But it wasn't meant for identifying license plates and tipping off the police about people with expired tags or whatever. For the most part, the truck looked like a textbook local, some kind of farmhand or factory worker getting roped into some late-night work and stopping in for some coffee. The man inside of it, however, was somehow even worse for wear.
Hi, welcome to Starbucks. How may I take your order?
Your voice sounds just perfect. What do you look like?
Yeah, you'll find out when you come around to pick up your order. What would you like to drink?
You guys do all those fancy coffees, right? I guess I'll get a large hot latte with 2 globs of Starbucks saliva, 2 locks of barista hair, and
Sir, this isn't funny. You'll have to order something on the menu, please.
Oh, I'm not trying to be funny, sweetheart. I'm serious. I'll give you the biggest tip of your life if you splash some of your very own urine in my drink.
I'm not putting up with this. Would you rather speak to my manager, sir?
No. I want you to serve me. And I'd really love it if you'd serve me some of your blood with that coffee, if you don't mind.
Okay, that's enough. If you don't get the hell out of here, I'm calling the cops.
I dealt with some seriously rude and disrespectful customers before, but this guy certainly took the cake. I watched him drive off from the intercom, hoping that he would just be some creepy old dude playing some kind of crass joke on a college student, and that he would drive off and not stop at the window. But of course, he wasn't ready to leave yet. He screeched to a stop just outside the window, leaning out of his car door with a strangely apologetic face, pleading something with his hands together. Reluctantly, I opened the window just a crack. I'm sorry, really. I didn't mean to freak you out. You're just as perfect as you sounded. You know, you have the most beautiful blonde hair. Such long, sultry hair. Anyway, I'm sorry about all that back there. I just want a black coffee. I wasn't sure what to make of the situation. He seemed like he was just some out-of-touch old creep trying to prey on some younger women, which obviously is a terrible thing to do, but I wasn't worried about men like that. I worked at a rural Starbucks, and that was something I'd had to handle a lot of. I could handle myself around creeps like him. It wasn't worth getting reprimanded to deny him service.
And how will you be paying?
He held out a clenched fist while he stared at me with hungry, wrinkled eyes, almost drooling over his sagging chin. I ignored his gaze and opened the window a little more to get my arm through. I held out my hand to receive the change, but when he opened his fist, there was nothing in it at all. In the same instant, he latched onto my arm with a vice grip and yanked onto my arm. He was so much stronger than I thought he could be. He pulled me right out through the window and into his car. Right as I got the time to react, just beginning my struggle against him, he struck me over the head with something like a hammer, and I blacked out. When I came to, I was bound to a table, my legs chained up to the ceiling, my clothes nowhere to be found. I realized that I was in that man's cellar when I saw him standing behind a camera on a tripod. I thought I knew what was about to happen, but I had no idea. do you know what the Starbucks mascot looks like?
No, please just let me go.
You! The mascot looks like you stupid girl! Here's something else I bet you didn't know. The mascot is a mermaid, and I'm gonna make one out of you!
No, please don't!
I can't imagine most people have enthralling dinners under the roof of a KFC. But I, for one, remember dining there far more times than the average person. It used to be something my parents would do for me and my siblings back in the day. It wasn't enough for them to just bring it home. They wanted it to be more than just takeout. A family outing, they would always say. That said, I couldn't tell you I hated the place until the last time I went, only a few weeks ago. I was just about to move out of my parents' house, and they'd convinced me to go with them to KFC one last time, before I'd taken flight or whatever. It was purely nostalgic. I don't think any one of us still cared for the food there. It's different now. Anyways, my parents and I were just minding our business in the dining room of the KFC, chewing on regrettable numbers of questionable pieces of fried chicken in complete silence. My dad had just excused himself to the restroom after I tried to break the ice by asking what him and my mom would do after I left home. That's when this man barged in. A man that looked exactly like the Colonel of Kentucky Fried fame. But it couldn't be him. The real Colonel was long dead. Everyone in the building, the customers and the employees, all turned their heads at this guy. "Well, a mighty fine Friday afternoon to y'all. I'm Colonel Sanders." Right as he started speaking, I think the majority of us dropped our guard. By that point, everyone had seen the new commercials for KFC with that weird-looking spokesman/character person, and this guy nailed the act. It seemed obvious that this was some sort of corporate PR stunt, complete with an actor for the mascot and a room full of real, unwilling customers. For the most part, though, people just shrugged and went back to eating idly as the Colonel continued. "I care indubitably for the quality of my establishments, which is why I'll be performing a full top-down inspection of this franchise today for all of you wonderful folks. Yes, managers, go check for a special message on your computers." The employees seemed to believe the guy too, at least for the moment, so the rest of us went along with it. I was just hoping we weren't being filmed by some hidden camera crew. Though my mother and I went on pretending to talk to each other, we were watching the Colonel from the corner of our eyes. He'd started his inspection in the dining room, walking up to all the tables and asking each of the customers, "How's your food, sir? The staff treat you well? Everything to your liking?" But each time, with every customer, at the end of his questions, he'd lean over the table and stare unflinchingly down into their eyes and ask, "Tell me, is it finger-licking good?" Most of the responses were a short, "Yeah, sure," or an, "I think we're done here." The Colonel would then hover over them for a few seconds while smirking. He then did the strangest thing. He started licking his own fingers. Slowly, people started to become a little more aware of him. The scene was weird as he would stare directly into customers' eyes while doing this action. I just hoped that he wouldn't visit our table. With that being said, he scurried over to us as though he could read my mind. "Well, how nice to see a young man repay his mother with a nice dinner." He spoke to both of us, but he only looked at me. And by that I mean, he didn't blink, twitch, or glance away even a little bit. "You're a fine young man, ain't you, boy?" I started trembling. I knew this dinner was going to be tense, but I hadn't thought I'd be put on the spot quite like this. Thank you, sir." No. Thank you for dining here, son. How's your fried chicken? Tell me, is it up to your standards? I trust you now." My eyes darted around looking for a response, a sign from my mom, or to see my dad appear from the restroom. But everything seemed frozen. Very suddenly, the Colonel fell to his knees beside me, reaching for my hands. "Tell me now, boy, is it finger-licking good?" He kept leaning in towards me with his mouth hanging open, staring at my fingers, like he himself was about to lick the crumbs off of them to prove it. That's when my dad finally got off the toilet and came back to his family. He shouted,
"Hey, weirdo!"
He then yanked that wacko away from me faster than I could even react. The colonel tumbled to the greasy floor of the dining room.
"You trying to propose to my son, punk? Get out of here before I make you wish I was a cop!"
Whoever that guy was, he wasn't official KFC staff, but he was definitely a wimp. He didn't put up any sort of fight after my dad threw him. He just rushed to his feet, laughed at us for a moment, then ran out the door.
Come on, Margaret. We're getting out of here.
We all got up and left the table. And I think that'll be the last time I ever step foot within 100 feet of a KFC. Later that weekend, my dad caught the news from the local channel which stated, the guy who impersonated the colonel had gotten arrested the night after we saw him. Reports say he disguised himself as the mascot to get into close proximity with customers to harass them. He then took it a step further by grabbing their greasy fingers and biting them off. He would flee the scene immediately after and hit up at least 5 locations before getting caught by the police. Several people were missing fingers from that one spree. I was stunned to think just how close I'd gotten to becoming an unfortunate victim of that weirdo's hunt for greasy fingers. And to this day, I get queasy whenever I see fried chicken.
This next story was inspired by a catastrophic event that went down in Oklahoma City. It was all captured by the Chick-fil-A's drive-thru surveillance cameras. Here, you can see what looks to be multiple individuals hopping through the drive-thru window and into the restaurant. Kinda strange why someone would abandon their car, right? Here's a dramatized animation that showcases what went down that day. It's been 8 years since I landed a job as a construction worker. People would come and go in this type of occupation, and that was because some tend to be dissatisfied with the $7.25 wage per hour. But while I saw countless new faces every time I worked on a project, one person stuck with me for the last 8 years, and that was none other than Andrew. Many of my co-workers avoided him because he seemed rather odd, especially with his obsession with Chick-fil-A. However, he was always punctual and diligent, supporting team members whenever they needed him. So generally, he was an awesome guy to work with. However, one time he went below the belt, causing a ruckus at the worksite, all because the boss wanted him to work overtime, which meant he had to wait an extra 2 hours to get his beloved smokehouse barbecue bacon sandwich at Chick-fil-A. To be honest, it was quite the spectacle, as he literally looked like a grown adult behaving in the manner of a kid who didn't get what they wanted. He began having a hissy fit, banging his head with a piece of plywood till his face was covered in blood. Had I not been there to intervene, he would have beaten the boss to a pulp over a sandwich. One day, while we were at the construction site, it began to rain cats and dogs, and the winds made the scaffolds jiggle. So I sought shelter, while Andrew drenched himself in the rain, working sedulously. I tried calling out to him, saying, "Hey Andrew, come over here! You'll catch a cold if you stay under the rain like that!" However, I received no response. He didn't even look in my direction, and so I did as any good friend would do. I put on my raincoat and took an umbrella. Then I approached him and crouched, shielding his upper body with the umbrella, although he was already soaked. When I tried speaking to him again, I said, "Hey, man, I have nothing against persistence and commitment, but you're older than me, alright? You can't push yourself too much, especially in this rain. You're gonna get sick as hell." Once again, he ignored me, the reflection of determination in his eyes. "Hey, are you even listening to me? Look, we were permitted to take a day off due to the weather, so we're not even supposed to be here. There was a warning on the news of severe thunderstorms." Then, moments later, while constantly pounding the nail with a hammer, he finally replied, giggling deliriously. No, I can't stop now. I need to earn more if I want to get more of that Chick-fil-A sandwich. I tried reasoning with him and said, there's a limit to everything, Andrew. Can't you give Chick-fil-A a break just for today? He frowned at my proposal and retorted, you don't understand, do you? I have Chick-fil-A every single day. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It's my oxygen, all right? I can't live without it. Andrew, it's just one day. Can you live without oxygen in one day? He asked, growing impatient. No, I can't. But these are two different things, Andrew. There are other types of food you can eat. Infuriated, he said, if you don't want to work, then don't. I'm not forcing you to. That's not what I'm trying to say, Andrew. Just leave me alone or I'm calling the cops! I couldn't get through to him no matter how much I tried. So, as soon as he completed his task, we took the car and drove off. I was in the passenger seat while he was the driver. This was Andrew's car, and we'd always taken the ride together from the house to the construction site and vice versa, because we were neighbors. As we drove to the Chick-fil-A restaurant, I noticed the appearance of thunderstorms getting worse with every second. The windshield wipers didn't do much justice as the rain and debris were quite alarming, but I could sense that Andrew was still mad at me because of what I said, and so I opted to compromise. Look, I'm sorry for what I said, okay? Do you mind if we head home? The weather is getting pretty bad. I have to get my hands on that sandwich today! Are you blind, Andrew? Do you see the skies, dude? That doesn't look like precipitation to me. There could be a typhoon headed our way. Andrew remained silent, unfazed by the incessant moans of strong winds increasing in speed. Andrew, turn this vehicle around now! Still, there was no answer. So then, when I finally had enough, I said, Andrew, what is the matter with you? This is precisely why everybody else wants to stay away from you! In frustration, I banged on the door and added, you know what? I give up. All of them were right about you. You're nothing but a freak. Shut up, shut up, shut up! I want Chick-fil-A. I want it. I want it. I want it. I want it. I want it! He uttered words like a maniac, drooling all over the wheel. Then, not a moment too soon, I saw it from a distance, an ominous presence in the form of treacherous winds that descended in a graceful yet intimidating spiral, as if it were the behest of Vulcan, a god of destruction. This mass of exponential power laid waste to the fields and houses upon touching the ground. Hey, Andrew, I know we've had our differences, but we've got to go find a bunker. Fast! No can do. Chick-fil-A is right up ahead, and this is the only way to heaven. So whether you like it or not, I'm getting my sandwich by all means. Then, without a moment's notice, he stepped on the gas, accelerating the car's speed, prompting me to hold on tight to my seatbelt. With all my strength, I bumped into him and forcefully took the wheel. This is for your own good, my friend! Get off the wheel! This is my car! Andrew struggled, and despite his old age, he was strong. The vehicle zigzagged, almost toppling over. Then, when it finally came to a stop, I took off my seatbelt, about to open the passenger door. But it was already too late. Into the belly of the beast we went, and in a split second, we were up in the air, spiraling and converging with a pile of debris and cattle. With the notion of our impending doom, I mustered every ounce of courage to open the door and jump off. Luckily, I landed on a pile of crops and ran to the Chick-fil-A restaurant, the closest building to hide for cover. There were tons of other people getting in through the entrance, back door, and drive-through window, and so I had to squeeze myself in until I found a spot in the basement, bracing myself for impact. The lights flickered wildly as the tornado struck the building like massive drills and wrecking balls. Then, when it finally died down, I saw nothing but a ghost town, where all establishments were ravaged, paramedics pulling out bodies from the wreckage. Later on, Andrew's car was found in the middle of the field, his head decapitated and his bones crushed. It was terrifying. Placing him in a body bag gave me chills. Since then, I would order a sandwich at Chick-fil-A to commemorate my friend and the obsession for which he died for.
showing the moment a tornado was believed to have touched down in southern Oklahoma City. This video from a Chick-fil-A near I-40 and MacArthur. You can see the customer get out of the car and crawl through the drive-through window seeking shelter in the storm. Holy moly. We know that one has to really be scary for all involved. No one hurt is being reported in this incident, but definitely everyone very, very scared as
terrifying.
Strong winds, if not a tornado, there in the southern parts of Oklahoma City at that Chick-fil-A.
I still remember what happened like it was yesterday. It was back in the mid-2000s. I was 22 at the time. I'm not even sure why I'm talking about it now. Maybe if I tell the story, then it'll stop haunting me. I was still a college student back then. I rented a one-bedroom condo near campus. It was super small, but the low rent allowed me to live by myself. I preferred to live alone. I didn't have to share anything with anyone, and I had my own privacy and space. There wasn't much variety in my life in those days. I would go to class, and then I would go home to study or just hang out. Sometimes I would go out with friends, but usually I was just home alone. One Friday night, I was at home studying. It was still fairly early, around 8:30 or 9-ish, and I had only just started working. I then heard a knock at the door. I wasn't expecting anyone, but I got up and headed over to the door. When I looked through the peephole, I saw a Little Caesars pizza guy standing outside. It was some frail, older-looking guy, probably in his mid-40s.
Hello? Pizza delivery!
I knew I didn't order anything. I opened the door and told the guy he had the wrong house. He apologized and laughed it off as some silly mistake. Then he walked away. The whole situation seemed slightly off. I didn't know why, but I was glad to see him leave. I quickly closed the door behind him and went back to studying. Later that night, around 2 a.m., I was still up and studying. I was starting to feel really tired, but I wanted to keep working for a bit longer. That's when I heard another knock at the door.
What the hell?
I was extremely freaked out at someone being at my condo at this time of night. As I walked to the door, I felt more and more uneasy. I couldn't think of a single reason that someone would knock on my door at 2 a.m. It was way too creepy. That was the first time I wished I didn't live alone. I got to the door and cautiously looked through the peephole, only to see the same guy from before. I was freaked the hell out. He was just standing there holding a pizza. I didn't know if I should say anything or just ignore him. But before I could make up my mind, he started yelling through the door.
I know you're in there! I know you ordered this pizza! Come out and pay for it!
I was scared shitless and confused. I thought maybe someone was playing a joke on me and ordered a pizza to my condo. But why the hell would the pizza guy still be around at 2 a.m.? He continued to yell about how I had to pay for the pizza. I just wanted him to leave. I started shouting back at him through the closed door.
Leave me alone! I didn't order anything!
Don't mess around with me! You owe me money!
The guy was starting to sound really angry now, and I got even more scared. He had to be some sort of psycho.
Leave me alone or I'm calling the cops!
You piece of shit!
The man started banging on the door. He was banging his fist against it so hard that it was rattling its frame. I started screaming for help, terrified out of my mind. I tried to look for my phone, but I couldn't remember where I had left it. The door started shaking even more, and I realized the man was flinging his whole body against it. He was trying to break it down now. At that point, I completely lost it. I was practically having a panic attack and screaming my lungs out.
Somebody help me!
The door banged and shook more and more as the man continued to throw himself into it. I was petrified and even pleaded for the man to stop, but he wouldn't. I had never been more frightened. I felt frozen to the spot. All I wanted to do was run away, but I couldn't budge. That's when the door finally gave way and the man burst into the room. He stopped and stared at me for a few seconds before charging directly at me. The man got a hold of me. I couldn't move. He had me pinned down and pushed up on me. He kicked and screamed and wailed like a psycho, crying out for help, hoping one of my neighbors would hear me. Several minutes felt like hours. I couldn't do anything to stop him. I was eventually able to break free from the man's grasp as he took off running out of my condo. As soon as he was gone, I immediately jumped up and shut the broken door behind me. I then called the police. After reviewing the condo surveillance footage, they were able to identify the man. He was later identified as a man named Caesar Lucas, who was then arrested back at his apartment. The police informed me that the man was a former Little Caesars pizza delivery guy. He used to deliver a lot of pizzas to my neighbors and had allegedly seen me multiple times. He then became infatuated with me and planned to break into my condo. After further investigation, police revealed that the man had even broken into several other homes, targeting women after delivering Little Caesars pizza to survey the neighborhood. The man was later arrested and is facing multiple different charges. In 2014, a woman was attacked after a suspect brought a pizza to her apartment. Prosecutors say a man admitted to the assault after delivering pizza to one of her neighbors. A man named Caesar Lucas pleaded guilty to the charges. Prosecutors say the man got into the victim's nearby apartment while she was asleep prior to the assault. But what makes this case more disturbing was that he even pleaded guilty to multiple burglaries and assaults, targeting and breaking into women's houses after making Little Caesars pizza deliveries and scoping out the neighborhood.
This is one of the most bizarre stories I've personally come across when it comes to fast food stories. The video appears to showcase an ordinary customer purchasing a meal at Subway, but what happens next will have you shocked from your head to my toes. Get it? To my toes? Tomatoes? Never mind. On with the story. I used to be a regular customer at Subway, taking a mouthful of cold cuts with juicy tomatoes and various veggies. But now that I started working at one of my favorite restaurants of all time, it was a lot more than I expected. I was given the task of filling in the condiments, but it wasn't easy. I had poor coordination and I worked slower than my more experienced colleagues. So to compensate for my lack of ability, I decided that coming to work an hour earlier would give me ample time to prepare meats and vegetables before opening. I looked outside the window and noticed just how dark and gloomy it was. It gave me the notion that rain was about to pour down at any moment. On top of that, I was all alone. So, when a man started banging on the glass door, it was horrifying. He wore tattered clothes, his skin possibly blackened by the smoke of passing vehicles along the road. So yes, he appeared to be a homeless man. From the looks of his red-rimmed eyes and varicose veins, this deranged man resembled a zombie trying to get in. Hey! 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 Open up! I need to use the restroom to take a piss! I hesitated, not knowing what he would do to me if I opened the door. Furthermore, the restaurant was still closed, so I wasn't supposed to let anyone in except the owner or staff members. Hence, I tried to reason with him and said,
I'm sorry, sir. Please come back later when we're open. We only have about 50 minutes left, so just wait a while.
50 minutes? The man appeared to be getting more aggressive now. I don't have 50 minutes, okay? If you don't open this door right now, I'll have no choice but to reveal my footlong and take a piss on the entrance. Do you want that? He challenged. Agitated, I replied,
Oh, you wouldn't dare. I'll report you to the police.
I immediately got on the phone when he started to unbutton his pants. I'm not kidding, I'll really do it, he said with conviction. So I put down the phone and asked him to stop.
Okay, I believe you. Sheesh, man. Don't do it. I'm letting you in, but briefly, okay?
Cross my heart and swear to die, he said as he giggled in triumph. I was still reluctant to open the door. However, I didn't want to be reprimanded by the shop's owner or manager for his loathsome act. So, as soon as I unlocked the door, he strode at lightning speed and went straight to the restroom as he said he would. While he was busy answering the call of nature, I stood at my post behind the counter, waiting for him to finish his business and leave. However, upon vacating the restroom, he approached the counter and demanded that I offer him a soda to help him hydrate. So I asked for his payment, to which he said,
I wasn't making an order.
Then, when demanding a drink wasn't enough, he added,
And, throw in a sub while you're at it.
Since he didn't have any cash on him, I thought it would be appropriate to give him water instead, which he frowned upon at first, but eventually accepted because he was genuinely thirsty. However, ordering a sub was a whole different matter, and it was something I couldn't allow him to have. Nettled by my lack of acquiescence, he said,
I need something to fill this belly! Are you giving me that or not?
Despite my anxiety growing, I stood my ground and replied,
No? In fact, I would appreciate it if you were grateful for the water I gave you. And besides, I told you that I'd let you in briefly.
So, before I had any chance to dial on my phone, he went over the counter in a flash, grabbed my phone and made me collapse to the ground, hitting my head so hard that he almost knocked me out cold. Then, as I struggled to get on my feet, I saw him take all the money from the cash register and make a run for it. I used the restaurant's landline phone to contact my boss and the police. When they arrived, they instantly reviewed the surveillance footage and got my statement. Luckily, I wasn't reprimanded. In fact, my boss sighed in relief, seeing that I escaped this ordeal with only a few bruises. So, the rest of the day went by as usual. Even when I was offered to take a day off, I politely refused and told my boss that I could still handle the job. We had so many customers coming in and out that I instantly forgot about that creep from earlier this morning. In the evening, the number of people had finally diminished, but unfortunately over-fatigue had taken over my mind and body, where I almost slept on the job. Then, moments later, a customer came in and approached the counter. I yawned as I took his order, and I didn't even bother looking at him because I was so lethargic. The man proceeded to order a footlong. While I was busy preparing his sub, he kept yapping about how stingy I was with the ingredients. The guy stood at the counter telling me,
Could you be a little more generous with the damn condiments? I haven't eaten all damn day. I just took a huge dump in your washroom, which makes me even more hungrier. And this is what you give me? Pack the sub more!
With my back turned against the customer, I replied as I heard him stomp his feet, indicating his growing impatience.
Don't worry, sir. Just stay calm. I'm doing the best I can.
And then, without forewarning, he jumped over the counter with a knife in his hand. He pointed it at me menacingly, and with teeth clenched, he said,
Shh! Don't you dare make a move! And don't you even think of screaming for help if you don't want me to slice you into thin strips of salami!
My body froze in fear, and all my drowsiness evaporated into thin air. I stood far from the man collecting his bounty from the cash register, putting them in a bag. He was even murmuring something incomprehensible as he gathered the money with a sinister smile. Then, when he had his fill, he leaped over the counter and rushed out the door. I took the opportunity to run to the manager's office and call the police, and I made sure to lock myself in until the authorities arrived. Upon reviewing the surveillance footage together, we saw the man return to the counter after I had locked myself in the office, where he came back to get a sub before leaving the store for good. That's when I realized that I had met this man before, and that he was the exact same person who robbed me this morning. To this day, the police couldn't get their hands on him. I just hope I don't see him again, or his footlong.
I'm so hungry. Can someone please give me something to eat? Anyone? Go eat your wife. Get a job, loser. Oh, God, that looks so good.
I wish I had more to eat than just the homeless lady on 54th Street.
Hey, can I have some of that? Oh, come on, man. I just want something to eat.
Ugh, screw you! I gotta make this work. Excuse me, sir. Could you help me out? Miss, could you spare some change? Please, sir. Can I have some more?
Screw off.
Spare change? Hey, can I have your leftovers? Pretty please?
Can anyone help a hobo out? Please, I haven't eaten anything since I divorced my wife. Hey!
Shut up and get a job, you lazy bum!
What the hell is your problem?
Nobody wants to hear your jingling pennies in your stupid cup!
Everybody just loves to kick somebody while they're down. You know, I'd like to be the person kicking for a change one of these days. Wouldn't that be nice?
How long was I out for? Wow, look at that! Oh yeah, that sounds real nice. How much we got? 1, 2, 3, 4. $4.01 and all of this, which has got to be at least a couple bucks. I can definitely buy a Big Mac now. Yes!
Hey, what's going on? Let me in! Get out of here! I'm not letting you in! Why? Because this isn't a homeless shelter! Well, screw you then!
Oh crap, where am I? I gotta stop getting spooked like that, it's gonna get me into trouble. Wait a second. Yes, I'm safe! Let's hope folks on this side of town aren't as uptight as those other jerks. Come on, please be open. I know it's not that late. What the? Somebody is still in here, but what are the hours to this place? Well, that's not helpful. I guess if the door is unlocked, I can come on in. Hello? Is anyone here? Are you open? Hello? I'm starving! I need something to eat! Please! Good evening, sir. How may I help you? Hi. I'd like to order a Big Mac, please. And fries. And a drink. Actually, just give me as much as I can get for however much this is. Very well, then. Follow me. I want to show you the best deal I have. Oh, thank you, sir. You just made my night. I've run into nothing but jerks all day. I'll put an end to that, my friend. Just come back here with me. Oh, you mean behind the counter? I haven't been behind a counter of a restaurant since I had a job. And how long has that been, my friend? Since I got addicted to, you know. No! Where are they? Are you out of patties?
What does it look like? Yes, I'm out of patties! I'm Ronald freaking McDonald and I don't have a single Big Mac! What is wrong with me? I'm loving it! I'm loving it! I'm loving it! I'm loving it!
Hey, watch out! You're burning your hands!
Oh, this is nothing. Nothing at all. Doesn't it smell delicious?
What the hell is wrong with you? Stay back!
Come on now. Just a little whiff.
Okay.
Yes, that's it. Getting close. Nice and close.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Exactly! I'm gonna cook you alive! No, please let me go!
Behind me stands the scene of a series of crimes that will undoubtedly go down as the darkest moments in the history of our community. A man whose name authorities have not yet released has been arrested under multiple charges of kidnapping, murder, and cannibalism. It's believed that thousands of hamburger patties may have been contaminated or even completely comprised of human tissue. If you or someone you know has ever eaten at this establishment and fear you may have been affected, call the number on your screen now.
This story was inspired by an old conspiracy that went viral back in the day regarding a Facebook post of someone saying that a McDonald's restaurant was using human meat in their hamburgers. The conspiracy has since been labeled as a hoax used to cause public outrage and create publicity. But there are still a large number of people who believe that there's more to the meat produce than just beef, despite the conspiracy being shot down. First and foremost, we want to apologize to any Chick-fil-A fans in advance. This is hands down one of the most disturbing fast food stories we have ever covered on the channel. More details will be explained during and after the story. Chick-fil-A is supposed to be pretty popular. It's supposed to be so good that the drive-thru lines can wrap around the building and pour out into the street at any time of day or night. I remember being one of those people in line. The faithful, hungry customer waiting to get the most delicious chicken sandwich money can buy from a fast food joint. For years, I was used to the steady quality. And more than that, I was used to sharing the experience with friends and family. But then I moved cities to be close to my first job after college. Right after I moved in, I didn't have many friends aside from my coworkers. And their go-to lunch spot was always Poppai's. I went along with it because I didn't want to be left out, but to be honest, I really dislike Poppai's. There's just something extra greasy about it that makes it sit like a rock inside my stomach. After a few occasions of grabbing a disappointing lunch with my coworkers, I was really homesick for some Chick-fil-A, whether anyone would go with me or not. Of course, I wasn't going to drive all the way back to my old city just to have a chicken sandwich, so I took a chance on the location near my new home. I arrived after work around 6 p.m., which is usually a pretty busy time for them, but I was the only one there. As I drove up, I saw no cars in the drive-thru and only one car left in the parking lot. I'd never seen a Chick-fil-A so deserted during the day, so out of curiosity I went inside. At first glance, nothing seemed too out of the ordinary, except for the fact that every single seat was empty and there was nobody waiting in line. I walked straight up to the register, but even there, I saw nobody. I could hear all the machinery running back there in the kitchen, but I didn't see one single person manning them. For a moment, I wondered if there was anybody working back there at all.
Hello?
My voice echoed without a response. I was just about to turn away and leave when an extremely elderly man hobbled out to greet me.
Well, hello there, little lady. What's your name?
Yeah, could I just have a number 1 combo with a large drink and a small fry?
Would you like that cooked here or at home?
Excuse me, what do you mean by at home?
Well, it's just a shame to see such a beautiful woman going out to dinner by herself. I could be your chef and chaperone if you allow me to take you home. The ladies tell me I make a mean chicken sandwich. You know, you can eat it while we're in bed.
Oh, that's very sweet of you, but no.
You sure? I can make it extra juicy just for you.
I said no, thank you. I have a boyfriend.
Well, if you have a man, then where the hell is he?
That's none of your business. Just take my order, please.
All right, then, fine. I see how it is. What was it? Number 1 with a large drink and a small fry?
Yes, thank you.
All right, then. I'll be back. Gotta make it myself. Don't go anywhere.
I couldn't believe my ears. I'd never had such bad service at a Chick-fil-A before. I was starting to see why nobody in this town ever wanted to eat here. And by the looks of it, if that guy was the manager, nobody wanted to work here either. It was obvious now why it was so empty inside. If it wasn't so eerie, I wouldn't have believed my eyes when I saw a glimpse of a little mouse running around the corner. I couldn't believe a place like this wasn't already out of business. Even more so because the service was about as quick as it was respectful. I got bored quickly while waiting, and at some point, I got up to use the bathroom. More just to kill time than for actually needing to urinate. But when I got into the bathroom, I just about ran out then and there. And God, I should have. It was filthier than any public restroom I've ever seen. Even those rundown gas station bathrooms that people do all sorts of stuff inside of. The toilet seat was crusted over with something, but at least there was enough toilet paper to cover it up so I could sit. But that wasn't even the worst part. I was in the middle of my urination when I felt something bite my ankle. I reflexively kicked my leg out, just to see a jumbo-sized rat fly up and hit the stall door, fall down and smack against the floor, then scurry away like he'd been the victim. I immediately clinched up and pulled my pants back on and rushed out of that horrible stall. I went to wash my hands, but there was not a drop of soap in the dispenser. Worse still, when I looked down into the sink. I saw an army of cockroaches crawling out of the drain. At that point, I knew there was no point in trying to rinse off my hands. Every second I spent in that cesspit was just making me dirty. I stormed out of the bathroom ready to tear that old creep a new one, but he was somehow ahead of me. At the moment he saw me, he climbed on top of the counter and started screaming with my food in hand, dangling it out toward my face.
Here's your food, sweetheart. Come and grab it like I'm your boyfriend.
I marched up and snatched the food out of his hands before he could get the bright idea to start throwing it around like a crazy person.
Shut up, sicko! What the hell is wrong with you?
I made no indication that I wanted to continue speaking with him. I had my food and all I wanted to do was eat it, so maybe I could still get the little taste of home and make the best of this awful situation. I picked out a table in the far corner of the restaurant. At first glance, everything seemed to be in order. I had my drink, my sandwich, and my fries. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for me to notice that something was terribly wrong. And I'm not talking about flat soda or soggy fries. As I took my first bite of the sandwich, I noticed an unusual, unsettling chewy texture. It sent a chill down my spine, like when you find an unexpected tendon in a bite of meat. I spat it out immediately. I looked first at the half-chewed pile and saw a dark spot that shouldn't have been there. My first thought was that something had burned. I threw the sandwich down on the table and pulled it apart. The top bun was fine, and so was the fillet. For a second I thought I was tricking myself, but then I saw on the bottom side of the bottom bun that dark crescent shape. I picked at it thinking it was char, but it didn't flake away. I took a closer look and saw what looked like the shape of a tail and tiny little whiskers poking out of the bread. Still in disbelief, I pinched it and carefully pulled the object out of the bun. There, I held it up in my hand, and my jaw dropped. It was a baby rat with a tiny bite taken out of it. My stomach convulsed and I started dry heaving. At the same time, I couldn't stop myself from screaming. Somehow I had the wherewithal in that moment to snap a picture of the situation. But I didn't stay sane for very long. Knowing what I bit into and almost swallowed thoroughly broke my mind. I could hardly eat for weeks following the incident. I kept waking up from nightmares of baby rats spawning in my stomach and crawling out of my throat. Things have gotten better now, but I still haven't fully recovered from the PTSD. Of course, I'm suing everyone involved with the situation for everything they had, and I won't rest until that place is bulldozed and that crazy old creep gets thrown in the nursing home for the criminally insane that he belongs in. On November 25th, 2016, a Pennsylvania woman claimed that she found a small mouse which was baked into her Chick-fil-A sandwich. This is the alleged photograph of the sandwich in question. You can clearly see a mouse infused in the bun. Here's another image of the mouse separated. The woman was treated at a nearby hospital for extreme nausea and has since filed a lawsuit.
This story was inspired by a robbery of a Chick-fil-A restaurant caught on camera. Here, you can see two bandits crawling towards the back of the kitchen, where they attempt to rob a safe. Here's a dramatized animation of the occurrence. While enjoying a Chick-fil-A deluxe sandwich, I was lost in a realm of flavors exploding in every bite. However, I instantly woke up to the sound of my friend's voice saying, "Psst, hey, are you thinking what I'm thinking?" He leaned in closer, apparently vigilant of his surroundings, and whispered, "This place is loaded, man, I'm sure of it. Why don't we—" I already knew what he was about to propose, and so I butted in and said, "I see where this is going, all right? I thought we talked about this and swore we would never go back to our old ways." "Shh! You're not seeing the bigger picture here, Malik. We don't have to work for the next 5 months if we get our hands on this baby," he said, eyeing the door with the staff-only sign. "I told you, Darius, I'm done. Didn't you get enough of going to jail? I already promised my mama that I'm starting on a clean slate, all right? I'm not doing this anymore." As I went back to finish my chicken sandwich, Darius snatched it from me, threw it on the floor, and stepped on it with his foot. It happened so fast that I couldn't turn my eyes away from the sandwich. Then, he stood up, grabbed me by the collar, and said, "You'll be able to pay off all your mama's debt if you do this, Malik. Look here, this isn't for me, okay? Look at me when I'm talking to you." He slapped me hard on the face, which might have caused the attention of some of the staff and other customers in the joint. "Way to go, wise guy. Do you want the whole restaurant to hear you? Huh? I replied, anxious about other people hearing Darius's devious idea. In an attempt to calm down, Darius took a seat and whispered, "What I was trying to say was don't do this for me. Do this to help your loved ones and yourself, okay? Besides, if you chicken out, I know where your mama lives, Malik." "What are you trying to say?" "All I'm saying is that I know people who do a lot of dirty stuff, and with a single word I can get them to pay your mama a little visit, if you know what I mean." I leaned closer and whispered, "Don't you dare go near my mama, you hear me?" His confidence and composure intact, I couldn't help but feel that I was right at the edge of a cliff. So overwhelmed by temptation and pressure, I sighed in frustration and said, "Fine, I'll do it. I need the money too, anyway." "Of course you do. We both need this, man," he replied with a smirk. After paying the bill, we left the restaurant to plan our strategy at Darius's apartment. Then, when all was set, we returned to Chick-fil-A that night and made sure that all the staff had clocked out and that no one else was in sight. The streets were silent, so with our tools in the bag, we broke in by smashing one of the windows. As we entered the restaurant through the kitchen, we had to keep our heads down, crawling across the tiled floors. I can't believe I'm actually doing this. What if we get caught? Nettled by my whining, Darius replied, "There aren't any guards at this time, so rest assured that it's only the two of us here." From the kitchen, we arrived at the central area intended for customers, surrounded by tables and chairs. But unlike the brightly lit ambiance that once resided here, the entire place was shrouded in darkness, our path guided by several dim lights, casting shadows on the corners of the room. Moments later, I heard the sound of metal clanging, resonating from the kitchen. "Darius! Psst! Did you hear that? I think we better go back and rethink our strategy." "Stop being so paranoid, will ya? It must have been some rodent or something. I need you to focus, Malik." Right in front of us were glass windows aligned with an entryway, also made of glass, meaning that if someone decided to take a peek, Darius and I would be sitting ducks. Upon nearing the counter, I noticed a dark figure with the contours of a man standing on a sidewalk just across the Chick-fil-A restaurant, and he appeared to be looking in our direction. "Darius," I whispered. "Fall back. I think we need to get the hell out of here." "What is it with you this time?" I pointed to the man across the street, but all that Darius said was, "Don't mind him. He's just one of those homeless people wandering the streets at night." "Jeez. What makes you so sure?" "One more word from you, Malik, and I'll beat you to a pulp, even if that means going back to jail." Despite my reluctance, I decided to take Darius's word for it and forced myself to turn a blind eye, even though my heart was pounding like crazy. Then, when we finally reached the counter, Darius told me, "All right, now this is where I need you the most, Malik. Don't you dare screw this up." He gave me instructions to be on the lookout for anyone peeking. So, while Darius was busy drilling the safe, I remained lying on my stomach like a spotter in the military force with a knife in my hand. Every now and then, cars would pass by, so I made sure to keep my head down the entire time to avoid grabbing anyone's attention. Then, amidst the drilling noise, I could hear the sound of lights flickering and electrical lines sparking, making me all the more anxious, afraid that Darius and I might accidentally start a fire. Moments later, I noticed another car passing by, but unlike the others, this one appeared to be slowing down right in front of the restaurant. "Darius, stop drilling, I mean it. A man just stopped his car in front of the restaurant. It could be a cop." My heart throbbed faster as I saw a man exit the vehicle with a flashlight and a crowbar in his hands, motioning towards the Chick-fil-A. Darius was on standby, holding his driller while remaining silent. Then, moments later, the guy approached the glass door, in which I quickly crawled backwards to stay out of sight. But before he could take a peek, his phone rang, and he went back to his car and drove off. After he left, Darius went back to drilling until he opened the safe. Then we made a run for it as soon as we filled the bag with cash. The following day, we were both on the news. Luckily, since we wore masks and gloves, the investigators couldn't identify who we were. However, with the recollection of that frightful night, I would forever be traumatized by this experience. I still don't know if that man with the crowbar was another fellow bandit or just some off-duty employee. Nonetheless, Darius would continue to threaten me to do his dirty work till this day, and there is no way for me to escape.
You don't understand, do you? I have Chick-fil-A every single day.
The next story was inspired by a viral clip online with a Subway employee acting out of pocket for the camera in hopes of doing what most young individuals do for fame. Of course, nothing good ever comes out of this, but it was quite the feat to watch, as it shows what lengths people are willing to do to get notoriety. Here's a dramatized animation of what went down. I loved Subway because of its fresh ingredients. Moreover, it was the perfect way to have a hearty meal if I didn't have time to cook dinner at home. So on one particular night, I decided to drop by a place I called Heaven and was disturbed at the sight of a man glued to his phone, snickering while he was on the job. His eyes often twitched like he had BEB or some other neurological disorder causing involuntary muscle spasms. And although it was just a hunch, something about the way he smiled made me think he was up to no good. Every now and then he would giggle under his breath like a maniac, while his eyes remained fixated on me. And speaking of his eyes, they were round and strained with dark circles surrounding the contours, making me think he was either under the influence of some kind of substance or suffering from over-fatigue. What a creep, I thought to myself, since there was nothing funny for him to laugh about. So I struggled between sympathy and perturbation, wondering if I should go out and look for another Subway branch instead. But it was already far into the night, and the next Subway was a few miles from here, which would make it impossible for me to reach it if I had to walk on foot. I was certain this was a new guy, because I'd been here many times before and acquainted myself with all the staff, including the manager. So, despite my slight agitation, I approached the counter and attempted to break the ice to make myself feel comfortable. "Hey man, how's your day so far?" He didn't say a word. The only thing I noticed was that this guy couldn't stop giggling like a constant ringtone that ruined my auditory experience. Then, out of the blue, he asked,
"You want a footlong, Daddy?"
I didn't know if that was some kind of slang or not, but I didn't like the way he said it. So I frowned at him, but noticed that he was actually pleased by this. Moments later, he said,
"What would you like in that footlong, Daddy? We got tomatoes, onions, spinach, peppers, and my favorite, Burger King foot lettuce. Or should I say Subway foot lettuce?"
Annoyed, I replied, "I'm here for turkey and tuna, and make it quick. You hear me?" My blood boiling, I clenched my fist as I used every fiber of my being to restrain myself. I heard my voice reverberate, filling the empty corners of the restaurant. That's when I realized that I was all alone with this creep, imagining the worst-case scenario where he might be capable of slashing someone's throat when provoked. So I relaxed my shoulders and attempted to regain composure. I then apologized for raising my tone, to which he gave the most unusual reply. First, he stretched a baleful grin and laughed like a mentally incapacitated person. Then, with lightning speed, the creep organized the condiments, his eyes glued to me the entire time. Moments later, he said,
"Here's your order, sir. 1 footlong at your disposal, Daddy."
"Stop calling me that! I'm not your daddy!" I replied, determined to leave the restaurant. I looked at the sub he gave me, but having lost my appetite, I crumpled the cash and threw it on the counter, showing him that I wasn't okay with his bizarre attitude. Then, my heart sank as I peeked through the windows. Outside, I could already hear thunderstorms nearby, giving me some anxiety. No, please no, I told myself, thinking of the inevitable. Then, just when I was about to exit, heavy bags of water poured down, covering the area in torrential rain and strong winds. Unfortunately, it didn't seem like it would let up anytime soon, and since I lived 15 blocks away from Subway, I couldn't risk getting myself soaked because that would mean losing my beloved sandwich. My indignation swelling, I instantly regretted leaving my car at home. The weather forecast didn't mention anything about heavy rains, so I thought it would be the perfect time to take a stroll and have some exercise. Plus, it felt good to be able to save on gasoline. However, clearly, I was wrong. Moments later, the staff member still behind the counter chortled, glancing in my direction. Then he said, "It looks like you have no other option but to stay here and eat that footlong. After all, you wouldn't want the sub to get soggy, would you now, Daddy?" At first, I thought I could book an Uber car. However, based on experience, it was immensely arduous to get a hold of one under these dreadful weather conditions. So, after a while, the creep spoke again. "Come on, don't be shy. Take a seat and enjoy your sandwich. We've got plenty of empty chairs for you to choose from." The only thing I could cling to at the moment was patience, and so, averting my gaze, I picked a seat next to the window. Then, listening to the constant downpour outside, I decided to open up the wrapper and dig into my sub. As soon as I took my first bite, I noticed the man stifle a laugh, and in his hand he held a cell phone directed toward me. I couldn't tell if he was taking a photo or a video of me, but either way, there was nothing normal about it. I wanted to enjoy eating my sandwich since it was the only good thing I had at the moment. So I did my best to turn a blind eye and focus all my attention on my delightful sub. Then, unable to contain his excitement, the creep suddenly burst into laughter, and from that point on, I had lost it entirely. I put down the sub, and with my mouth still full, I yelled, "Why in the hell are you laughing, you creep?" It took a while for him to gather himself. Then, moments later, nearly choking on his saliva, he said, "Man, you're the best! And the funny thing is you don't even know it!" Unable to restrain my anger any further, I went straight to the counter and confronted the guy, saying, "Are you trying to pick a fight with me, dude? Leave me the hell alone or I'll beat the crap out of you!" Then, without a tinge of reluctance, he leaped over the counter and sauntered towards me, saying, "Are you sure about that? I could do far worse if you don't watch your mouth, Daddy." Threatened, I took my sub and ran out of the restaurant, hoping the creep didn't follow me. Then, as I arrived home, I sat on the couch, and while munching on my sub, I browsed some TikTok videos on my phone. I encountered a couple of weird dance videos here and there, but none of them were as frightening as this TikToker who posted videos of him stepping on the restaurant's condiments with his dirty shoes and partially drinking Gatorade from the fridge and putting it back afterwards. But the most vexing of them all was his video of aligning condiments along the sides of an unflushed toilet, wet with urine and other substances. I gasped in horror as he smiled proudly, taking a video of himself with the ingredients in the background. And what made it even worse was that it was the same guy from the subway. I couldn't help but gag, putting away my phone. Then I threw away the remaining sandwich I had brought home. A few days later, I saw the creep on the news, and it said that he had already been fired. Unfortunately, the subway he worked for closed down because of him, and I had to veer away from the restaurant, trying to forget that creep and what he could have potentially done to my sub.
Could you be a little more generous with the damn condiments? I haven't eaten all.
I've been working at DQ for a long time now. However, I never really enjoyed working there because it was an old rundown venue. And by rundown, I mean, the entire place was decaying. But it didn't end there. Even when I was supposed to take a leak, I felt like doing it outside because the restroom was awful, and the foul stench from the toilets made me want to vomit. However, roaches shamelessly crawled everywhere across the sinks and kitchen tables. So, seeing that this establishment was still running and open to the public, the worst part was that I was always the last one to leave and work alongside my socially awkward colleague, whom I never really understood. It's safe to say that all of us at DQ kept our distance from the guy. He seemed almost invisible even to our manager, and the only time I saw him was when only 2 of us were left in the restaurant. Unfortunately, no one wanted to stay long enough to help, not even the manager. So, I was stuck with this creepy looking kid named Frank. I called him a kid because he looked 5 years younger than me, but we never really had a meaningful conversation in the many years I worked there. Meanwhile, I called him creepy because it always seemed like he was in a world of his own. He had the strange habit of looking blankly into space, his head and hands fidgeting like he had a psychomotor condition, and it looked even creepier whenever I was alone at the counter while his back was turned against me. He would always gaze outside the drive-thru window, waiting for some poor soul to drop by and give their order. However, if I were to be more optimistic about this, I noticed that he was always on time despite his weirdness. Then again, it didn't change that he smelled like he hadn't showered in days. In fact, he smelled so bad that he had the scent of a rat's decomposing corpse. Staying near him made me want to throw up. So, it was practical to keep my distance, but if there was anything I appreciated more than his punctuality, it would be all the moments when he insisted on closing up shop, asking me to head home first. Once, I tried to spark a conversation and said,
"Thanks for always taking the initiative, dude, but can I ask why you never want me to close the shop?"
It took him a while to respond. Then, he said,
"Does it matter? You get to go home sooner than later, right?"
"Fine, have it your way then."
I said, "Of course." I was only trying to be friendly since no one else at work had the will to approach him. But with that attitude, I immediately understood why he was a loner. Then, over time, when I started showing up earlier than usual at work, I was surprised to see that Frank was already there. And I thought it was odd, because Frank often had to close up shop at around 2 in the morning. So, I wondered how he could have very little sleep and still manage to come at 5 a.m. One night, while driving home, I checked my pocket and panicked when I didn't find my wallet there. I stopped the car as it rained heavily outside, but as I searched thoroughly inside the vehicle, I was frustrated to find out that I had left it back in the restaurant. So, I drove back to that dilapidated place they call a restaurant and decided to enter through the back door. It was already about 2 a.m. and I was so exhausted, but I thought Frank had already gone home since it was so late. So, holding my flashlight, I took out the keys and opened the door. I crept inside as quietly as possible as I headed for the lockers. Then, while taking my stuff, I heard what I could only describe as a snarling sound. I was caught off guard, my adrenaline pumping like crazy. So, I first thought of a bear or a squirrel getting in, and if that were the case, I needed something to drive them away. Therefore, I picked up a mop and held it up in a defensive position as I sauntered quietly toward the source of the sound. Unfortunately, the lights were all out, so I could only rely on my flashlight. But as I crouched behind the counter and took a peek inside the kitchen, my jaw dropped at the sight of what appeared to be a feral animal with clothes on. It was definitely human, but what terrified me was that I recognized the initial DQ logo on the back of the man's shirt. My heart stopped when the man turned to face me, revealing it to be none other than Frank eating ice cream like a psychotic maniac. He didn't say a word. Instead, he gave me a sinister grin with eyes that were round and strained. Then, as I backpedaled, Frank charged at me, pumping my adrenaline even more as I ran the hell out of there. Moments later, I reached the car and drove off as the lunatic ran after me. He was like a freaking athlete who went nuts. I was so petrified that I couldn't tell my boss or the cops. Since Frank didn't cause me any physical injuries, there was nothing I could report. Therefore, I kept it a secret. However, the next day, my boss called me up. frantically telling me that the restaurant was on fire and that he had no choice but to lay off all employees. After the cops conducted the investigation, they speculated the high probability was that squatters had been living in DQ's basement, which caused the fire. But I knew exactly who was behind this, and now it became clear why he was always punctual, had a foul scent, and always initiated to close the shop. This story was inspired by an incident that happened at a Dairy Queen in South London on December 4th of 2021. It was alleged that the once popular ice cream destination went up in flames on a Friday night. At the scene, a fire inspector mentioned that there was evidence that squatters have been inside the building and had been living in there. The restaurant has since been demolished.
The following story is just downright terrifying. It involves a Taco Bell employee and this random creep who you can see in this video clip, who appears to be attempting to break a Taco Bell. It's what the estranged man does after, is what makes this story chilling. Here's what it looked like. I've been working at the Taco Bell in Atlanta for a few years now. I usually work the night shifts because it's slower paced due to the lack of customers around this time. However, the downfall is that you're more than likely to serve a creep, especially around this side of town. It's Taco Bell's policy that anyone is welcome to come sit inside, as long as they purchase something on our menu. I loathe the policy, as it attracts a lot of crackheads and hobos who just buy a small soda or water. Another plausible excuse to loiter as long as they want it, which literally made the workplace feel as if I was working in a homeless shelter. It wouldn't be an issue if they only sat for an hour or so. However, most of these customers tend to overstay, leaving myself and fellow coworkers to work overtime and clean up after them. The month of December had just begun. It was a snowy day when one of our creepy and erratic regulars came in and stood at the front of the counter, just staring at me. This wasn't his first rodeo with us, but tonight seemed a bit more uneasy than usual. He was easily taller than me, and his eyes were always bulged out, as though he were on something. He kept a hood over his head, so I never knew if he was bald or not. As other customers entered the Taco Bell, the creep would just stand there and let them butt ahead to order their meal. His unsettling gaze never broke, as he deeply stared into my soul. The awkward stare down then transitioned to an abrupt demand for free food. "Give me some free tacos! I'm a loyal customer, so I deserve free food!" "Dude, I can't give you free food just because you come in every night." "Give me tacos, now!" "Loyal customers buy things. You don't. You need to leave." Every night for the entire month of December, this creep came in at the exact same time and would beg every staff member for free tacos, sometimes for hours. He would stare me down, approach the counter, and demand free food, like we were in debt to him or something. It was fortunate that any time I told him to leave, he did. But when it was the end of my shift, I was always terrified to walk to my car. During close, I had the responsibility of escorting all customers while I shut off the lights and locked up the restaurant. For night shift employees, we were advised to park as far away from the building. That way we could avoid any potential creeps lurking the street. Each night I walked to my car, I had this eerie feeling of being watched. I would always tuck my keys in between my fingers and speed walk as fast as possible to my vehicle. The feelings of anxiety subsided when I got into my car and left the parking lot. When I got home, I would take a shower and fall asleep to friends. The combination of a nice hot shower and comedy calmed me down and allowed me to face the next night. But unfortunately, any self-care remedies wouldn't stop that same creep from showing up at the Taco Bell. The exact same thing happened again. The man would awkwardly stare me down and demand free food. "Give me some free food, goddammit!" "No! You're upsetting the other customers. Please leave." "I want free food." "I'm not giving you free food just because you walk in here. I don't even get free food."
Make me a taco now! Get the hell out of here or I'm calling the cops!
I pulled out my phone, and he left. That whole night, I had to deal with the anxiety of my shift ending and potentially encountering that guy again. I genuinely hated being the last one out every night and considered asking one of my coworkers to take the closing deed, but I didn't. I just mustered up any courage left in my manhood and decided to face the noise when the dreaded hour came where I would have to turn off the lights and lock up. Strangely enough, I didn't have the feeling of being watched. The night was quiet, but nothing foul lingered in the air. I kept my guard up until I got to my car and went home. I was called into work the next morning by the daytime manager. They didn't tell me what was going on until I arrived. I followed him into the office where he was reviewing security footage from the night before. He gestured for me to sit, and we reviewed the footage together. My eyes amplified in horror as I watched the very same creep that had been harassing me every night this month crawl through the drive-thru window. According to the time, this was after I threatened to call the cops. My stomach dropped as I realized he'd been hiding in the restaurant while I was closing the entire time. He could have done anything to me, and thank God he didn't. As the building was deserted, he proceeded to fire up the grills and cook himself an entire meal. He ate everything he cooked and then laid down on the floor, falling asleep. We fast-forwarded the footage about 5 hours when the man had awoken. Again, he snuck out the window, but didn't leave empty-handed. It was reported that he had stolen a tablet and laptop. I explained to the manager that this guy has been coming in every night this month to badger me about giving him free food, and how I refused every time. The drive-thru window now has an automated lock on it to ensure this doesn't happen again. Despite the automated lock and the creep never showing his face again, I still felt uneasy every night. It's been a few months now and I still get quivers every time I lock up or hear someone enter the taco. Working at McDonald's has ruined my life. I thought it would just be a way to save money for the future while I studied at my local college, but it turned out to be the thing that ripped my future from my grasp. It all started in the summertime. I was working the drive-thru window, which is as mundane of a routine as anything else you can do at McDonald's. All the orders were passing through my hands and into car windows in one monotonous blur, just like any other day. But despite the sheer number of people that passed by me during that shift, there was one individual who stuck out. The driver of the vehicle she was in was nothing special, just her whipped boyfriend. But her, I remember her. She had this awful helmet-looking wig of ketchup red hair, which just did not go with the rest of her style whatsoever. I tried not to stare. I looked up to the screen where the orders came through to see what they got. Her boyfriend got a Big Mac meal with a large Sprite, and she got a 10-piece McNugget meal with a large High C. That may not seem relevant, but I only say this because I know for a fact that I did everything within my responsibility to make sure they got what they were supposed to. I handed over the drinks first. Then I held out the bag of food. I expected her boyfriend in the driver's seat to grab it, but instead, she reached over and snatched it out of my hands, giving me this dirty, ravenous look as she did it. I see some weird things in the drive-thru, so that barely registered anyway. "Have a nice day," They sped off out of the drive-thru, and I thought I'd never see them again. I was wrong. The woman with the ridiculously red hair walked inside not a minute later. I saw her as I was grabbing a McFlurry cup from the front. She was standing with her hands at her hips, impatiently waiting to speak to a manager in a very evident manner. By the time I'd made the McFlurry, the manager was with her. I wasn't really paying attention, but I could see she was being nasty for no good reason. I don't know what kind of day the manager was having, but he wasn't having any of this woman's attitude. They started screaming at each other.
You come into my establishment and you insult my employees. What the hell do you think you're doing in here? I ought to take you out back and rip your damn wig off, you piece of shit!
Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her spit in the manager's eye, to which he slapped her in the face. He immediately regretted throwing hands and disappeared from the counter to go hide in his office. That's when the crazy woman went berserk. She started hollering at the top of her lungs, pushing stuff off the counter and throwing random objects into the kitchen. She threw over a cup of straws, spilling them all over the floor.
What, y'all think I'm stupid? Think I can't count? I got a 10-piece, not a 9-piece. Maybe I rip off one of your fingers and see how you feel about it.
She was making an awful scene. At that point, I couldn't help but look. Several of my co-workers went to the counter to try and calm her down or get her out of the restaurant, but she was inconsolable. She pulled on one of those plexiglass barriers that hangs in front of the cash register and hurled it towards somebody. It nearly stabbed their eye out. Still, the corner of the plexiglass sliced them in the temple, spurting blood all down their shirt.
Let me see that witch that gave me my food. Come on, she needs a good beating.
I realized she was talking about me. And that's when she jumped the counter. She locked eyes with me at the window and lunged, but she was caught by a small crowd of employees who got a hold of her and threw her out the door. But she came back. Several times she came back, actually. Every time we thought she was gone, she would storm back in and throw something else at the people in the kitchen. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the manager came out and yelled at her.
The cops are on their way! You really want to throw your life away over one chicken nugget?
At that, she disappeared. The cops showed up about an hour later, asked a few questions, and took a copy of the security footage. I thought she would eventually get fined a few grand or spend a few nights in jail, but we never got word that she'd been caught. 3 or 4 months passed, the season changed, and I pretty much forgot about the whole thing. Pretty much everyone moved on, even the cops. Then, one day, I was working the drive-thru again, and I saw her. She came back with her boyfriend and ordered the exact same thing. My heart sank to the floor when she came up to the window. I recognized her immediately. She still wore that same awful red wig, but this time she was even more insane looking. She stared me down with this creepy, deranged smile, like some kind of psycho would look at their next victim. But she didn't say anything. She just took her food and drove off slowly, looking at me through the window until they were out of sight. I thought about calling the cops, but I figured she would leave once she counted all 10 of her nuggets. It gave me a jolt, forcing me to remember her littler rampage back in August, but after a while I wasn't thinking about it. Several hours passed and the sun went down. Then I was done with my shift. Right before I walked out the door, I remembered that I'd seen her that day. Just as a precaution, I got out my keychain and clutched the little pink bottle of pepper spray. I'd had this thing since I was a sophomore in high school, about 6 years, so I was sure it was expired, but I figured it would be good enough. I pushed open the door and walked out with long, quick strides headed for my car. Within seconds, I heard her walking behind me, racing to catch up with me, coming up so quickly that I was sure she was about to attack. Instinctively, I turned around and sprayed her straight in the eyes. Without bothering to linger for any reason, I turned back and ran to my car. As I fumbled with my keys looking for the unlock button, I looked back to the woman with the insanely colored hair. She was still standing, but she was staggering. I saw her wipe her eyes vigorously and spit on the ground. Then she looked straight at me. Her eyes were bloodshot, all the skin around them swollen and red and covered in thick tears. She bared her teeth like a rabid animal, drooling. She screamed horridly, then charged at me unhindered. I pulled open the car door and jumped inside, locking it behind me. I thought I was safe, but before I could even calm my nerves enough to start my car, I saw a rock bashing into the window, smashing it like a wine glass. I shrieked, and then her hands came through the window. They grabbed me by the hair and yanked me through the door, all over the shards of glass and dropping me on the pavement while still grasping at my scalp. She struck me in the face repeatedly, using her nails like claws, cutting my face and eyes, splitting my lip and scarring my cheeks.
This will teach you to disrespect me, you little punk. You gon' remember me.
I don't know how long I was taking that for. I didn't fight back. I just clutched my car keys so she wouldn't steal it. Eventually, I heard my manager come out and start yelling. That's when the crazy woman dropped me to the ground and ran off, disappearing once again. And what's worse, the police still haven't found her. They don't care enough about me to go looking, I guess. But she ruined my life. I quit my job after that day, and I moved back into my parents' house. I even missed my college graduation because my face was so messed up. I'm too scared to go outside. I'm just worried that I'm going to run into her, and she'll recognize me all over again.
The customer begins to argue with a worker over her order. There is no audio, but witnesses told police that the customer became verbally abusive toward the staff. That's when the situation turned violent. The customer tried to get behind the counter and had to be pushed back out the door by other workers. When she couldn't get behind the counter, she started throwing things. For the next 4 minutes, the woman with the red hair threw everything she could get her hands on over the counter. Wet floor signs, a trash can, plastic order numbers, another wet floor sign. Before leaving the restaurant, she grabs a big promotional sign and heaves it over the counter. Then she finally walks out.
My life was sad enough before all this happened, but now it's gotten even worse than I ever thought it could. I've been stuck working at a dead-end job at Arby's for a few years now. I guess I didn't get the right degree or something. Instead, I started working in the same business as my mother. She's been working at Arby's ever since I was little. I always hated seeing her break her back in this grease joint, and from the moment I started working with her, I dreaded getting stuck in the same endless cycle. So I vowed to only work there until I could find a better job. Like I said, however, that was years ago. Now, I'm just some schmuck who works at Arby's and still lives with his mom. Things got worse a few months ago though, out of the blue. Arby's corporate contacted my mom and asked her to transfer to some other location in Louisiana of all places. We live in Houston, so that's a pretty big ask, but apparently, there was no other manager available that could handle the absolute catastrophe that was this Arby's. They offered a hefty pay raise and said it would only last a month, until they could find a new manager. I still tried to talk my mom out of it, but she wanted the money. I certainly wasn't going to let her do it alone though. My younger brother had just graduated from high school, so my mom and I put him in charge of watching over the younger kids while we were gone so much. I did all the driving to make it easier on my mom, but God, that commute was hell. Multiple hours both ways to work in one of the worst places in the country. Not to mention the fact that working there made working at the Arby's back in Houston seem like a cakewalk. There's basically nowhere else to eat in a 10-mile radius, so this place was ridiculously busy for being in the middle of nowhere. The customer base was pretty much the bottom of the barrel of human society as well, slinging sandwich after sandwich to an endless sea of fiends who ate it up like nice big crystals of their favorite life-ruining substance. They loitered in and around the shop, moaning and drooling like zombies, pissing and crapping all over the floors all the time, banging on the glass like complete morons because they couldn't figure out how to pull the doors instead of pushing them. Of course, any normal person that came in would be relentlessly harassed for spare change or cigarettes or pills or to just straight up eat the food they just bought. I know this all sounds pretty crass. I wish I had the capacity to feel sorry for them, but I just can't. I spent most of my time thinking about them, worrying if one of them is going to have a violent psychotic episode and flip out on my mom and hurt her. Unsurprisingly, with such a horde of freaks hanging around all the time, the restaurant itself is in horrible condition. I have no idea how the health inspector keeps letting this place stay in business, but on top of the health hazards, we've got workplace hazards as well. Worst of all is the freezer. The thermostat was straight up broken because it gets colder than any other walk-in I've ever experienced. It's like walking straight into the Arctic. It's great for keeping things cold, but I don't even think the rats that lurked around there could bear going in there. Anyone who steps foot in it gets straight up sick from the cold in about 2 minutes. The door, however, was busted. We used a screwdriver as a prop to keep it cracked open, and sometimes we jam a box of cooking oil in it. According to everyone who worked there longer than us, it's been broken for a long time and the owners refuse to fix it for whatever reason. Despite multiple work orders being put in for repairs, I worked my tail off in that awful place for the whole month we were supposed to be there. But then we got screwed over and forced to stay longer. By the beginning of the 3rd month, I was a shell of my former self. One evening, I was so drained that my mom took me off grill duty and traded positions with me so I wouldn't burn myself. She knows how to do everything, and I can run a register with my eyes closed. I remember feeling like I was one of the zombies myself as I stood there for the last few hours of my shift, checking out customer after customer, slowly dozing off and getting more and more delirious. In my sleep-deprived state, everything started to feel really weird. I kept hearing this banging sound. It was like how the crazy loiterers would bang on the glass, but it sounded different. I decided to just brush it off, itching to clock out so I could just leave this dump of a place. Eventually, I was startled back to consciousness as my watch went off, telling me it was finally closing time. I realized I was alone in the restaurant. All the customers had left. Even the other employees had gone home early. Plus, it was eerily silent now. I went looking for my mom to see what I could do to help her close, but I couldn't seem to find her. She wasn't in the bathrooms, nor was she in the kitchen. Then it dawned on me. My heart sank as I ran to the freezer and pulled open the door, only to see my worst nightmare realized. My mom was frozen solid. Ever since then, I've lived with the guilt of not opening the door to save her in time. I'm now working back in Houston at least, but it's still at Arby's. I'm hoping the wrongful death lawsuit I'm filing against Arby's corporate will come through with some monetary compensation. They knew full well that the place was a death trap and did nothing about it for years. Still, it'll never bring my mom back. This story was inspired by a tragic incident that went down on May 11th at a Louisiana Arby's. A man named Nguyen Lee and his mother Nuette Lee worked regularly at a Arby's in Houston, but relocated to Louisiana for a month at the fast food chain's request. The Louisiana assignment was extended, and her son Nguyen relocated there as well so he could work with his mom. During one of the shifts, the mom was stuck behind the freezer due to the door being broken, and eventually froze to death before her son could find her. The Lee family has since filed a lawsuit against Arby's, alleging that the store's freezer door had been broken since August of 2022, and that employees used a screwdriver to open and close the door, and even used a box of oil to help keep the freezer door open. I used to get McDonald's coffee almost every morning on my way to work. However, something recently happened to me that might be the end of me being able to ever enjoy a cup of coffee again. Like any normal day, I went through the drive-thru of my local McDonald's and got my usual order before going to the office. But on that day, something about that cup of coffee was just off. It was still drinkable, but it was more bitter than usual and had a bit of a rancidness to it. I figured the coffee was expired and the bad taste could be covered up by some cream or sugar, and so I went back to the drive-thru and grabbed a few of them. I really thought everything would be fine after that, but to my disappointment, the coffee still didn't taste right. Each sip was like choking down piss or sewage water. It was that bad. I started to feel like I was becoming one of those people on the internet that got messed up after having the grimace shake. But all I was having was a cup of coffee. At first, I was just disgusted by the taste. But once I had enough of that stuff in me, my whole body started to reject what I drank. Suddenly, it became obvious that I had no choice but to pull over and throw on the hazard lights to prepare for what was about to happen to me. As soon as I stopped, I frantically crawled over the passenger seat and pushed the door open. A moment later, as my head hung out of the car, the floodgates opened. I unleashed the most unholy and powerful stream of vomit I have ever witnessed come out of somebody's mouth. My whole body wrung itself out with each convulsion, again and again, each time forcing me to retaste that awful coffee. I felt like I was moments away from drowning in my own uncontrollable projectile vomit. The sheer force of it made it splash everywhere and coat the inside of my car, as well as my face and all my clothes. Unfortunately, as I gasped for air and tried to get a hold of myself, I slipped out of my car and fell right into the gigantic pile of it. The overwhelming disgust I felt at that moment made me start throwing up all over again. I kept thinking I didn't have anything left in me, but then out of nowhere, there was more. It wasn't long before someone pulled over and asked if I needed any help, but I couldn't speak for several minutes. I just kept hurling. At some point, they offered me some water which I used to rinse out my mouth, only for my stomach to push out another surge of bile. Before I knew it, I had become some sort of spectacle for a small group of people on the side of the road. Of course, most of them kept themselves at a safe distance, but some guy kept asking me if I needed an ambulance. But I didn't need an ambulance. I needed the police. I whipped my car around and sped all the way back to the McDonald's. The whole time I kept looking at the coffee in my cup holder and thinking that it must have been laced with poison. When I got back to the McDonald's, I cut in front of the line and demanded an explanation from the staff.
What the hell did you serve me? It's just coffee, sir. Don't play dumb with me. I know you put something in there. Tell me. I don't know what you're talking about. Please calm down.
I didn't want to play stupid with him all day, so I took the lid off the cup and looked inside. About half of it was gone, but floating on the surface was the most unmistakable sight of the most disturbing, horrifying thing I have ever seen. It was a dead, rotting mouse stuck to the bottom of the cup. The sight of it sent me into a third bout of uncontrollable vomiting, which took me a long time to recover from. I was in disbelief, and yet it made perfect sense. If that McDonald's had a rodent infestation, the stupid managers probably stuffed the place full of rat poison and figured it would solve the problem, until one of the poisoned mice crawled inside of a cup and croaked in there, just for some drowsy minimum wage worker to be completely oblivious as they poured the coffee right over it. The police were called because of the scene I caused. I ended up choosing to file a report against the McDonald's location, and I've been fighting with them ever since. They must have paid off some health inspectors, because they released a statement claiming there was no evidence of any pest problem whatsoever, and that what happened to me was an isolated incident they are not responsible for. I know I'll get them one day, because I have concrete photo evidence to prove their negligence. I missed work for a week because of how sick I was, and my car has never smelled the same. Since then, I'm still waiting to be compensated. I don't even know if I'll ever be able to enjoy coffee again. This story was inspired by a horrifying incident that happened to a Fredericton man who actually found a dead mouse inside his McDonald's coffee cup. Here's an image of it below. The man stated that when he picked up a cup of coffee from a local McDonald's restaurant on his way to work, he was contently sipping his coffee when he found a small mouse in the bottom of the cup. When brought to the attention of McDonald's, a pest control company allegedly found no evidence of any rodent issues in the building and has mentioned that they are continuing to investigate the isolated incident.
खस देखने तो दे भाई अरे पूछना किस तू किस दो मिनट किस
The next story was inspired by a video of a customer showcasing his Domino's pizza, except to contain an extra selection of topping than what he initially ordered. For all the Domino's pizza lovers, sorry in advance. More details at the end of the story. I know it shouldn't be a competition, but I think I have the saddest life out of anyone I know. It wasn't always this way. I was once skinny and in love, with the perfect job and a promising future. It's nobody's fault but my own that I threw all of those things away for nothing. It was the pizza that did it. No, it wasn't the pizza. It was me. The pizza was just an unhealthy coping mechanism that I latched onto when I got depressed. To be specific, the Domino's pizza. I used to work at Domino's, which gave me an almost unlimited access to all the pizza I could eat. I missed that job. Working there was probably the happiest time of my life. It's where I met the woman of my dreams, the woman who would become my girlfriend after a while, and unfortunately, the woman who would become my ex. Since then, my diet was the first thing to suffer. The stress I was under caused me to fixate on one type of food, which led me to start eating a lot more pizza. And I mean a lot. I would have a whole pizza on my lunch break. Then at the end of my shift, I would take home 2 more, one for dinner and one for breakfast the next morning. And I would never even think about eating any other kind of pizza. Not Pizza Hut, not Papa John's, no frozen garbage, not even New York style from a mom and pop shop. I fabricated reasons to hate any kind of pizza that wasn't Domino's, because Domino's was more than just pizza to me. It was an escape. My girlfriend couldn't handle being around my addiction. She was the first one to call it what it was. To her credit, it wasn't my ballooning waistline that turned her away. She wasn't shallow like that. No, she left me because I started to neglect her. It didn't take long into my spiral before the pizza started to get more attention than her.
I can't stand you anymore! You care about pizza more than you care about me! Don't act like I don't notice you turning over at night to eat leftover crust! What the hell happened to you?
I wasn't even able to respond. My mouth was always full, always chewing. Pizza was my life. She dumped me on sight, and since then, things took a turn for the worst. We still worked at the same Domino's, but she wouldn't look me in the eyes. I fell into a pit of self-loathing and lost track of my responsibilities. I started coming to work having gone days without showering, calling out way too much, and zoning out to daydream about my next meal while in the middle of a task. But the last straw was when they caught me eating a customer's order. It had been sitting on the counter for almost an hour, and I really thought they were never coming to pick it up, so I couldn't resist helping myself. But the moment I took a bite, the customer walked in, and they were not happy. They reported me to my manager, and along with everything else, they decided it was time to let me go. I wasn't able to find another job at that point because I was already 450 pounds with more gaining to go. Within a few months, I was flat broke and I was forced to move back in with my parents. They would make me feel even more guilty for mooching off of them, which sent me even further into my depression. My addiction, and my weight, got so bad that I was barely able to get out of bed, let alone go outside and face the shame of public perception. But instead of taking that as a sign to stop, I let myself go entirely. A year or so later, very little has changed, except for the worse. It's too hard for me to get up every time I have to use the bathroom these days, so I have a bucket that I keep at my bedside that I use to relieve myself. My mom comes in every few hours and dumps it out for me, and I still eat Domino's pizza for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I have to order delivery every single day with what little money I make online, but there's one other reason I always order delivery. Even though most people, Domino's employees included, prefer online ordering through the main Domino's website, I always call the store I used to work at directly. I know my ex still works there, and even though I don't know her schedule, I know there's always a chance that she'll be the one picking up the phone. Hi, is Sarah there?
Speaking! Who is this?
Hi, sweetie. I missed the sound of your voice. You want a pizza me?
It's you. What the hell do you want to order?
I'll give you a pizza, my mind. 2 extra large hand-tossed pies, 1 cheese and 1 meat lovers with a 2-liter Sprite to wash it all down. Oh, and 1 order of chocolate lava cakes for dessert.
Anything else with your order?
Is there any chance I could get a special order of you? I want a pizza that action.
Hell no! Download Tinder and leave me alone or I'm calling the cops!
That's how it would usually go down when I got her on the phone. I'd make my pitiful attempt to get her back and she'd shut me down. I was still crying over the most recent rejection when my mother finally brought me my antidote. She looked at me with great sadness, then left me alone. All while eating, I couldn't stop thinking about how everyone in my life probably resents me for being a useless slob and a burden who ruined his own life. With all the tears streaming into my mouth, I could hardly taste the pizza. I barely even chewed it. I just shoved whole slices down my throat, spilling the sauce all over my face and down my flabby chin. But I didn't get to the lava cakes before I got sick. My stomach started doing flips, and I knew I was about to throw up. But I couldn't even get out of bed for that. All the food was still laying on my stomach. I didn't even roll over. I just threw up all over myself and sat there in it. I was violently ill, too. It didn't just dribble down my chin. It sprayed all over me from head to toe.
Mom! Dad! I need help!
I called for help, and both my mom and dad came rushing into my bedroom. For a moment, I thought I'd maybe gotten food poisoning, or I'd simply eaten too much too fast. But that changed when my mother screamed.
Ah! Why the hell are there worms on you?
She got hysterical in a flash, running out of the room in disgust. While she was gone, I picked through the chunks of vomit that were still left on my stomach, and there I discovered what had freaked her out. There were worms swimming inside my vomit, crawling over my body and feasting on my partially digested pizza. I had no idea how they got there, but I figured in the moment that they'd simply grown out of the filth that accumulated in the folds of fat that surrounded me. But that wasn't the case. After some discussion of which I couldn't make out the words, my mom and dad came back into the room and put the leftover pizza in front of me. I was confused as to why, until my dad peeled back the layer of cheese and revealed the same worms were already underneath the pizza I had scarfed down. I never felt more disgusted with myself in my life, but there's only one explanation. My ex-girlfriend wanted so badly to be rid of me that she laced live worms into my pizza, knowing I would eat it without thinking.
That's perfect person. Nice pizza.
I've been stuck working at Starbucks full-time for longer than I'd like to admit. Even worse, I used to work the morning shift every single day, which took an even greater toll on my mental health. I'd have to go in at the crack of dawn to immediately start taking orders and making drinks, when I barely had time to wake up after dragging myself out of bed. After a while, the striking regularity of the routines started to make everything feel unreal, like I was just a robot repeating the same tasks over and over again for the exact same set of people, day in and day out. Around where I live, most of the early morning heads were truckers or construction workers that all looked similar, especially the people that come in the drive-thru, which is where I was always stationed. Of course, there were a few exceptions. The one that always gave me the worst time was this specific cranky old Karen that would always come through and order multiple ridiculously complex drinks that each had just about every possible ingredient in them. As soon as I noticed her car pull up, I had to prepare myself to deal with her. But unfortunately, that wasn't the only thing odd about her. Every time I saw her, I would see these horribly creepy dolls in the passenger and back seats around her. They were strapped in and pointed to face me at the window like this crazy old lady thought they were real people. I always assumed she was bonkers and ordered most of the drinks for the dolls. She came here so often that I even started to memorize her orders. I knew exactly what she was going to say, but I also knew she was going to pretend to ask her family. For this reason, I always tried to get her through as quickly as possible, but due to her Karen nature, she would have to have it her way. Good morning. What can I get for you today?
Excuse me? What did you just say?
I said, what can I get for you today?
Don't rush me, nuthugger. Can't you see I'm in the middle of a discussion with my family?
My apologies. Please, take your time.
Thank you. Now, what does everyone want?
Oh my god, I can't believe this woman. Every day is like this. Doesn't she have plenty of time to think about what she's going to get while she's waiting? Ugh, you just gotta have all the attention you can possibly get, can't you? I hope you rot in hell, you old hag.
Hello? Anybody in there? I said I'm ready to order.
Huh? My apologies, ma'am. What's your order?
All right, little boy, I'll take a grande iced.
Well, would you look at that? I was right. You're getting the same exact thing you always get. And I can tell by the way your wrinkly, flabby old lips are flapping.
And 2 extra shots of espresso. Did you get all that? It seemed like you weren't paying attention.
Nope, I got all of it. Just give me a moment and I'll have it right out for you.
You better make it right this time, boy. Don't make me throw my dentures at you.
When do I ever make it wrong? I've been here dealing with you for years. You're just like all the other crazy people, a creature of habit. You'll never change until you drop dead. I guarantee it. Now, what was that other one again? Oh yeah. Here you go.
I can tell this is wrong. Are you deaf or were you just not listening to what I said?
Ma'am, I can assure you that every drink was made to order. Would you at least try them before you criticize the way I do my job?
Don't you dare give me an attitude, boy! I demand to see your manager right now!
That's how just about every day went with that woman. Despite the fact that she was clearly insane and I was doing everything she asked, nothing was ever good enough for her. There was always something wrong with the way I was doing things. One morning, I eventually reached my limit and simply had enough. The woman placed her order and I was just about ready to deliver her drinks. That's when I headed to the drive-thru window and said, "Here you go, ma'am. Enjoy the rest of your morning."
Excuse me, where is the rest?
Huh? Oh, you mean the other drinks you ordered. Well, our store policy has changed. We now only serve real human beings and refuse to fulfill orders for creepy dolls like the ones you think are your family.
What did you just say? Don't disrespect my family, you worthless minimum wage coffee guzzling caffeine rat! Come here! Get off of me, you creep! Let me go or I'm calling the cops! The cops can't save you if you're already dead! I said back off! What the hell is wrong with you, lady? No! It's what's wrong with you! Consider this a return! Ah!
After that incident, I ended up with partial second-degree burns on my face. I then had a chat with my manager and argued that I was justified because the woman was completely crazy and that she always had these creepy dolls in the car with her. However, the manager didn't believe me and decided to pull up the security footage to prove it. When he opened it up, I was in complete shock at what I saw. In the woman's car was a real family of actual living people on every single occasion she came to the Starbucks. This story was submitted by a viewer in which he alleged was true. The viewer claims that he really did hallucinate and see those dolls in the lady's car while working at Starbucks as a barista. One can only speculate that the hallucinations came from early morning fatigue, or potentially something that was laced in his coffee for that short period.
This story happened a few years ago when I worked at Burger King. I swear it's all true. And in any case, it's a vivid and traumatic memory that I must live with. But despite this, nobody ever seems to believe me. Of course, that won't stop me from sharing my experience. I was a college dropout, so I had to get the job at the dirty Burger King in town so I could make enough money to move out of my parents' house. I was full-time and usually got stuck with the short end of the stick. My boss made me work the graveyard shifts, since the particular franchise I worked at was a 24-hour location. I didn't mind though. The night was very relaxed compared to the day. The longer I worked there, the more I got used to seeing the same sparse crowd of regulars. It wasn't just the drive-thru that was always open, but the dining area too. There were usually a handful of students on their laptops hopped up on the crappy coffee and studying feverishly throughout the night. Aside from them, there were 3 or 4 homeless guys that would pitch in their quarters on a cup of coffee just so they could all have an excuse to chill inside. And towards the end of my shift, I'd always see the same set of corporate businessmen stopping in for a bite to eat before going to work. Honestly, it was a decent job. However, that was only the case until one very different night, after which my life has never been the same. It started off deader than usual. None of the regulars were showing face, and barely anybody had come through the drive-thru either. I was the only person working that night, so this was all fine with me. My boss had intentionally put me on the schedule by myself, expecting correctly that there would be very little business to do. At around the midpoint of my shift, the whole place was empty, and I assumed I wouldn't get any customers for a couple hours, so I started to make myself busy by mopping the floor. I went into the kitchen to fill up the bucket, but when I came back out front, somebody was sitting in a window booth on the far side of the restaurant. They were dressed rather convincingly like the Burger King mascot, and had the same crown and cloak and facial hair and everything. The only problem with his costume was just how deranged and weathered he looked. I casually rolled the bucket over near where he was sitting and started to mop in that area to get a closer look at him. I certainly didn't recognize him from anywhere but the Burger King commercials. But since he didn't have any food on his table yet, I was contractually obligated to talk to him. Good evening, sir. Could I help you with anything?
I demand to be served.
A Whopper! Well, sure, I can make you a Whopper, but you'll have to come up front and pay for it. The man then gave me a death glare.
Fine! Have it your way.
He barked at me as I walked back to the counter.
Where do you think you're going? You're supposed to let the king walk ahead of you, peasant!
Sure, go ahead. He then cut me off and walked up to the counter, waiting impatiently for the 3 seconds it took me to catch up. I punched in his order and told him the price. That'll be $6.49, sir. All I got for another tense moment was the same hateful look in his eyes, until he reached into the donation jar on the counter and pulled out a random fistful of change and threw it at me.
Keep the change and never ask me to pay for anything in my own establishment ever again.
Finally, he turned around and went back to his seat. I contemplated calling the cops on him for essentially stealing money from needy children, but then I thought I could take matters into my own hands and get back at him for emasculating me over a couple of dollars. I retreated into the kitchen to make his Whopper, and I made it with a special ingredient. I got out the lettuce and set it on the floor, then stepped on it, jumping up and down a few times while cracking myself up by saying the old line,
Number 15. Burger King foot lettuce.
Once I was done entertaining myself, I constructed the sandwich and brought it out to the needy Burger King. Here's your Whopper, sir. Have a good night. I started to walk away, only for him to snap his fingers at me. Damn it, can I help you, sir?
Do you really expect me to eat this by myself? A king must never eat his food with his own hands. You must feed it to me, you idiot!
I'm sorry, sir, but that's against our store policies. At least I think it is.
I am the king of this joint. I make the rules. So get over here and fulfill your duty before I shove this Whopper up your mom's wop!
Suddenly, I was a little scared. I wanted to avoid escalating the conflict with this Burger King guy, so I gave in and decided to feed him like he wanted, hoping he would go away if I did what he wanted. On the positive side, it had the added bonus of ensuring he ate the special recipe I made for him. I was nervous, though. My hands were shaking as I reached down and picked up the Whopper, then gradually brought it up to his mouth. Open wide? I guess. And that's when one of the most horrific, memory-haunting things I've ever seen happen. The Burger King's mouth jerked open and stretched inhumanely. And that's when it happened. He lunged at me, clamping his teeth down on my wrist and devouring the sandwich in my entire hand in a single bite. I screamed in pain and tried to break free, but his jaw's grip was on me like an alligator's. As he started thrashing around, he pulled on my arm and flailed me back and forth, repeatedly slamming me down on the table.
Leave me alone or I'm calling the cops! Somebody get this guy off of me! Somebody help!
I woke up from a coma in a hospital. The first thing I did when I came to was look down to my right hand, only to see a wad of bandages, but no right hand. As soon as I could speak, I tried to tell my parents what happened to me, but when I did, they just looked at me like I was crazy. They tried to tell me some BS story about an alligator that snuck out of the lake behind the restaurant and ambushed me when I took out the trash, but I knew that couldn't be true. The funny thing is, I was fired from Burger King and barred from ever entering it again, as though it were all my fault. I'm not even allowed to see the security footage of what happened. I think the BK Corporation put a gag order on my parents and told them to lie to me. The only reason I can think that they would do such a thing is if the Burger King himself was more than an urban legend, but an actual real person, if you can call him a person.
Number 15. Burger King foot lettuce.
Hey babe, what's up?
Are you on your way home yet?
Yeah, just got off work and heading home right now.
Can you get me a Starbucks? I could use something tasty. I got the late night sweet tooth thing going on again.
I can give you something sweet after you do cardio later.
Just get me my Starbucks, damn it! I'm not trying to have my back broken for a measly 1 minute of cardio!
Alright, sweetheart. You got it. I didn't want to go to Starbucks that night. I just finished a 12-hour shift and I was really tired. I just wanted to head home and go to sleep. She always texted me over a dozen ingredients that she wanted in her drink. I can't understand how anyone wants all that junk in their coffee. I drove to the nearest Starbucks, which was way out of the way en route. I pulled up to the drive-thru first, but nobody came to the window. However, I could still see inside to the front counter though. There was a barista standing by the register, completely ignoring me.
Hello, are you still open?
She didn't budge when I tried to get her attention. She just twitched. The barista kept looking straight ahead into the store, and she was oddly wearing shackles on her wrists and ankles. What the hell? I thought she was wearing them as some sort of fashion statement. I know that's a stretch, but I didn't want to believe she was being held captive there. I never even heard of that happening, but I've seen lots of people wearing strange outfits before. I was also really tired and just wanted to get home. I would have gone home then if I didn't know my wife would make me go back out, so I pulled around to the parking lot to go inside. They weren't even supposed to be open for walking in, but clearly the only person working there wasn't running the drive-thru, so I had no other option. The door wasn't locked either. I marched in there and was about to go full Karen, and then I saw her face. It was a strange woman with the creepiest, strangest smile I'd ever seen. She wore this crown on her head, and this look that gave me chills. What made things even more strange was how she started to twitch even more when I stood in front of her. Hello?
Hi there, what can I get for you today?
Oh, so you are open. Alright then. Here, it's for my wife. Can you get me all of this in one drink? As she grabbed the phone out of my hands, I tried my best to ignore the obvious shackles on her wrists. Once I had a better look at them, it was a lot harder to trick myself into thinking she was wearing them intentionally. I remember seeing these visible marks from where they'd been digging into her skin.
Will that be all?
Yeah, just that. I held out some cash to pay for the drink, but she didn't take it. Instead, she stared at me for an uncomfortably long time. It freaked me out. I thought she was about to cry for help or something.
So, how was your day?
Look, lady, I've got a wife, alright? Tell me to call the cops or take my money and make my drink. I want to go home.
No problem, sir.
Out of nowhere, I witnessed something I'll never get out of my head. Without breaking eye contact, she bent her arms backwards and stretched them all the way to the drink station on the counter behind her. She made the entire drink like that, not even looking at what she was doing. But somehow she made it perfectly. When she was done, she brought it back and handed it to me. I was at a complete loss for words. She hadn't even moved her feet or turned around. That's when I understood why she was twitching and acting like a freak. Because she was a freak.
Here you go. Should I make one for me too? We can talk over coffee.
Stay the hell away from me, you creep!
I snatched the drink from her hand and ran straight out of there. I drove home trying to make sense of what I'd seen, but I couldn't. Nothing went right from the moment I pulled up to that Starbucks. I decided the best course of action was to act like nothing strange happened at all, and did my best to forget about it. I didn't tell my wife a single thing. The only way I could ever describe that woman was some kind of ghoul.
Hello, how may I help you?
Drop it. It's me.
Oh, am
It's
I...
the last time you failed to carry the report on the Starbucks conversation. Do you understand?
Please! I tried! I really did! Please don't...
I just don't get it! All you have to do is get them to talk to you! It should be the easiest thing in the world with how pretty you are! But somehow you all keep screwing it up!
Please! I'll do better! I swear!
Don't you think you should have let that motivate you to do better?
Well, it's too late for that now! This is the only thing you're good for! All of you! All of you will now be served coffee for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the rest of your life!
next story was inspired by a disturbing incident that happened to an Alabama Arby's customer. The individual in question happened to be a police sergeant who made an order for a sandwich, but got a little more than he purchased, which may have very well screwed him up in the head. Here's a dramatized version of the alleged occurrence.
Leave me the hell alone, or I'm calling your wife! Stop running and get on the floor, you convict! I can't go back to jail! I'm gonna miss out on Arby's delicious roast beef sandwiches!
Today I dashed through the woods, chasing a man who had left his runaway vehicle next to a tree. When I finally caught up to him, he evaded my baton and pounced on me like a leopard who was in it for the kill.
I'm tired of everyone calling the cops! Get the hell away from me, you pig!
Riled up by his contempt, I could see him holding a large blade in which he violently slung in my direction, slicing my abdomen.
Oh, you bastard!
I wailed in pain and retaliated with a strike to his head with my truncheon. Infuriated, I apprehended him and pushed him into my cruiser. Rabid animals like him deserve to be treated as such. So, after locking him in his cell, I needed a breather after a long day in the office, or should I say, the streets. And what better way to do it than to grab a bite at Arby's? The first thing that came to mind was their famous roast beef sandwich. So, the following day, I drove to one of my favorite fast food restaurants. But as soon as I entered those doors, a clumsy staff member bumped into me, splashing my uniform with mustard and ketchup. Then I grabbed her by the arm, bothered by the way she kept her head down the entire time, which I thought was plainly rude. And so I threw a fit, memories of malfactors flooding my mind.
What's wrong with you?
I asked in a tone that caught everyone's attention in the dining area.
I'm sorry, sir. I was just...
Sorry? It's so easy for you to say that, isn't it? You have no idea what I've been through, lady.
Screw you! Get your filthy hands off of me.
The low groan of the waitress wearing a hat, whose face was still hidden from me, could be heard as she yanked her arm and sauntered back into the kitchen, repulsed by her lack of decency. I wanted to head straight to the manager. However, I diverted my attention, stuffing my mind with thoughts of roasted beef. Hi, officer. Sorry about what happened there. Anyway, how may I take your order?
Let me get one roast beef sandwich and heavy on the cheese, please.
Then, after paying for the fabulous sandwich, I waited in my seat next to the window, unable to contain my excitement. However, as the minutes passed, I grew impatient, and when I checked my watch, an entire 40 minutes had gone by. Stomping my feet, I approached the counter and said,
All I wanted was a freaking roast beef sandwich, so where is it?
One of the male cashiers attempted to pacify me by saying, We have a lot of orders today, sir. My staff will be bolting to your order in no time.
The customer is always right. Do you call this fast food? I only have one order. Just one. Quit screwing around and make my sandwich.
I pounded my fist on the countertop. Oh, well, sir. The employee stammered, his body shuddering from the lack of an appropriate excuse. Then, moments later, the manager made his presence known, and with his shoulders slouching ever so slightly, he said, Hostility won't solve anything, officer, so let me follow up with our kitchen staff right now.
Hostility, you say?
I grabbed him by his tie and whispered in a foreboding tone,
I'm afraid you have no idea what hostility is. Would you like me to show you what hostility is?
Please, officer, we don't want things to get out of hand, the manager replied, beads of sweat pouring from his temples down to his neck. Imposing my authority as a cop, I demanded,
5 minutes! You hear me? If my sandwich doesn't arrive in 5 minutes, I'm going to arrest you for being a public nuisance! Do I make myself clear, Mr. Manager?
He nodded, quickly turning away. Then, as he entered the kitchen, he reprimanded one of the female staff, her back facing me. And with everyone else's gaze upon me, I sneered and said,
What are you all looking at? The show's over! Mind your own business!
Afterward, I returned to my seat by the window, drumming my fingers on the table. Then, in less than 5 minutes, a female staff member approached me, wearing a hat so familiar that I recognized her as the same employee who bumped into me earlier.
Not you again,
I said, still irritated by her impertinence. But instead of seeing clear signs of intimidation, she grinned in a wry amusement as she handed over the sandwich to me. Bewildered, I thought she was just being sarcastic. After all, I embarrassed her in front of everybody. But anyway, I grabbed the sandwich from her and said,
"It took you long enough. Now screw off."
Enjoy your roast beef sandwich.
She replied blissfully, leaving me with a conundrum that I managed to wash away by digging into this savory meal. However, upon taking a bite, something hard challenged my teeth and gums with a taste that was nothing but metallic.
What the hell?
I asked myself, wondering how everything else tasted so good except for this one ingredient. As a man who frequented Arby's, it was my first time encountering something so bizarre with my favorite sandwich. But I turned a blind eye and embraced the odd taste, prioritizing my grumbling stomach that required soothing. However, I would soon regret forcing a bite, breaking a couple of molars, and if that wasn't enough, I felt something sharp lodged into my gums, causing them to bleed with tremendous pain. Immediately, I spat it out and exclaimed,
"Where the hell did you idiots put a screw in my sandwich? You screwed up!"
Approaching the cashier, I held the sandwich in my hand, slamming it on the countertop with the bolt still inside. "Calm down, sir. What seems to be the problem?" the manager asked in a friendly yet anxious manner.
"What's the problem? This is the problem! You screwed up my sandwich!"
I showed him what I found inside the sandwich, and he gasped in disbelief. Clearly, he didn't know how it got in there, because the manager assumed it might have been an accident, but I had to be sure. And so, when we both checked the surveillance footage together, the evidence was clear as day. I saw how the same female employee dropped the bolt into the sandwich, the tips of her smile reaching both ends of her ears as she added the finishing touches before exiting the kitchen. And so, naturally, the woman was under arrest and brought to the precinct for further investigation. The woman remained silent the entire time I questioned her, but something about her eyes and face was awfully familiar. When I arrived home, that's when it hit me. A flashback of the incident that happened yesterday at the police station reminded me of a woman who begged me to go easy on her brother, whom I apprehended for an assault case he was involved in. After that, it all made sense to me. But to insert a bolt in my sandwich meant that she definitely had a few screws loose up there.
The next story is an urban legend inspired by the notorious Ronald McDonald, and of course the popular Big Mac from McDonald's. We wanted to animate the origin story of what caused the Big Mac to be what it is today, seeing as traditional hamburgers all look generally the same with the Big Mac being the exception. Here's a disturbing animation for all the Nightmare Fuel fans out there. Just know that we definitely emphasize the big in Big Mac. Have you ever wondered why the classic Big Mac always had 2 patties in it? Maybe it's to stand out from the competition. I beg to differ, since hearing about the most uncoveted secret that they've been keeping confidential for all these years. For those that hear my story, don't say you heard it from me. This story happened to a friend of mine. We'll call one of the guys Harold and his fellow acquaintance Kumar for the sake of the story. Apparently, it all started when the pair were at Harold's house, watching TV and getting under the influence. I don't know what their choice of beverage or whatever was, but it sure did give them bloodshot eyes. After about a dozen sitcoms, both of them suddenly looked at each other dead in the eyes and shouted in unison, "I got the munchies!" You got any food? Come on, man, I know your mom probably hooks you up with leftovers from a restaurant. My mom works at a massage parlor, you idiot! Sheesh, well I could use a happy ending too. The pair both head to the kitchen to check if there was any food remaining in the fridge, but to their dismay, there was nothing but an expired loaf of bread with mold growing on it. Kumar then suggests that they order some takeout. Harold immediately shuts down Kumar's request, attributing his reasons to being broke and not owning a single dime to his name since his last retail job. They both then mutually decide to go for a midnight stroll and find the nearest fast food venue to relieve them of their munchies. Dude, look, there's a McDonald's down there.
I think we should hit it up. Do we have a choice? There isn't a White Castle or any other restaurants open, Mr. Harry Nuts. As they approach the McDonald's, they encounter something bizarre in front of the parking lot. There lied an enormous piece of round bread with a huge slice of cheese on top of it. The pair stood there dumbfounded. Why would the staff leave such a large piece of bread in front of the restaurant like that? And how did such a food exist in a dimension that size? Nonetheless, Harold brushes the notion off as some silly promotion for an upcoming hamburger of McDonald's. As the two head over to the front, they notice that the restaurant was closed, and the only way they were going to get food was at the drive-thru. That's when Kumar storms off towards the drive-thru menu, scanning it like a hungry dog hoping to get an end to his munchies. When the pair finally came to a consensus on what they wanted to order, they approached the drive-thru window and found a large bundle of red cotton protruding from the inside. Dude, am I tripping or are you seeing what I'm seeing? Looks like strawberry cotton candy. Okay, well I ain't eating that. It probably has debris and bird crap in it. Out of nowhere, the red cotton yanked through the window and into the restaurant. The two glanced through the window, trying to find any staff that might have been lurking inside.
I'm not loving it! Ah! Dude, I think I'm hallucinating!
Are you? That's when a giant face of Ronald McDonald appeared from inside the drive-thru window. The pair couldn't comprehend if they were faced with a behemoth in the flesh, or if this was just a figment of their under-the-influence stupor. The clown then makes it clear that he wasn't pleased with Kumar's remark, saying,
"Don't ever talk bad about my luscious hair like that, you little rodent! You wish you could have an afro like this! Now may I please take your order?"
Dude, this is some kind of robot, like those animatronics at Chuck E. Cheese. I'll get a hamburger, sir. Yeah, I'll get a hamburger too.
Would you both like to be a part of the grand promotion of the Big Mac? It's our new McDonald's hamburger.
Sure, dude. As long as we get our food ASAP. We got the munchies.
Indeed. And how would you like to pay, sir?
I'll take care of it, dude. Credit card, please.
Well, unfortunately, there's no ATM around here. So you'll have to pay inside!
The clown then extends both his arms to the window and grabs hold of Kumar, yanking him inside.
Ah! What the hell is going on?
Harold tried prying the window open with his bare hands, but it was locked from the inside. He then tried opening the front door, but it wouldn't budge. In a fit of hunger and rage, Harold heads back to the drive-thru window and begins slamming his fists against the glass while yelling,
"Open the door, I'll make sure McDonald's fires you, you stupid clown!"
Suddenly, something catches Harold's eyes that made him run towards the McDonald's pole and climb it. In an instant, Ronald McDonald climbs out the drive-thru window, revealing himself to be a giant, a modern David versus Goliath. Harold held on for dear life, staring up at the eyes of the Leviathan. The clown then pinches the pole and begins to shake it around while Harold screams for dear life.
Ah! Leave me alone, I'm calling the cops! I bet you're used to shaking it on a pole!
The clown then grabs Harold and tosses him toward the front of the restaurant, landing on the enormous bread topped with cheese. That's when the giant began to maniacally assemble the so-called Big Mac, suffocating Harold with another piece of bread. He then topped it off with a few condiments, then with Kumar, and then, finally, the crown to top it all off.
This marks my territory! The world will now know what the Big Mac is! We shall rule all fast food chains and restaurants! I'm loving it! I'm loving it! I'm loving it! Ah!
Dude, is the camera on? I need to eat.
But you ate 1 minute ago.
I'm not talking about your dump truck. I'm talking about the McDonald's in front of me, saggy nuts.
I know you did, but I'm talking about the buffet we were at 5 minutes ago.
Don't patronize me, boy. I'm gonna eat anything and everything.
Does that mean I get a second round and can't remove the pearls from my—
Shut up and film me, Mr. Tic Tac.
All right, take one. Action.
I'm not fat.
I'm just big boned. That means I was born with a rare condition where my body is able to absorb calcium at a high efficiency. Thus, which is why I'm slightly larger than the average male, but to the average layman, I'm obese. But those fools know nothing about me. To me, they're all just a bunch of keyboard warriors that probably live in their mom's basement, typing away and trying to throw shade at every chance they get. But he cannot throw shade at a man whose shadow is much larger than him. For instance, the internet likes to assume I'm a lazy lard who enjoys eating fast food more than I like to spend time with my loved ones, which is accurate, but everything else they said is a blatant lie. I'm more than just a fast food eater. I'm a mukbanger, an internet sensation, a nationwide global star, an icon that all the food-gobbling content creators look up to and aspire to be like. Well, look up to if they could see past my belly. And to all the online trolls and clout-chasing insects, you wish you had a body like mine. You wish you could eat this much food and still be able to maintain a body looking this good. All of you are a bunch of jealous, no good brats who wish you could be me. They sometimes called me a whale, but I personally took it as a compliment, as this is royalty in the kingdom of water, as a lion is at land. And now, all the youngins want to be like me, and not like Mike. I love my food quantity by the dozens, quadrupled. Even that guy from the movie Super Size Me has nothing on me. I like filming myself eat as the masses watch what greatness is supposed to look like. I may not be the goat, but I bet I can eat any goat whole. I like to take my talents from Burger King and join McDonald's. I'm able to draw millions of people from around the world who look at me as the greatest talent to ever grace the earth's fast food joints. It was like I was born with 20 stomachs. There's not another mukbanger on this earth near the realms of my caliber. Not Matt Stoney, not your wife, no one. Me. I usually conducted my mukbangs in the comfort of my own home, but unfortunately went over my credit card limit. That meant that I had to do the most dreadful walk there, which was the first workout I did in years. I was completely drenched in sweat and exhausted by the time I made it to the McDonald's, which was just across the street from where I lived, not even a minute away. I remember buying the usual to conduct my mukbang, which usually consisted in the entire menu, like the Big Macs, McDoubles, McChickens, McNuggets, anything that had a Mick before it, of course, topped with extra large fries. I made sure to not break the forbidden mukbang rule, and to always supersize everything on site. Hell, I even included a Happy Meal for crying out loud. Anything else, sir? Do you have any footlongs?
This isn't Subway, sir. This is McDonald's.
I wasn't talking about the sub, you idiot! I would then sit by the back of the restaurant and await my order, while wailing like a big adolescent baby as I was extremely impatient and just wanted my damn food to arrive already. I want my McDonald's now! If I don't get my McDonald's at this very second, I will take my talents back to Burger King! By the time the stupid employee came back and forth several times with my food, I decided to conduct the mukbang here, since I was not down to carry all the food back home, since I wasn't trying to do any heavy lifting, with the exception of lifting food up to my mouth, of course, and other things behind closed doors. By the time I finished, I had to take the biggest dump ever. I squeezed into the bathroom stall and went to work. After a smelly 10 minutes, the most disturbing thing imaginable happened to me. I was stuck in the bathroom stall. I tried to get up to wipe, but couldn't budge. It was like Arthur pulling the sword from the stone, except it was my butt from the toilet, and I was definitely no Arthur. Help! Someone help me! Oh gosh, let me call Josh. Damn it! Oh no. Help! After an hour of constant yelling and bowel movements, the washroom was flooded with crap, and it didn't look like anyone was ever going to rescue me anytime soon. To the greatest mukbanger ever. You were not fat, you were just big boned.
Oh my...
Around the early 2000s, there was a high clown epidemic, where multiple reports of people being chased by clowns was at an all-time high. Most were classified as pranks, but regardless of their intentions, it was downright terrifying. The next story was inspired by some footage of a Ronald McDonald terrorizing someone at McDonald's. Here's what it looked like.
Oh my!
Have you ever wondered why they say, "Would you like fries with that?" After every meal you purchase, the offer seemingly comes up despite you already ordering. I know why, and I'll tell you, but I need to give a disclaimer that this story isn't for the faint-hearted. This allegedly happened to a friend of mine. We'll call him John, and we'll call his roommate Brad. The fall semester was in full effect, and the pair had both studied at the same campus nearby their student housing. It was alleged that John moved in with Brad as he was originally from out of town and needed a place to stay for the following curriculum. Brad was known to not be the most pleasant individual to study around, due to his constant guitar rehearsals for his rock band. This would cause John to always opt to study at a nearby McDonald's. It was usually the go-to place for students, as this particular franchise was a 24-hour establishment. The McDonald's was never packed, at least not during the night shifts, so finding a place to sit wasn't so bad. You would occasionally find a loiterer or two, and were guaranteed to find this one female bookworm who would literally show up every night. John would always purchase a meal before study, giving him a plausible excuse to dine without feeling like he was loitering. "Hello, sir. Welcome to McDonald's. How may I take your order?" "Just a Big Mac and a small Coke, please." "All right, sir. And would you like fries with that?" No thank you." "Are you sure, sir? It's almost 3 a.m. "Okay, so what?" "All right, sir. That'll be $8.19 after taxes. And how will you be paying?" Card, ma'am." John taps his card on the machine and awaits his food as the odd behavior from the cashier left him feeling uneasy. Nonetheless, John grabs his tray of food and sits down to begin his long chore of studying. About 10 minutes before 3 a.m., the female bookworm slides by John's table with a frantic look on her face and says,
It's almost time. You should probably pick up your fries now.
"What the hell are you talking about, lady?"
Dude, hurry up. We don't have much time.
The female proceeds to head towards the front counter while John sat there dumbfounded. John then gets up from his seat and follows the girl's lead by ordering a large fry after her. As the pair head to their respective tables with their fries, John approaches the female and begins to interrogate her by saying, "I got the fries, now what?"
I recommend just sitting down with your fries. It's literally going to be 3 a.m. any second now.
"What the hell are you talking about, lady?"
You don't know about him? The clown?
"Who?"
Duh, Ronald McDonald. Haven't you gotten the hint why they always ask if you want fries with that?
No. Why?
I recommend you always have fries on hand, or else he'll turn you into a McFlurry.
And what do we have on today's menu? Hello, young lads. Such a fine couple you are. Care to share some delectable fries? Pretty please?
Okay.
Sure, sir.
Good. I'll catch you all next time. And make sure to have fries with your Big Macs and Happy Meals.
And that's when he departed the building. The more John studied at the McDonald's, the more he slowly realized that this was an everyday thing. Well, a 3 a.m. thing to be exact. The so-called Ronald McDonald would torment the customers and employees for fries, as if they were in debt to him for something. Nobody really bothered to do a damn thing about it and just went along with the whole facade. John, on the other hand, wasn't so pleased with the idea of being taxed to sit at McDonald's in exchange for his fries, but there was nothing he could really do about it. John had spread the word about the clown, but no one really believed him, especially his loud roommate Brad. One night, John decided to bring Brad to the McDonald's and prove that what he was saying was in fact legit. Brad didn't believe him and scoffed at the whole ordeal, as if the clown was some fake phony urban legend or some weirdo hustling food from regular customers. The time was 10 minutes shy before 3, and that's when everyone excluding Brad went to the front counter to pick up an order of fries. What makes this story more disturbing was how Brad carried himself. He had the same stubborn attitude and remained seated at the table despite John's multiple warnings. When 3 a.m. came around, the clown entered the McDonald's and immediately approached the bookworm's table first.
Smells like this batch was fresh off the fryer.
The clown then approaches John and Brad's table as they looked at the clown with their jaws hanging to the ground.
Ooh, look what we have here!
That's when John saw Brad holding a handful of fries with his bare hands, and John's fry container completely empty without an ounce of potato in it.
I recommend you always have fries on hand, or else he'll turn you into a McFlurry.
No, no. Ah!
The next story may sound fabricated, but it is quote-unquote allegedly true, and has circulated the internet if you do a little digging. It was an urban legend that occurred around 2004/2005 in the city of Cuernavaca in Morelos, Mexico. The following animation portrays a dramatized version of the alleged event. All parties will be given aliases to protect the identities of all involved. There was a story so implausible that I would shake my head and roll my eyes whenever I heard my colleagues talking about it. However, all of this changed when someone in my family experienced the same thing, prodding me to withdraw every ounce of doubt. 3 years ago, my brother and his pal had just left a drinking party at a nightclub. They were so wasted it was difficult to even book a cab home. So as they tread across the long paved roads, struggling to avoid passing cars, they saw what appeared to be a brightly lit domicile in the distance. As they approached the light source, they realized that it wasn't a house, but a McDonald's fast food restaurant. They glanced through the glass windows and feasted their eyes on the menu displayed on the counter, delighted to see very few customers. After all, it was past midnight, and not so many people were expected to be out at this hour. Famished after a long walk, they decided to order some Big Macs and flump on a bench outside the restaurant where a statue of Ronald McDonald was sitting comfortably at the edge. Staring at the statue, they noticed its smile seemingly jolly, and its eyes eerily gazing back at them, causing them to feel reluctant before they eventually looked at each other and laughed at the childish thought, brushing it aside.
A lit night, Pedro. I'll never forget it,
my brother said as he took an enormous bite.
Dude, you see that thing was giving me a bubble? She was bad, wasn't she? I might have to take her to McDonald's for a first date.
Pedro winked while patting him on the back.
Well, I'm sorry, dude. I can't hold it anymore.
The sour taste in my brother's mouth made him retch, and so, unable to contain it, he headed to the trash bin where he threw up for the next couple of minutes, leaving his friend all alone with the statue on the bench. Having lost the strength and interest to finish his burger, Pedro thought of taking a nap on the Ronald McDonald statue's lap. And as he began to shut his eyes, he grumbled and said,
"Oh, my headaches have gotten worse. I wish I could just die."
Then, a creepy voice replied,
"Be careful what you wish for."
Ah! Pedro jumped, wondering for a moment where the voice might have emanated from. However, as he listened to cars honking and tree branches falling, he was convinced it was all in his head.
"See, Pedro, this is what happens when you get drunk,"
he told himself as he resumed his nap. Then, amidst the silence, Pedro sighed and said,
"I'm so tired."
Moments later, the same voice from before spoke to him and replied,
"That makes the two of us."
Before Pedro had any chance to react, the statue grabbed his head with both hands, tightening its vice grip as Pedro wailed in agony.
"Ah! Somebody help me!"
Even as he begged the clown to stop, it showed no remorse and continued to apply immense pressure on his skull, until his entire head was squished to smithereens. When my brother finally returned to his friend, he dropped his burger in utter terror. Then, as he saw Pedro's eyeballs roll across the floor, he screamed. He instantly woke from his semi-stupor, banging on the door of the McDonald's.
"Somebody help me! Please let me in!"
However, to my brother's horror, McDonald's had already closed, and no one else was there. So, as he glanced at the bench behind him, the statue was now standing erect with a menacing gaze, showing off its razor-sharp teeth. In a split second, my brother made a run for it into the woods. Although he considered this nothing but mere imagination, the sound of his footsteps quickly catching up to him were all too real. What the hell is going on? Moments later, the evil clown grabbed his arm as he tried to break free. That's when the clown rips my brother's arm off, leaving him on the ground as he wailed in sheer agony. Then, the clown growled as it delighted itself in a sumptuous meal,
I'm loving it! I'm loving it! I'm loving it!
With his adrenaline rushing, my brother got to his feet, heedless of the immense pain. Then, he ran away from the woods until he eventually arrived home. As he locked the door behind him, he ran to the living room and dialed 911 with his remaining arm. His hand was uncontrollably shaking as he waited for an officer to pick up the call. When he was finally able to speak to someone, my brother said, wincing at the pain of his severed arm.
Please send the cops! I know this is hard to believe, but Ronald McDonald is after me, and he's about to kill me!
Okay, sir, I'm sorry, but you need to slow down and say it more clearly this time. Do you understand?
But I don't have time! Like I said, Ronald McDonald is on his way to kill me!
You mean the clown, sir?
The officer asked with a hint of sarcasm and irritation.
Yes, ma'am! Please hurry!
Sir?
Then, suddenly, the cop's voice turned from annoyance to delight.
You just made my day. To be honest, I was told there was going to be some kind of initiation, since this is my first week in the office. So I'm partly sorry for ruining the surprise, but it's a good one, sir. You got me.
No, this isn't a prank, lady! Send someone fast, please! I'm begging you!
Well played, sir. Well played.
My brother panicked. The officer then hung up on him. Moments later, my brother heard a loud thud on the door, followed by constant banging.
Come on, you're no fun! Let me in!
The clown said in a demonic voice.
We can do this the easy way or the hard way. Choose wisely!
As the clown pounded louder, my brother only felt more anxious.
Leave me alone or I will call the cops! The cops already hung up on you, dipshit! Now open the door! If you don't open up this very second, I'm gonna release all my Big Mac sauce on your front door!
Finally, my brother decided to grab a knife from the kitchen and face his pursuer head on.
If the cops don't do anything, I will,
he told himself, mustering every ounce of courage he had in his body. My brother looked through the peephole as he listened to the clown's incessant laughter. However, strangely enough, he was nowhere to be seen. Despite my brother's reluctance, he opened the door, ready to strike the clown at will. But out of nowhere, the clown quickly wrapped its large hands around my brother's head, squeezing the life out of him.
Ah, let go of me, you prick!
That's when my brother began to gouge at Ronald's eyes with his remaining hand while being suspended in midair. By some miracle, he managed to dig his fingers deep inside the crevices of the clown's eye sockets and rip his eyeballs out. That's when the clown released my brother from its tight grasp.
I'm not loving it!
My brother sprinted while weeping convulsively as he flagged down a moving vehicle to bring him to the nearest hospital. When I heard about my brother's story, my parents and I wanted to report this to the police. The security cameras outside the restaurant recorded the incident. However, McDonald's paid off all the damage expenses, including my family's debts, law enforcement, and all parties involved, coercing us to keep the security tapes confidential. But rumor has it the word got out to the public, which caused multiple McDonald's franchises throughout the country to replace their Ronald McDonald benches with ordinary benches. Since then, my brother has been in a coma, almost irresponsive. My entire family avoids all McDonald's restaurants, wary of a clown sitting on a bench. I get chills every time I see the Wendy's sign with the little girl on it. I know that sounds weird, but you'll probably feel the same by the time I'm finished. It's all because of this one time back in the 80s, when I would still go there. The Wendy's by my old neighborhood was one of the really old locations, where they didn't even have the girl on the sign. Just the black and yellow poster with old-fashioned hamburgers in big letters. But of course, everyone already recognized the trademark big smile and red pigtails. And that was the whole reason I went to Wendy's. Just about every day on my walk home from school, I'd go a couple blocks out of my way just to pass by and see if a certain someone was working that day. And when she was, I'd always go inside for my usual order. It's been 40 years since those days, but I remember every detail about her. She worked at the register most days of the week, and she was sure the face of the business. She looked as close to the cartoon of the red-headed girl as anyone ever could, but as a fully grown woman. 17-year-old me couldn't get enough of her. I cherished every moment of small talk I could manage, and it made my every day just to know that she recognized me. We even had a little rapport going.
Hey there, Jack. How are you today?
I'm doing just fine now. Now that I'm out of school, I mean.
And will it be your usual order again? Number 1, no tomato.
You know me so well. She must have been 5 or 6 years older than me, but I didn't care. I fantasized, I'll admit it. I started looking forward to going there to get me through the tougher days at school. I definitely didn't tell any of my friends about it, though. I swear I wasn't planning anything weird, it's just teenage boys are passionate, you know? But anyways, I got familiar with the routine, so I was quick to notice when something was out of the ordinary. There was one day that I almost didn't go in because of the long line of customers waiting at the register, but then I saw the red hair. I got to the back of the line, and through all the grumbling of impatient customers, I was able to see and hear an argument between the girl and her boss in pretty clear detail.
You're late, again! Don't you see how many customers are backed up?
It wasn't my fault! I got stuck in traffic!
You expect me to believe that garbage for the 5th time this month? Do you understand how many customers I watched walk out while you left the registers unstaffed? Do you understand how much money you're making me lose? I can't afford for you to keep this up.
Why can't you get someone else to run the register, huh? Why don't you do it? You're so out of touch. You'd run these people out the door with your attitude. I keep them coming back.
Oh, please. It's all in your looks. You don't do a thing I couldn't.
I'm about to quit if I don't get some respect.
I'll take that as your 2 weeks' notice unless you get to work.
From that point on, I couldn't tell what happened. They quieted down too much to be heard, probably on purpose. But the line got moving eventually. And after a while of waiting, I finally got up to the front. She looked like she had had a crappy day, so I did my best to cheer her up. Hey, don't quit, okay? Or I won't get to hang out with you anymore.
Oh, don't worry. I was bluffing. I can't quit. I'm too broke.
Well, I've got just enough money to keep buying these burgers until I get your number.
Maybe you'll get that with your first burger as an adult. Okay, kiddo?
Hey, that's coming sooner than you think. Number 1, no tomato, please. But unfortunately, that was the last day I saw her. Well, the last day I spoke to her. I came by the very next day. The first thing I noticed was that they'd updated their sign to have the Wendy's girl. I thought it looked alright and pretty accurate, but I didn't really see why it was necessary. Regardless, I went inside without looking. Well, I preloaded a joke about how she finally made it big or something. But when I entered, she wasn't there. Somebody else was at the register. Her boss. I stood in line anyway just to ask, "Hey, boss man, where's Wendy?"
Place your order, please.
Okay. I didn't order anything. I just walked out without a word. I didn't like Wendy's food that much. I just came through for the girl. I figured she quit, which admittedly stung a little. Despite that, I continued to walk by every day the rest of the week, just to take a peek inside and see if she was working again. I never did see her behind the register, but I did notice something else. That sign, the one I thought they'd upgraded, it seemed a little off. Day by day, it changed, shifting slightly, warping, slipping, changing in color. And then, in one world-shattering moment, it dawned on me. The face was only on one side, and it was not the official Wendy's mascot. It was her. The girl disappeared at the same time the face appeared on the sign, and the more I looked, the more obvious it became that it was no cartoon. As I stood there, jaw dropped to the floor, I swear I saw it slip down another inch or two, becoming clearly lopsided. The smile got cut by a wrinkle in the skin, turning it into a desperate, soulless frown. My memory of the following few months is pretty spotty. I suffered a mental breakdown in that moment that I didn't recover from until I'd spent a few weeks in a psych ward. Though I do remember a few details from the court case, which was the talk of the town for a long time. It was her boss that killed her, all because she showed up late to work a few times. And he thought she'd attract just as many customers up there as she did behind the register when she was still alive.
A few years ago, I lived in a small bungalow-type house with one other guy in West Virginia. The place was kind of cramped for 2 people, but we made it work since neither of us had much money. We both worked at the same McDonald's back then, so we didn't make a lot. I had just recently moved out of my parents' place so that I could be closer to work. I worked the night shift full-time, and my parents lived pretty far away from the McDonald's. I hated driving so far all of the time and I wanted less of a commute. My roommate happened to work the same shift as me too, so we were able to drive to work together most nights. It wasn't the best job, but I wasn't able to find anything else. Over the course of my stay there, mine and my roommate's diet pretty much only consisted of McDonald's. We'd get Big Macs, fries, nuggets, basically anything off of the menu and eat it for dinner. We got to bring free food home after every shift, so we'd always gorge on it before we went to sleep. I felt disgusting only eating McDonald's all of the time, but that's what I had to do. I didn't really have time to go shopping and the McDonald's was free. Apart from having to eat the food all of the time, it wasn't such a bad experience working there. That is, until later on when something disturbing started happening. Every time I went into work, I would find a bunch of druggies and junkies loitering around inside and outside the McDonald's. They would roll inside in gangs. Dozens of them would be there every night. The McDonald's became like a trap house. They would all buy cheap cups of coffee just to have a reason to stay. It became a big problem because they would make other customers very uncomfortable. I felt bad for them though, especially this one guy named Albert. He always seemed worse off than the rest of them in there. I would give him free fries sometimes when the managers weren't looking. I didn't want to kick any of them out. It was the middle of winter and cold as shit outside, which made it hard to do so without feeling guilt-tripped about it. I had a bit of a soft spot for them because my brother had become homeless due to an addiction. It was a bad situation though. More and more of them kept coming every week. My roommate and the other employees on the shift started complaining to the boss about it. They said that they didn't feel safe working with all the junkies there. My boss said that we couldn't do much if they kept buying coffee. As long as they were paying customers, they had a right to be in the store. And at that time, the loitering laws weren't as strict. So every night, my roommate and I would go work at a McDonald's full of addicts, and then go home to pick out on our free food. We started to work so much that we barely had time to do anything else. The house became a total pigsty. McDonald's fries lay everywhere. Bags of half-eaten food were piled in the kitchen. It was a dump. I started to get tired of living in the mess. It was really getting to be disgusting. Flies were all over the place and the smell was awful. I complained to my roommate about it and told him that we had to clean up, but he just brushed me off. I kept asking him about it, but he told me that it was all my mess and refused to help. This went on for weeks. I tried to clean up what I could, but I never had the energy after working all night. There was no way for me to keep up with all the garbage from the McDonald's food. The stench became overwhelming and I got really depressed from it all. Finally, I decided that I couldn't take it anymore. I had to quit McDonald's, which of course meant that I couldn't afford to live on my own anymore. So I planned to move back out to my parents' place. Before I fully moved out, I cleaned up all of the trash and food that was everywhere. I didn't feel right leaving my roommate to deal with all of it, even though he didn't seem to care that much. When I finished cleaning everything, I noticed something strange. The house was still filled with a disgusting stench. It was like I hadn't even cleaned it. I went around the house trying to find where that smell could be coming from. Eventually, I realized that it was coming from the attic. My roommate and I never went into the attic, so I didn't know what could be up there, but I checked anyway. When I opened the door, I almost threw up from the stench that hit me. It was absolutely disgusting. It smelled like piss and shit and rotting food. After looking around further, we had found a bunch of McDonald's fries and other garbage laying on top of some blankets, followed by a large hole in the wall. It looked like someone had been living up there. That's when we speculated that Albert, the homeless man from McDonald's that I had been giving free fries to, had been living up there for months. All this time, he would sneak down when my roommate and I left for work and head over to the McDonald's. There, he would get his free fries from me and then head back to the attic again. I was traumatized by the thought that someone had been living above us for God knows how long. That was why the stench was always so bad. I haven't eaten at a McDonald's since. Even the smell of the food makes me sick. All I know is that Albert was a sick man who was severely ill in the head. This story was inspired by a real-life fan-submitted story revolving around a time when the viewer worked at McDonald's. The viewer claims that he had discovered fries when cleaning out his attic, and has had no other explanation for it other than the same homeless man that he had been giving free food to had been living up there for God knows how long. The viewer claims that the landlord of the house has since patched up the hole, and has even installed cameras since the disturbing revelation. I didn't mind working at Dairy Queen. I never had to wake up early in the morning as my shifts were always scheduled in the afternoon until closing, and I usually didn't actually have to do too much. The location didn't have a drive-thru and wasn't the most popular fast food place in town, so all I had to do was get a few dozen people through ordering their food over the course of the day and clean things up after hours. One night, however, this relatively easy job became a nightmare. At midnight, I said goodbye to my coworker who was doing the cooking all day and flipped the open sign to closed after he walked out the door. Then, I got to work cleaning up the restaurant just to keep the boss happy when he came in the next morning. About 20 minutes later, I was startled by a super loud banging sound. I jerked my head around and saw a gigantic man banging his fist on the glass like a psycho. This dude was an absolute freak of nature. He was huge, as in tall, like Shaq tall, but was so skinny that he looked more like Slenderman. He was also wearing a Lakers jersey and basketball shorts, which made him seem like he was an old retired player who got kicked off the team because he failed the piss test. The shorts and jersey were tiny on him, and so tight that they could not have been comfortable. All that was topped by a ridiculous hairstyle that made him look like he wanted to be the grandpa from Rick and Morty. When he knew that I was looking at him, he stopped pounding his fists and pressed his lips up to the glass, moaning the single word, "Swirl." I stared at him, confused and honestly terrified, then pointed to the sign on the door and yelled at him to go away.
Can't you read? We're closed.
I knew he could hear the fear in my voice because he didn't move. He actually smiled, completely unfazed. I tried to act like I wasn't bothered and went back to what I was doing, but the whole time my back was turned. I could feel his eyes completely fixed on me. Eventually, I started to get the feeling that he was never going to leave, which made me dread the thought of trying to go home and possibly crossing paths with him. At some point, I couldn't even focus on working anymore, so I figured I'd cave in and let him in, just so he could get what he wanted and just leave me alone. As soon as I unlocked the door, he charged through and pushed me to the side, sprinting to the counter and stood there like he was waiting for me to take his order. I prepared myself for an awkward encounter while I walked behind the counter.
What can I get you, sir? Swirl. You mean like a cone? Swirl. And what flavor would you like? Swirl.
I couldn't get anything out of him except for that same single word he was saying before, so I defaulted on giving him vanilla. It started to seem obvious that this guy had some kind of mental deficiency if he couldn't communicate beyond the word swirl, but in a weird way this was actually a little comforting. I was able to trick myself into believing that he wasn't trying to get into the store after hours for any bad reason, and that he was too slow to understand that we were supposed to be closed. When I handed the small vanilla swirl to the giant standing in front of me, it looked ridiculously tiny in his massive hands that I almost wanted to laugh.
That'll be $1.99. Change. So you can say more than one word. Change! Alright, jeez.
I figured he was about to hand me a couple of ones, and so I opened the register. But as soon as I opened it, the maniac threw the cone away and wrapped his hands around the register, ripping it off the counter like it was nothing. He shook all the money to the ground, then tossed the register to the side and started picking up all the change. I watched without thinking about trying to stop him. It was clearly no use as I was outmatched. After he collected all the cash, the giant psycho finally ran off. I rushed to the door right behind him and locked it so he wasn't able to get inside again. I was pretty shaken up by the whole thing, but I was just freaked out by the sheer speed of that freak alone. He moved faster than I've ever seen a human move. Of course, that didn't change anything about the fact that I just let the store get robbed. so I called my boss to tell him what happened, but unfortunately, he didn't answer. He was most likely asleep and wouldn't be awake until the next morning. I was about to call the cops, but stupidly decided to sweep it under the rug and not prolong the situation. I just wanted to go home, so I did a lazy job of finishing up and got ready to leave the place a mess and deal with the consequences later. When I got to the door, I remembered that freak might still be out there, so I went to the back door instead. I took a deep breath. Then I bolted outside and ran to my car as fast as I could. I jumped inside and shut the door, finally feeling real relief for about 3 seconds, until I realized I'd forgotten my keys. Now, I was going to have to go back out there, find my keys in the store, come out and lock the door to the shop, then come back through the parking lot again. But then another realization dawned on me, a much more terrifying one. How did I get in my car without unlocking it? I always lock my car when I leave it. That's when I felt a pair of giant ice-cold hands wrapping around my face.
Swirl.
This story was inspired by an incident regarding a large man who happened to rob the exact same Dairy Queen restaurant twice in one day. Police were called to a Dairy Queen for an armed robbery, where a man who was reportedly armed left the business with cash. But the suspect even tried to carjack the same DQ worker in the drive-thru of the business later on, but fortunately failed. The suspect got away on foot and police weren't able to track him down. About 2 hours later, police received another call that the same man was trying to rob the same Dairy Queen. The suspect ran from the scene, but police set up a perimeter and used night vision equipment to find him hiding in a field. The suspect tried running, but was eventually caught. I'm a regular customer at Burger King, always enjoying what they have to offer in their menu. Since the food quality had never ceased to amaze me, I had become loyal to this fast food restaurant for many years. Fortunately, one of the branches was situated near my home, making it a 10-minute walk and convenient to get my Burger King fix. I didn't care if my diet revolved around Burger King, and although I enjoyed their Whoppers, it was their chicken tender crisp sandwich that won me over. I was free to eat as much as I could from Burger King, since my husband was rarely home to cook a nice homemade meal. But I never complained, as I wasn't the best cook myself. In fact, I've always admired his hard work, and with him being away most of the time, I could get away with my obsession from Burger King since no one was around to reprimand me. So, it was a window of opportunity I couldn't refuse. I would always tell myself that going for a walk as I headed to Burger King was the best way to burn off calories, but deep down, I knew it was pointless, as I would quickly get them back from eating BK all over again. But little did I know at the time that things would drastically change. I was familiar with all the employees working for the Burger King branch near my place, so if a new guy came along, I'd know instantly. Not that there was anything wrong with it, but I felt shivers running down my spine as I glanced at the creep smiling at me as he stared. Then, when I looked across the counter, I was distraught to see that most of their former staff had been replaced. Nonetheless, a change of staff wasn't enough to push me away. I ordered the usual from the creep despite my reluctance, and even when I tried to avoid negative thoughts, he rubbed me the wrong way.
Hi,
I said, unable to look him in the eyes, keeping myself fixated on his name tag. Then I gave my order.
Well, Ryan, I'll have a chicken tender crisp to go, please.
To go? Are you sure? He replied.
Yes, to go.
I said, to go sit at the table? I didn't know if this weirdo was intentionally joking or not, but he was definitely making me feel uncomfortable, so I told him.
I'm sorry, but I'll be taking it home. Thanks.
There's no place like home like Burger King, he said, as he blankly started staring towards my chest. I then placed a few crumpled up bills on the counter and waited elsewhere. A few minutes later, he handed over my order and I immediately got the hell out of there. For a week or two, I couldn't stop the urge to order my favorite sandwich from Burger King, and unfortunately, all the other branches were miles away, a bit too troublesome for me to visit. So, even if I had to see that creep repeatedly, it was something I could endure as long as I had a bite of that tasty sandwich. Then, as the weeks passed, I began experiencing stomach pains that were a bit more severe than the ones I had encountered before. However, I was incredibly stubborn. My husband tried talking me out of it, but I still didn't listen. I kept trying to find other scapegoats to avoid putting the blame on Burger King, but the pain in my stomach only worsened. Then, that's when a thought came to mind. Suddenly, images of that creep appeared in my head, reminding me of how he was hitting on me the other time. So, I suspected that this particular employee was behind this. He must have done something to my sandwich, taking a toll on my health. I was so mad that I told my husband about the creep. Initially, I didn't want him to know, afraid I would forever be banned from buying my favorite meal. But then, I urged him to accompany me to the restaurant to meet the manager and complain about the creep. However, my husband shook his head, telling me it wouldn't be wise since I didn't have any evidence to prove my statement. So, one night, my husband and I decided to do a little investigation of our own. We both dropped by the Burger King, where I had ordered the same sandwich with the creep serving it to me.
Hi, I'll have a chicken tender crisp to go, please.
He snickered and said, "What the hell happened to your radiant glow? You seem rather sluggish and pale today." I ignored him, giving him the payment and putting my sandwich in the bag. Then, I sat beside my husband in the restaurant, took out the sandwich, and began inspecting it. Then suddenly, my partner's eyes grew wide as he said, "What the hell is this?" It seemed like something was moving across the meat. I rubbed my eyes in disbelief, thinking we were imagining things, but we weren't. Upon taking a closer look, we could see about a dozen slugs in it. I felt sick to my stomach. I wanted to throw up. All this time, knowing that I was consuming slugs made me start to act irrational. My husband tried calming me down, but even he couldn't control himself any longer. That's when he went into a fit of rage and started trashing the restaurant, tossing garbage cans and emptying the straw dispensary all over the place. Then he went to the counter and grabbed the creep by his collar, saying, "How dare you put slugs in my wife's sandwich, you piece of shit." The creep then started to act oblivious to what was going on, saying, "Sir, I have no idea what you're talking about." I can tell my husband became more irritated as the man replied without a tinge of remorse. I could tell my husband was itching to deck the guy in the face, but he was somehow able to retain himself. I remember seeing most of the other customers getting up to leave, having lost their appetite after hearing what my husband said to the creep. I then tried to reason out with the manager, but he ended up siding with the bastard employee and kicked us out for causing a public nuisance. Me and my husband were convinced the manager was either in on it, or he was afraid of the damage this would cause to Burger King's reputation. So, we had no choice but to report the incident to the authorities, where we handed them the slug-infested sandwich as our primary evidence. The cops promised to get back to us soon, but as the weeks passed, there was still no news about its progress. Since then, I hadn't heard about the creep or the slugs. This story was inspired by a story that happened at a Burger King branch at Priestgate, Darlington. A young woman discovered a slug in her chicken tender crisp sandwich and accused the fast food restaurant of ignoring her complaint. A spokesperson has since stated that they have begun preliminary investigations on their food management procedures. Upon searching for a follow-up, it seems like the restaurant has permanently closed down.
The next story was inspired by some camera footage regarding a Taco Bell clown terrorizing various fast food locations. This was in fact a true story, so you could only imagine how the employees felt. Here's what the story looked like. My mom always warned me not to work at fast food or convenience stores, and to especially avoid working night shifts. She always said I would never know what kind of crazy people I would run into, but I never really understood why. When the time came for me to get my first job, I was just interested in landing what was available for a sheltered space cadet like myself, so I ended up working the late shift at Taco Bell as a drive-thru attendant. For a while, I thought my mom was just a little paranoid, Yeah, the people who came to the drive-thru at 1:30 in the morning were a little strange and usually intoxicated, but I never had to be in the same room with them. And even then, business was usually so slow I spent most of my time cleaning. Honestly, I spent so many hours doing so little that I was wishing for something interesting to happen. But, like they say, be careful what you wish for. There was one night that stands out among the rest. As my memory of working at Taco Bell continues to fade into a blur, this one night only gets clearer and clearer. It started off just as mundane as any other night, slow and quiet, just me and a cook. I hadn't had a customer come through the lane in almost 20 minutes, and closing time was drawing near. That's when the car pulled up to the intercom. Hi, welcome to Taco Bell. How may I take your order?
Yeah, let me get all... Shh, bro, hold up. What, man? Sorry, man, I thought I saw a cop car drive by and I got spooked. Alright, well, chill the hell out, man. I'm just ordering right now.
Just let me know when you're ready to order. It sounded like two people were in the car arguing over what to get. That sort of thing happens all the time. People get up to order and haven't even looked at the menu, so they have to figure it out on the spot. After a few seconds, they spoke again.
Alright, man, we're ready. Just a chicken chipotle melt.
Alright, sir, anything else?
Nah, man, that's it. Thank you very much.
Alright, sir, that'll be $1.09. Please pull up to the window. I was really only halfway aware of anything that was going on, such as the nature of the late night shift. But I was a little confused. It was strange to me that two dudes in a car would only get one item, and have it be the cheapest thing on the menu. But I figured maybe the other guy just decided he didn't want anything. Within a couple seconds, the car had pulled up to the window. The car's windows were super tinted, so I couldn't see inside until they rolled their window down. In the driver's seat was a man with his hood up, and for some reason, sunglasses on at night. I could barely see any of his face, but what was weirder was the fact that there was nobody in the passenger seat. For a moment, I was dumbfounded. I was sure that there had been two people talking to each other in the car, but then I saw the man in the driver's seat reach his hand out in a fist, as if he was about to pay with a bunch of quarters. Out of habit, I opened the drive-thru window. That's when the barrel of a gun appeared from the side and pointed straight into my eyes. I froze. He'd been just outside the window, around the corner, waiting for me to open it. His face was concealed by a mask, but it was no less menacing. It was one of those creepy killer clown masks, and I was absolutely terrified of clowns. He grabbed me by the collar and pulled me halfway out the window, keeping the barrel of the gun right in front of my eyes.
You try anything and you're dead!
He pushed me back with a great deal of force, sending me reeling into the kitchen. Overcome with fright, I fell to the floor. As I watched the robber climbing through the window, I realized he was wearing a varsity jacket. What's more, the jacket was from my high school. This guy was my classmate and probably the same age as me. He threw a pillowcase at me and started barking orders while still holding me at gunpoint.
Get up, punk! Come on, get up! Pick up that bag! Get over here and open the register! Do it!
I tried to obey the orders as quickly and calmly as I could, but I was absolutely racked with fear. My hands were shaking and I felt like I could barely breathe. Unfortunately, this only agitated him.
Hurry up! All the money in the bag! All of it! Lift up the tray! I know where you hide it, so don't try and trick me! You try anything and you're dead!
Here, man, that's all of it.
This is chump change! You ain't done yet, punk! Get up front and open those registers!
Those registers are empty until the open shift.
You're lying to me! Open them up, now!
I obeyed again. I pushed no sale and showed him the empty drawers. He flipped out.
This is bull! You better show me some money or you're gonna get it, man! Empty the safe! I can't, man, I'm sorry. Only the manager can open and they're not here overnight, I promise! You better not be lying to me! Swear on your mother! I swear, man, I swear on my life!
My heart was pounding. The madder the robber got, the more I worried that I might lose my life. But I got a moment to breathe when he ran into the kitchen and dragged the cook out from hiding, putting us together and holding both of us at gunpoint.
Turn out your pockets! I want everything you got! Phone, wallet, chains! What's yours is mine!
The cook and I handed over everything and dropped it in the pillowcase. He looked almost as frightened as me. We just wanted to make it out alive. Thankfully, it seemed like it was coming to a close.
Come on, man! Wrap it up! We're out of time! Alright, man, I'm done! Go, go, go!
I've never felt so relieved in my life. For a long, surreal moment, the cook and I sat in silence. I knew I'd be having nightmares for the rest of my life. When we gathered ourselves together, the cook picked up the restaurant phone and called the police. They ended up catching those kids within hours, because he wore that stupid varsity jacket. Both of those kids were only 17, and when their names came out, I realized I'd heard them in roll call before. But the harshest realization was that the gun I'd been petrified by wasn't even a real gun. just a replica. Still, they robbed 2 other places that night and it didn't make a difference. While we were waiting for the police to arrive, a customer pulled up to the window, which was still wide open, and started catching an attitude, totally unaware of what had just happened.
We're closed!
Watch as a teenager dressed in a clown mask robs this Domino's pizza worker using what looks like a gun. This is surveillance video from inside the fast food shop in Phoenix, Arizona. Cops say 2 17-year-old suspects have been arrested in connection with the crime here and in a similar incident at a Taco Bell within an hour of each other. Police say the teen hiding behind the mask, whose name was not released, was charged with 3 armed robberies. The other teen, they say, acted as the getaway driver.
Give me some free tacos. I'm a loyal customer, so I deserve free food.
Dude, I can't give you free food. This story was inspired by a case regarding an Army veteran who was in a coma for X amount of months. After being ill for quite some time, the man goes through a nightmarish journey in hopes of getting his life back. And of course, Taco Bell. Here's what it looked like. I'm a veteran with a wife and 2 kids, so staying fit has always been important to me. But after getting out of the service, like many veterans, I was faced with some post-traumatic stress. All in all, I think my case was less severe than most, and I was lucky to get home without any physical injuries. That said, I had to find a way to cope. For me, it was Taco Bell. That's not as bad as some of the other ways one can self-medicate. But my addiction to the fast food Tex-Mex did have some negative effects on my health. I started to gain weight, and to this, my wife caught on rather quickly.
I love you, baby, but you have to stop eating so much Taco Bell. You're gonna have a heart attack.
Don't worry, babe. I'm going to be fine. Even though she turned out to be right, it was really hard for me to stop. I never really did. I don't know why I turned to Taco Bell exactly. Maybe it was because it was one of those things I missed while on deployment. One of those things that reminded me of home and kept me going through the hard times. My wife would always take it away if she saw me with it, so I started getting sneaky. I'd go out for errands and order a large quantity, eat some while I was out, then smuggle the rest inside and munch on it while nobody was looking, or while I was in the bathroom using the toilet or taking a shower. Any chance I could get. Really, even in bed. Textbook addiction stuff, according to my therapist. But it all came to a head in a really strange way when I came down with double pneumonia. At first, I just had a cough, but within a few days, I was bedridden. Even then, I was asking my wife to get me Taco Bell. My illness scared her so bad she took me to the hospital instead. There, I got hooked up to a bunch of wires and machines, and then I had a heart attack and fell into a coma. Some people say that when you're comatose, you're actually aware of everything that's going on around you. You just can't react to it or remember it when you wake up. I don't know about all that, but I can say that in my case, it wasn't just like falling asleep and waking up 2 months later. It was more like a pendulum swing of life and death. Like I'd be down, then I'd feel like I was about to come up for a moment, then I'd fall again. I was stuck in some kind of cycle of being totally knocked out, then almost regaining consciousness, then falling deeper into the coma. Unfortunately, though, it wasn't all counting sheep. Every time I slipped back, I was gripped with a horrible nightmare, and always the same one. In the beginning, I was running away from it, but it was always faster than me. Eventually, it got to me and took me down to the floor, but there wasn't really a floor. Just an abyss getting closer and closer to the flames of the underworld. There, it started gnawing on my legs viciously, with jagged, serrated teeth. It didn't want me to be able to get back up and start running again. The pain was unimaginable. And as the demon severed my legs, it kept pulling me closer to whatever kind of fiery portal it came from. I tried so hard to crawl away from it, but I just kept sliding against my will, and it felt like I was being dragged against a bed of nails or a belt sander, like my skin was being torn away as I was taken. But every time I got close to the portal, what felt like the point of no return or the edge of death itself, it would all vanish into blackness, and I would think that I was finally about to come to. I would try to get up, to say something, or simply to get my own lungs breathing again. Sometimes I swear I could even hear the voices of doctors, or see my wife sitting beside me, waiting for me. I'd try to grasp onto her so I wouldn't go back, but it was no use. After getting just a few seconds of somewhat benevolent reality, I'd snap back to my race towards death. It all started happening faster and faster, like my chances of survival were getting slimmer and slimmer. No matter how hard I screamed, there'd be nobody to hear me. No matter how hard I kicked at the face of the demon trying to eat me, there'd be only bloody, ravaged stumps left of my legs. And every time it would get more of me. I was eventually reduced to a torso, with the shreds of my legs long gone down the gullet of the beast. I was so weak. I couldn't fight it anymore. There was no skin left on my arms from all the crawling, and my bones were beginning to wither away. I was almost a goner. It was taking me down closer to the raging inferno than ever before, and I got a good look down into it. There was an army of disembodied hands waiting there for me in the eternal fire, itching to tear my soul to shreds and make me one of them. I was just about to give up, but the only thing that saved me was feeling the flames finally begin to lick the remnants of my body. The fierce heat of imminent immolation hit me like an electric shock. I fought back with more fury than ever before, not even physically, just all in my soul.
You can't take me. You can try, but you can't. None of you can. Not bullets, not bombs, not sickness, not fire. Screw you! I am not finished yet!
And then, just like that, without any warning whatsoever, it all vanished. I was in the blackness again, but this time it was different. I could feel it. It was dry. I soon realized that I was feeling the parchedness of my eyelids, mouth, and nose. I tried to speak, but there was something in my throat. My first attempts at movement were rather pitiful, and I could just tell that I had become terribly weak. I started to panic, and that set off a bunch of events around me that I couldn't quite perceive. People shouting and walking, but all I could see was the blackness getting lighter, turning gray. And then I felt the thing in my throat get yanked out. Somebody, a doctor, pried open my eyelids and flashed a light into my pupils. I got my first look at everything in a long time, and I started being able to decipher the words that were being said. Phew, I thought you were lost there for a minute. You sure are a trooper.
Oh my god, he's awake! Are you okay?
There was so much going on, so many people around I couldn't really focus on responding to any one person. Instead, I just looked inward and tried to communicate what it was my body needed most in that moment. The words came out slurred and jumbled, but I clearly remember managing the words. I want Taco Bell. Unfortunately, because of how badly I deteriorated during the coma, I wasn't able to get my fix for a long time. I weighed in at a size I'd never been since middle school. I was hardly able to walk or talk, and I certainly wasn't ready for solid food. My stomach shrank to the size of a lemon or something. It was almost another 2 months before the day finally came, when my wife arrived with a big bag of those hot, spicy, crunchy, juicy tacos. I've never had that dream since, and I have a newfound love for all the things in my life, which is gradually helping me get off of my addiction to Taco Bell.
I lived in a small rural town for most of my life. It's the kind of area where everybody knows each other, despite there being miles between most neighbors. I also got a job at just about the only restaurant within a 30-mile radius of my house. The old-fashioned Dairy Queen at the intersection of the 2 country highways that went through town. The town was so small, in fact. If you needed anything else other than gas, mail, or fast food, you'd have to drive 45 minutes to the next sign of civilization. Since the town I lived in was so small, the business that the Dairy Queen received was minimal at best. It was usually only one person working on any given shift. The manager actually only had 2 other people on staff other than himself. me for the morning shift and another guy for the evening shift. On average, during those days, I probably served about 3 customers per shift. The owner of the franchise knew all of this without a doubt. I always remember him as this depressed old husk of a businessman, with his life's work crumbling away before his eyes. He never tried to hide the fact that he wanted to sell the business, but for the longest time he couldn't find anyone who wanted to buy it, for obvious reasons. But that all changed very suddenly one day. The boss man came into work, and for the first time ever, there was a smile on his face.
I'm finally doing it, sport. I'm throwing in the towel. I'm selling this old hunk of junk and getting it off my hands. Really? How? Who's the buyer? I don't really know, actually. I met him on Craigslist. He said he's a professional savior of failed businesses. Probably some kind of cartel money launderer. Says he'll only do cash, no questions asked. Watch your back around him, alright? Alright, man. I don't think anybody's gonna be able to save this place, though. Well, you see, that's the beauty of the situation. That's not my problem anymore.
True. Good luck in your future endeavors, I guess.
You too, sport. I'm just gonna clear out my office and the new guy will be in tomorrow. He said he's bringing his business partner, whoever that is. I couldn't care less. The wife and kids and I are moving to Florida and getting the hell out of this country hellhole. You should do the same. I know I always said you were my last hope for this place, but you're too young to be tied down to a place like this. Don't do what I did, kid.
Those were the last words he ever said to me. They rang out in my head. I couldn't stop thinking about them for the rest of my shift, and even through the night. But I wanted to stay for a little longer, if nothing else than to see what this new guy would be like, and what his plans were for revitalizing the business. To say I was shocked when they arrived the following morning would be a gross understatement. For one thing, the businessman's partner was his son, and the relation was obvious, because they both gave me chills every time I made eye contact with them. I know I'm a country bumpkin or whatever, but these guys were a whole different kind of isolated from society. It was like they were some genetic cross between trailer trash and mountain man, and then inbred for 3 generations.
You'll be working up front with my son Blake. I'll take care of everything on the back end. You shouldn't have to do anything different.
That didn't make me feel any better about their business prospects. I couldn't imagine what one person could do to save a business without working their employees at least a little differently. But at least the new boss could speak. I couldn't say the same for his son Blake. In all the hours I worked with him, he never said a word. He must have been legitimately mute. He was able to do everything the job required except for the part where you have to speak to people. But he was never reprimanded for this, and I didn't want to accost a disabled person, so I just worked around it. However, very much despite all these strange aspects of the new management, they were successful. Unreasonably successful. In a matter of weeks, the flow of business through the DQ went from its initial trickle to a slow and steady stream to an absolute madhouse every day. The weird thing about it was that nobody was ordering anything but blizzards. The number of blizzards I served in a day increased from 3 or 4 to 300 or 400, while the grill was never even turned on. Of course, I knew something had changed about the soft serve, and I had to know what. The first time I tried a blizzard from this new guy's recipe, I was blown away. Don't get me wrong, all blizzards are pretty good, but this stuff was like crack. It was sweet, savory, salty, and creamy in all the right proportions, like some master chef stuff. After that, I wasn't surprised when I saw the business continue to grow, with lines forming around the building, even drawing in people from other nearby towns. People I'd never seen in my 18 years in the area. But when I dared to ask what had changed, I was met with intense secrecy.
What do you want to know, huh? So you can steal my secret formula, sell it to my competitors, use them against me in your little business attempt? Back off, Squirt. You're just a service associate. You don't need to know.
And if you ask me again, or if I catch you trying to find out, I'll turn you into a strawberry soft serve, you hear me? Okay, no problem, boss. I was confused after that. But instead of deterring me, his strange aggression only strengthened my curiosity. I started to think that he might have been adding some illicit addictive substance. My suspicions grew as another couple weeks went by, and it seemed like literally everybody in the Tri-County area was habitually visiting the DQ every day. They shuffled along in line like zombies, and when they got to the register and Blake was there, not even a word would be spoken. The transaction would go through automatically, everybody already knowing what they were going to get and how much they were going to pay for it. But when I saw that my own brother had fallen victim to whatever this was, I knew I had to do something. It was even hard for me to resist the urge to be eating blizzards all the time. One day, the boss had to leave for a couple hours to fetch some supplies from the supermarket 2 towns over. When he was gone, I told Blake I was taking my lunch break and slipped into the back of the store. The first place I went looking was the freezer, because the boss had told me to never go inside or I might get trapped. I'd been in there before he arrived and I knew that was a BS excuse. Inside, there were no buns or patties or vegetables, just cream, ice, and flavoring, as though he knew he wouldn't be selling anything but blizzards. But there was an extra chest freezer in there that I didn't recognize. I knew that was where the secret was hidden, but when I opened it up, I almost immediately yacked. It wasn't any illicit substance. That would have been preferable. Stuffed inside the chest were 3 human bodies, mangled and broken and dismembered. There were pieces missing from each of them, hands and feet, and there were holes in their heads where their brains had been leached out. My old boss never made it to Florida. Neither had his wife and neither had his kid. The new guy had double-crossed them all and taken his money back, then used the remains to cut the blizzards and make cannibals out of my entire hometown. I ran out the back door so Blake wouldn't see me. Then I got in my truck and raced home. I didn't feel safe there, though. I was so racked with fear that the new boss would find me and kill me and make me a strawberry blizzard like he'd promised. And I was worried for my family. I wrote a note and left it on the dining room table, telling them to never go near the DQ and to watch their backs until the owner and son were in jail. I then called the police and left an anonymous tip. And once that was done, I packed up my things and skipped town. I had nowhere to go, but I hoped one of my friends in college would let me crash in their dorm until justice was served. But even after that's all said and done, I don't think I can ever go back there.
The next story might be one of the most outrageous stories we've ever covered. It involves 2 Domino's staff members going at it with one another, but the backstory behind it is, well, see for yourself. The next animation portrays a dramatized version of the alleged occurrence. Here's what it looked like. I've never been the kind of person to let others push them around. I learned a long time ago that being submissive to people is just no way to live. I say that, and I don't know what I did to earn this karma, but I seem to attract control freak personalities in my life. The most recent example is my old manager from Domino's. I don't want him to have any more reason to come after me than he already does, so I'll just use the name Josh to refer to him. Every employee agreed that he was controlling and needlessly particular about everything. Because he was a grade A cheapskate, he had all these unnecessary, unofficial rules to increase profit margins and cleanliness. Like when we made a large pepperoni pizza, we were to use no more and no less than 10 pieces of pepperoni to cover the whole pizza. If that doesn't sound like enough pepperoni to you, that's because it's not enough. We were constantly getting complaints from customers about this practice, but no matter how nasty the customers were, Josh refused to change the policy. He frequently got into screaming matches with customers that ended up getting banned.
Excuse me? Who's the manager here?
That would be me, ma'am. What's the problem?
There's only 1 pepperoni on each slice. Are you kidding me? What's the deal here? Why skimp me on the only topping I requested?
We didn't skimp you. You got the proper amount.
Oh, bite me. This is ridiculous.
Well, if you don't like it, go somewhere else.
I will go somewhere else. You just lost a customer.
You mean we just lost a tramp? Don't ever come back or I'll call the cops.
Jerk, deadbeat.
But it wasn't just the customers he would scream at if he heard something he didn't like. If you were one of his employees and you got on his bad side, you were guaranteed to get yelled at for something every single shift. no matter what. Somehow, though, my coworkers didn't believe me about this. It usually only takes 2 people to run the store during most hours, so most people didn't get to see firsthand the way Josh treated me. According to them, although he was particular and nitpicky, he was respectful to his employees as long as they followed the rules, and usually took out his frustrations on the customers who questioned his business practices. Unfortunately, I'm a stubborn person. I don't like to just sit down and do whatever people tell me to do if I genuinely believe that it's wrong. And I know the 10 pepperoni thing might sound ridiculous, but I always thought that if I paid full price for a large pepperoni pizza and got a small's worth of topping, I'd be pretty miffed. And it's worse how he always acted like a child when he didn't get his way. I couldn't let it stand. That's how I got in the habit of finding little ways to mess with him. The first time I challenged him, it went about the way you'd expect. It was just me and him working, and there was an order for a large pepperoni. I put 11 pieces on it instead of 10, then popped it in the oven. Of course, because Josh couldn't let me take care of a pizza on my own from start to finish, he went and grabbed the pie out of the oven before I could, and almost immediately he flipped out. I was at the register taking someone's order when I heard a loud banging from the back, and I knew that Josh was pounding his fists on the table. Then came the screaming, as he stormed up and chewed me out right in front of a customer.
Are you stupid? Can you not count? I should fire you for this!
Dude, it's 1 slice of pepperoni. Chill out.
No, no, no! Don't tell me what to do! I'm the boss! I say 10 and it'll be 10! Do you hear me? Do you?
Yeah, alright, fine. I hear you. 10 slices of pepperoni next time.
You know what? Go home and come back tomorrow! You're wasting my time and pepperoni, dimwit!
Are you freaking serious?
And don't forget to clock out!
I went home that day more pissed off than I'd ever been over anything in my entire life. He wasn't just being unfair, he was being vindictive and threatening my livelihood. I seethed over it the entire night, and before long I knew that one way or another, this was going to come to an end the very next day. I came into work the next afternoon on my best behavior, in a totally fake sort of way. I worked as hard as I always did. The only thing I changed was that I momentarily swallowed my pride and sucked up to him so his childish need for total control over everything could be satisfied, just so I would be able to tear it down all over again. I waited until there was another order for a large pepperoni. Then, I took action. I did the same minor, insignificant deviation from Josh's requirement. Then, I popped it in the oven like everything was totally normal. Josh was already suspicious of me. I knew he would have seen the ticket for the large pep, so he'd be checking the oven before I knew it. I retreated to the walk-in cooler and started frantically sorting the dough trays. I felt my blood pressure already rising out of regret for the deed I just committed. I was pissed off at that in and of itself, the fact that I was so fraught with anxiety over the matter of a single slice of pepperoni. But it got worse when Josh started screaming again.
Ah, seriously? Again? Why?
I heard him stomping through the kitchen, looking for me. I grabbed a loaded tray and tried to leave the cooler with it in my hands, but Josh blocked me at the doorway.
You did it on purpose, didn't you?
Oh my god! Why do you care?
Right then, I could see his face turn hot red as I held a pizza tray up as a shield, in which he hit it out of my hands.
What's wrong with you?
Shut up! Shut the hell up!
Josh swung his fist again, but instead of aiming it at me, he punched the wall right between us so hard that it froze me to my core. He started screaming, drooling, and crying all at once, all while pummeling the wall with the same fist. I don't know how many times he hit the wall, but I was deathly afraid the entire time that he would suddenly switch this unhinged, raging violence onto me. But at the same time that I was petrified with fear, I was also really embarrassed and just sad at the sight of a grown man acting like this. Eventually, the skin on his knuckles started to break. I could tell he was stunned with himself and out of breath for the moment. So I picked up the dough tray and walked away.
You dropped a dough ball! You're wasting more expensive ingredients, tramp!
rot in hell! Just because you can't satisfy your wife doesn't mean you have to take it out on us!
After I let him have a piece of my mind, plus a lot of other unsavory things I'd been saving up to cut him down, I walked out and left him hanging for the rest of the day. He tried to fire me again, but I was already in the process of reporting him to corporate. However, they wouldn't do more than suspend him for a day until I was able to convince an old worker of mine, who shall not be named, to sneak into the office and steal the security footage of the whole ordeal. After that got sent to HR, it was an open and shut case. He was immediately terminated the day of. But after sharing my story with the internet, now that the camera footage is online, the nightmares at Domino's has resurfaced my psyche.
I'll give you a pizza, my mind. 2 extra large hand-tossed pies, 1 cheese and 1 meat lovers with a 2-liter Sprite. I used to be friends with this guy who worked at KFC. His name was Jake. I knew him for years throughout school. When we got out, we ended up getting jobs at the same strip mall. I worked at the GameStop just across the parking lot from the KFC he worked at. I could see the Colonel's sign out of the window all day long. So by the end of my shifts, I was usually craving some fried chicken. Plus, it was always nice to stop by and talk to my friend Jake at the register. After I finished work one night, I decided to buy some chicken for dinner, and to remind Jake to get on Call of Duty once he got home. I knew he was working that night, and he told me his shift would be ending soon after mine. However, I didn't see him when I walked into the restaurant. Actually, there was hardly anyone in there, except one person behind the register where Jake should have been standing. I'd never seen this guy before. For some reason, he looked out of place behind a fast food counter, like it was his first day or something. He stared at me awkwardly as I approached the register. To my surprise, however, his customer service was more friendly and hospitable than just about anyone I'd ever seen working minimum wage. "Good evening, sir. How may I take your order?" Have you seen Jake? I wanted to stop by and say hi to him." "Oh, Jake's on break, good sir, but I can help you." On break? It didn't make sense that Jake would wait until the end of his shift to take his only break. I tried to discreetly look behind the guy at the counter and into the kitchen. From what I could see, the kitchen was empty. There was nobody at work back there. No cleaning, no dishwashing going on, not one sound or sight in the whole place except me and this weird guy, and he didn't even have a name tag. "Excuse me, I don't mean to be that guy, but is your manager around?" "I am the manager, good sir. Yes, it's just me tonight, holding it down for the customers." "Why do you ask? Are you interested in becoming part of the KFC team?" Thank you, but no, I'm already employed." I was still wearing my GameStop uniform at the time, so I pointed to my name tag. "Ah, well, I see. It's a shame, though. You would have made great fried chicken. Could I just get a 10-piece bucket and a Coke?" "Sure thing, Flynn. Cash only, by the way. The card reader's broken." I handed him $10 and reluctantly tipped him some quarters from the change he gave me. I felt a little bad for being rude to the guy, but I just felt so much more at ease when he finally walked away. It took him several minutes to come back with my order, even though no other customers came inside or through the drive-thru while I waited. Every one of those minutes was tense. All I wanted to do was get my fried chicken, go home, and play some video games with my friend, wherever he was. When, at last, I finally got my meal, I grabbed it and rushed out of there, paying no attention to the bone-chilling ear-to-ear grin on that weird guy's face as he handed me the bucket. I sped off in my car and drove home in a rush to get away from him. I changed out of my work clothes in a flash, then got online and ready to game. While I waited for Jake to get on, I started to eat my dinner for the night. 10 delicious pieces of heart-stopping, artery-clogging fried chicken. I remember thinking to myself as I mowed through the pieces, "Man, this has got to be the best Kentucky Fried Chicken I've ever had." I guess that guy could have been the manager. It's so good. It doesn't even taste like chicken. Maybe it's duck. After a while, I started to slow down. Jake still hadn't got on, and I only had about 3 pieces of chicken left. That's when I noticed something strange at the bottom of the bucket. It was breaded like fried chicken, but it was too small to be that. It was a small rectangular thing. Out of curiosity, I fished it out of the bucket. As soon as I picked it up, all the breading crumbled away, revealing a small piece of white plastic with a pin glued onto it. Did that weird guy lose his name tag in the batter? But when I turned it over, the name printed on it was...
Jake!
The whole time I'd been waiting on him, he was wafting into my nose, getting ground between my teeth, and sliding down into my stomach. No, this can't be. I dropped the bucket onto the ground as I trembled at the thought. Was that really Jake? I couldn't believe it. I picked up my phone and called Jake, but there was no answer. I panicked. I quickly called his mom, only to find out that Jake had not come home that night. Tell me, is it finger-licking good?
An Arby's manager caught in the milkshake mix, and it was caught on camera. I got the details before I go further.
The culprit in question is shown in the photograph below. Some of you may have heard of this case, but for those that haven't, here's a dramatized version of this bizarre tale. I know that to some, Arby's isn't the most desirable of food establishments. For me, on the other hand, well, let's just say by comparison, I'm a little obsessed. I've always had a love for their classic roast beef sandwich, and of course they make a mean milkshake too. I think the secret to their success is simply the high quality of all their ingredients. You always know what you're getting, and it's always good. Unlike places like McDonald's or Burger King where they feed you minced up mystery meat. Back home, I would always go to the same Arby's every time. I spent a lot of time there, so it was really like a piece of my own town. So of course, when I moved for college, I was concerned with maintaining a neighborhood location. Luckily, it seemed there was one close by my new residence. Before I moved, I had little daydreams of hanging out there with my friends and setting up in a booth to go there and study. Sorta how those hipster types do in Starbucks, but more my style. To my surprise, I actually managed to live out there for a few weeks before I really started getting homesick. I knew going to Arby's would make me feel closer to home. So later one evening, I packed up my books and my laptop and went out to spend a few hours there, eat some good food, and get some things done. However, when I actually walked in there for the first time, I was a little bit shocked. It was completely barren in there. I didn't see a single person, just a bunch of dusty tables and a general dirty draftiness to everything, which made the whole atmosphere a lot more creepy and a lot less inviting than the typical Arby's. I was already set on getting my Arby's fix though, so I pressed on. I walked up to the counter and finally found the guy who looked to be the only person working there. He was wearing a gigantic cowboy hat of all things, almost like a sombrero. He was a short, fat guy with a mean hunchback, and had this frizzy, unkempt head of hair that was already balding even though he didn't look like he was that old. He reminded me of Penguin from the Batman movies, from the similar large nose and distinct figure of his. I assumed the cowboy hat was supposed to be some promotional stunt to get more customers into the restaurant, but it clearly wasn't working. He didn't really acknowledge my presence as he was engrossed by something on his phone, so I awkwardly got his attention. Hey man, can I place an order?
We have the meats and also the milkshakes. What do you want, cowgirl?
Excuse me? Come on, man, don't be weird. I just want to place an order for a roast beef sandwich. Anything to drink, cowgirl? Nothing to drink, man. I'll just have water. Are you sure you don't want a milkshake, cowgirl? No, I'm good. Oh, but they're really good. Come on, you know how it goes. Sing it with me. My milkshake brings all the boys to the...
Enough! I don't want a milkshake! If I wanted one, I would have ordered one!
Jeez, cowgirl, no need to get upset. It's just that we ran out of all the other drinks and water.
Stop calling me that!
Come on, nothing wrong with a little milkshake.
Straight from the cow's nipple.
Dude, I know you at least have water. Just let me have a cup.
No! I will put the milkshake on your order free of charge! And if you don't accept, I'll tie you up with my old rope out of the back of my truck and drag you out to my farm so the horses can eat you! They're a special carnivorous breed!
Alright, fine, I'll take the damn milkshake! After I finally placed my order, I sat down in a booth all the way in the far corner of the restaurant by the front window. I was really weirded out by him, but I now understood why exactly this Arby's didn't get any business, or even employees for that matter. The manager was a complete psycho. I wasn't sure if I'd ever go there again, but I decided I'd wait until I at least got my food. Unfortunately, my ordeal was far from over. A few minutes later, that psychopath came back and delivered me my food. But instead of setting it on the table and leaving like a normal person, he sat down across from me. Could I be left alone, please? I will. But I want to see you eat first. You're my first customer in a while, and I want to make sure I still got it, you know? So just tell me what you think, cowgirl. I begrudgingly accepted his request and bit into the sandwich. I immediately noticed that it wasn't quite right. It wasn't nearly of the same caliber as the Arby's I was used to. It tasted old and plasticky, like it was expired and close to rancid. With him staring at me with crazed eyes, I managed to forcefully swallow the first bite, but I didn't go in for another. The guy just wouldn't quit though. He was starting to really put me on edge, and at the realization that I was alone with him, I got very scared. He could totally have taken me out right there, and nobody would be there to stop it.
Good, right? Now try the milkshake. It's delicious. Come on, try it. I said try it!
I could tell he was starting to get unhinged, so I did my best to appease him. I took one little sip of that milkshake, and my senses were overcome with the worst flavor I had ever experienced.
What the hell did you put in that? It's banana split flavor and it's good! Now chug it! Chug it now unless you want to die!
I didn't want to die, so I turned off my brain as best as I could and chugged the entire milkshake, trying my best not to taste any of it. As soon as I was done, I keeled over on the floor in disgust and agony. I could hear that demented creep just laughing, like this was hilarious to him. He left for a moment and I carefully crawled back into the booth to grab my things, just for him to come right back out with another sandwich and another large milkshake.
No, please, no. I got a prize for you, cowgirl. Come on, eat up. You're not leaving until I'm finished with you.
I knew I couldn't stomach another bout with his milkshakes, but I also knew that if I denied him, he might snap and become violent. That's when I had the perfect plan. I was going to run out, and all I needed was a diversion for him. So, right then and there, I allowed the sickness in my stomach to bubble up and explode to the top. Then, I vomited all over him, right in his face. He was in such shock that I had enough time to grab my backpack and sprint out of the store. I never went back. I've never even gone close to it. Strangely enough, though, it didn't turn me off of Arby's completely. I still eat at the good one whenever I find myself in my hometown. There is one thing that sticks with me, however. A few months later, I was idly watching the news when something disturbing came on. A man had been arrested, the manager of an Arby's, for allegedly doing a #1 in the milkshake mix, for no other reason than his own gratification, and I recognized that face without a shadow of a doubt.
You sure you don't want a milkshake, cowgirl?
No, I'm good.
Oh, but they're really good. Come on, you know.
I regret getting stuck working at Dairy Queen. I'm trapped on the minimum wage hamster wheel, working over 40 hours a week to barely pay rent, and still struggle with the rest of my bills. What makes me hate my job even more is the sloppy people I have to deal with. Most days, I honestly feel like more of a janitor than a fast food employee. It's no shock to anyone that the restrooms in a greasy ice cream joint aren't the nicest, but I swear, the ones I have to clean on an almost hourly basis are the nastiest dysentery incubators I've ever seen. Every time I turn my back on them, somebody has clogged the toilet or cut their hair in the sink, or just straight up crapped on the floor, and nobody else bothers to handle the mess but me. I'm there 5 days a week, sometimes 6 days a week, watching my life wither away surrounded by ice cream and angry downtrodden people. We get everyone, the wackos, the whales, the hobos, the Karens, everybody. But out of everyone and everything I've had to put up with, there's one woman, one particularly horrible Karen, who pops into my mind whenever I think about work. She was this creepy older woman that had this trashy look about her, like she smoked 10 packs a day. She ended up being a regular, and I would always see her slink into the bathroom where she would stay for an hour or two every time she came in, which was every other day without fail. Initially, I didn't want to be judgmental, because she could have been taking the absolute biggest crap of her life, and this was the only bathroom she had access to. But after it went on for a couple of weeks, everyone who worked there caught on and got fed up with her hogging using the bathroom all the time. That's when my manager kindly confronted her and said that if she wanted to keep using our bathroom, she would have to buy something. A few days later was a much different story. I was standing at the register waiting for customers, and that's when she walked in. I tried to greet her, but she clearly wasn't in the mood.
Good evening, ma'am. How can I help you today?
Hurry up with my ice cream, damn it! I need something to lick, and I ain't talking about my husband!
I'm sorry, ma'am. Will it be a small blizzard for you again?
You already know what I'm going to order, punk! Now! Make it quick, or else I'm gonna make my own ice cream with the dairy milk coming from my bacon strips!
As she usually did, she came up $1 short, which would end up coming out of my pocket. I didn't really care though, as $1 was worth a lot less to me than the trouble of bothering the Mega Karen about it. An hour or so passed, and the store was about to close for the night. That woman's ice cream had long since melted, but everybody knew who it belonged to, so nobody threw it away. My manager ordered me to clean the restrooms, which immediately filled me with dread, because I knew that she was still in there. I got to work anyway, thoroughly cleaning the men's room first in the hopes that this would give her enough time to finish up whatever in the world she was doing and get out. Unfortunately, the door to the women's room was still locked when it was time to go in and clean it. I knocked on the door, but there was no answer. I knocked again and yelled to the other side that the store was closing, but still nothing. My last resort was telling her that her ice cream was going to melt if she didn't go get it, but not even that resulted in a response. I forced myself to do the last thing I wanted to do, knowing that my rent depended on it. I unlocked the door, then held my breath and slowly opened it. Inside, I saw that Karen sprawled out on the floor, twitching and drooling, completely fried out of her mind on God knows what. As soon as I appeared in her line of sight, she crashed down back to earth and flipped out, jumping to her feet and screaming at me.
What the hell are you doing in here, you goddamn disgusting pervert?
Hey, calm down. The store's closing and I'm just trying to clean up.
Don't you dare lie to me, Mr. Peeping Tom. I know you wanted to catch me on the toilet while you listened for some ASMR sounds, didn't you?
Let me go!
Where's my order? I had a blizzard! What did you people do with it?
It's been right there waiting for you, lady.
What the hell is this crap?
What? What's wrong with it?
It's melted! Make me another blizzard before I call the cops and tell them you ripped me off! Ah!
What the hell is your problem, lady?
DQ! DQ! DQ sucks!
Hey, calm down. I have to clean that up.
Don't you play dumb with me. It's your job to clean up, Mr. Whipped Cream.
I only get minimum wage.
As you should. I'm sure you're used to going on your knees and licking things up.
Get the hell out of here or I'm calling the cops.
Screw you! I'm not going back to prison.
Get out now.
Fine, but not because you said so. You haven't seen the last of me.
Look at all this mess I have to clean up. Oh. This is all I have.
This story was inspired by an incident regarding a chaotic Dairy Queen Karen who threw a hissy fit because her ice cream she ordered melted as she was in the restroom. It was alleged that the woman was in there for approximately 20 minutes doing undisclosed substances. In the video, the Karen could be seen screaming profanities and causing a tirade. One can only imagine what her DQ order was.
This happened several years ago, back when I was in my late teens. I'm still scarred by it. I was working at a local Little Caesars pizza shop. It was a pretty small neighborhood, but there weren't a ton of other restaurants close by, so we got decent business. There weren't many employees though, so I was always really busy. The most I ever worked with were 1 or 2 part-time guys, but usually I was by myself on whatever position I was working. It made slow days really boring, since I had no one to talk to. My tasks ranged from taking calls and orders to making pizza, but I was usually the one delivering the pizzas. I didn't mind it much. At least I could listen to whatever music I wanted in the car. One day I had been at work for several hours already, and had been incredibly slow. I was on delivery again, and I'd only taken one order so far. I was getting really bored, so I was happy when the phone finally rang. I answered it and heard some guy on the other end. He was a little strange right off the bat. He wanted to order a pizza, but he sounded kind of off somehow. His voice was gaunt and emotionless, almost robotic, but very deep. He sounded like he had to be in his 40s. Everything seemed fine though, and he placed his order without any difficulties. I had just finished writing it down when I suddenly heard what sounded like a woman screaming in the background. Then there was a glitching sound and the call ended. I was confused and a little creeped out, but I figured it was just a messed up connection or something. After making the guy's pizza, I headed out to deliver it. It was pretty late at night by that point. I always felt uneasy being out alone at that time. I felt like something was going to happen to me, but eventually I made it to the house. There were no street lamps around to help either. The only light came from my delivery car. I felt really uncomfortable going up to a house in total darkness, but I didn't really have any other options. I got out of the car and slowly walked up to the house. It felt like it took a lot longer than it actually did. The steps creaked beneath my feet as I approached the front door. I really didn't want to be there. It was too creepy. Man, why can't this guy live in a normal neighborhood? I knocked on the door and waited. There was no answer. I knocked several more times and there was still nothing. Hello, pizza delivery? Nobody came to the door. Standing on some stranger's porch was not how I wanted to spend my night. I knew that I'd get in trouble if I didn't deliver the pizza though, so I had no choice but to wait. Several minutes went by and still nothing happened. I kept banging on the door, figuring the guy must have gone to bed or something. I started to think that the whole thing was a prank. Hello, anybody home? Pizza's here. I finally gave up and decided to head back to the store. Then, just as I was about to leave, I glanced at the window on my left and saw something terrifying. There was this creepy-ass face pressed up against the glass, smiling at me like a psycho. I dropped the pizza on the porch and then backed away from the door. The face watched me for a second, then disappeared from view. Then, the door suddenly burst open and the man from the window came running out. I screamed again and ran like hell back to my car. The man then followed me. I jumped in as fast as I could and just managed to pull away before he got to me. As I sped off, I looked in the rearview mirror and saw the scariest looking man standing in the road. He was smiling as he watched me leave. I was absolutely terrified. I drove back to the store, speeding the entire way. I didn't know what that guy wanted with me, but I knew it had to be something bad. I'd never seen someone smile like that before. As soon as I got back to the store, I explained the whole situation to my manager. I told him he could take the payment for the pizza out of my paycheck. Weeks later, it was reported on the news that a girl that had been missing was recently found. She had apparently been kidnapped for days and had finally managed to escape captivity. She was completely hysterical when they found her, but she eventually told the police that her captor had ordered pizza and that she could recognize the delivery man. Apparently, the same creepy guy that I delivered the pizza to was the woman's kidnapper. I gave the police his address and he was arrested shortly after. The man was later revealed to be a man named David Cruz. He had been convicted of kidnapping, false imprisonment, and several other charges. It turns out that my encounter had saved the girl's life. She was able to get away while the man was preoccupied with me. I've been traumatized ever since. I eventually had to quit the job at Little Caesars because I couldn't go out on deliveries anymore. It was like I was reliving it every time I got in that car. That smile is still burned in my memory. I don't think I'll ever forget it. On June 10th, the description of a house and a pepperoni pizza delivery from Little Caesars provided by a girl kidnapped from her home led to her alleged abductor's arrest. Authorities said the suspect, identified as David Montiel Cruz, faces 9 counts of charges. The girl was abducted after she returned home from school. After being released, police said it was the girl herself who gave the necessary information to locate the house where she was held, and her memory of the suspect ordering a pepperoni pizza from Little Caesars allowed them to track down the suspect.
With the McDonald's Grimace Shake trending all over the internet, I have to talk about something that happened a few years ago. I've kept it on the down low, but what I experienced is so eerily similar to what people are doing in their videos that I have to think it was somehow created because of what I was involved in. Unfortunately, I also think it's a good idea for me to remain anonymous, otherwise I might not be safe. At the time, I was 19. My first year in college had just ended, and I was hanging out every night with my old friends who I'll call Kyle and Ivan. We didn't enjoy partying, but we also didn't want to stay inside all summer, so we had this nightly routine of hanging out by this old park bench in a secluded spot in the woods near our neighborhood. The grounds were technically closed to the public after dark, so there were no lights. So if you wanted to see anything in the pitch blackness, you had to bring a flashlight. We would take turns bringing beer and whatever else we wanted to enjoy ourselves, plus some McDonald's to go along with it. After we each picked up the goods, we'd all converge at the bench and just sit there for hours, completely carefree about being disturbed by anyone. The funny thing was that none of us had cars, and everything was drive-through only after dark, so one of us would always have to pathetically walk to the drive-through window to order our food. One night, it was my turn to get the food, but unfortunately things were about to take a dark turn for the worst. During that time, McDonald's was doing a different promotion for another drink they were selling, the blueberry pomegranate smoothie. It wasn't the Grimace shake, but it was pretty close in color, and it was going viral for some reason too, though not as big as the Grimace shake. While I was walking to the McDonald's, my friends kept spamming the group chat, asking me to get the smoothie. I was reluctant to get it because we usually didn't get drinks since we had beer anyway, but I was eventually convinced when Kyle and Ivan offered to pay me extra for it. As always, the creepy guy who worked the late shift at McDonald's gave me a hard time for walking through.
3 Big Macs, 3 large fries, and a blueberry pomegranate smoothie?
Yeah.
You know, you're supposed to have a car if you want to order something, right?
Well, we can get everywhere on foot as well, sir.
Is that how you drive your wife?
Excuse me?
As long as your legs are still working. Here's your food, and don't forget your smoothie.
Okay. Thanks.
After getting away from that weirdo, I made my way to the bench. During my walk, I tried a sip of the smoothie, but immediately spat it out as it was too sweet for me. Kyle and Ivan, on the other hand, couldn't get enough of it. The two of them kept passing the smoothie back and forth, slurping it like animals until the whole thing was gone in under a minute.
Jeez, you guys really enjoyed that smoothie, huh?
Dude, this tastes like crack.
Only crack you tasted was your ex's wagon.
You trying to throw hands, tough guy?
In the middle of his sentence, Kyle couldn't speak anymore. He started choking and convulsing as purple poured out of his mouth. Then, before I knew it, Evan was choking too. In a matter of seconds, they were both on the ground, twitching and spitting up purple.
Kyle? Ivan? What the hell is going on? Someone call the cops! Help!
They went totally motionless before my eyes. Panicking, I pulled out my phone to call an ambulance, but then out of nowhere, Ivan and Kyle both started laughing. Tears were streaming down their faces, and they could barely get a word in through their laughter, except to tell me how good they got me. I was annoyed, but I had to admit that it was a funny prank to pull off on the spot. The next 2 nights when I was off the hook for McDonald's, Kyle and Evan got the smoothie again. Then it was my turn to do the walk of shame through the drive-thru again. This time, the creepy guy at the window was extra disturbing. He was always weird, but he never smiled until that night. And then he couldn't stop smiling. I didn't even have to order either. He anticipated what I would get.
Usual?
Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome. Come back again, if you can. What?
I got fed up and walked away, but then a chill ran down my spine as I heard him laughing from afar. I tried to ignore it, but it killed my appetite. When I got to the bench, I didn't want a sip of that smoothie, and I could barely take a bite of my burger. Kyle and Ivan didn't notice me sulking though. After just a few minutes, they had eaten everything, and the smoothie was long gone. And then out of nowhere, I could see them both choking up in the same manner as before. It looked like my friends were trying to pull the same prank on me. They started convulsing and spitting up purple foam, but I wasn't buying it. I stared them down, unmoved as they collapsed. Even when Kyle tried to grab my feet while pleading for his life, I didn't believe him. Unfortunately, it wasn't a joke. Once I realized they were actually poisoned, I called for help immediately. They were taken to the hospital where they were stuck in comas for weeks. It turns out that the McDonald's worker was responsible for this and had intentionally laced the shakes with narcotics. Since then, I have lost contact and was no longer friends with the pair. All I know is that they tried to settle the matter in court with a bunch of shady McDonald's lawyers, but I don't think they got anywhere. I still think it's crazy that this Grimace Shake trend is such a huge thing, considering it's so close to what really happened a few years ago to me and my friends. This story was inspired by an incident that happened in 2016. A man went to McDonald's and bought a drink from a worker. When he consumed the drink, he immediately blacked out cold. When he was treated at the hospital, it was alleged that the man nearly died. After obtaining a sample from the consumed drink, it was revealed that his drink was laced with lethal substances. The man fortunately survived and has since stated that he developed severe anxiety and post-traumatic stress disorder and will likely need counseling for the rest of his life.
I used to go to Burger King all the time. I'm a big guy and I like to eat, but I never learned to cook for myself. So I go through a lot of fast food drive-thrus, especially Burger King since it used to be the only place on my way home from work that was open 24/7. But the last time I went to Burger King, I had a very disturbing experience. I pulled my truck up to the intercom at a little past 2 in the morning as per usual. But strangely, even after a few minutes, nobody had asked me for my order. Hello, anybody there? Sometimes they don't realize somebody's waiting in line until I say something. But even after I hollered at them, they still weren't saying anything. Hey, you in there? I'm trying to place an order. I usually wouldn't use that type of tone with employees, but I was very hungry and cranky. And I didn't want to have to go across town to McDonald's just to get something to eat. Come on, guys, your lights are still on. The sign says 24/7. I know you're in there. Don't make me pull up around the corner. And there I was, still left hanging with no response. All right, fine. I'm coming up to the window. After I couldn't reach through the intercom, I pulled up to the window, hoping to give them a piece of my mind. I was thinking they were either sleeping on the job or ignoring me, and I took offense to either one. But when I pulled up to the window, I didn't see anybody inside. All the lights were still on though, so I knew they were open. I sat there and stared through the window for several minutes, trying to catch a glimpse of someone. However, as it started to get closer to 2:30 in the morning, I realized I could have gone to McDonald's and eaten already, and I was just about to give up. But at the last second, I heard people talking from inside. Suddenly, I was pissed off all over again.
Hey, bozos! Get off your lazy butts and take my order! And clean the wax out of your ears while you're at it!
I even knocked on the window, too. But it looked like the only thing that I'd accomplished was making the people inside go quiet. It was starting to look like a lost cause I should just drive away from. Then, out of nowhere, the cashier's face slams into the window. He was drenched in sweat with bloodshot eyes and his hands pressed against the glass. He startled me so bad that I was at a loss for words. The poor guy slowly opened the window, and I could see how much his hands were shaking. Good evening, sir. How may I take your order? I'll just have a Whopper, thank you. Will that be all today, sir? Yes, please. Just the Whopper and I'll be on my way. The cashier paused for a moment, and I saw him clench his jaw like he was holding back something he wanted to say. I stared him down and waited for him to spit it out. Are you sure you wouldn't like anything else? We have lots of other food items on the menu. Sides, sauces, desserts, breakfast biscuits, and... Thank you, man. I said I just wanted a Whopper and that's it. But sir, I insist.
And I insist that you shut up and listen to me. Just place my order, take my money, and give me my food!
I felt bad for yelling at him again, but I was done with playing whatever his game was. His whole body was trembling by then, and he was sweating like a pig. But finally, he nodded and punched it in. No problem, sir. Just the Whopper sandwich, and that'll be $1,000.
What? Do you think I'm an idiot? I know how much a Whopper costs and it ain't $1,000! Matter of fact, you ought to be paying me for wasting my time! Do you even know how long I've been out here waiting for you? 30 minutes! And all I want is one Whopper! So stop playing games and do your job!
My apologies, sir. It must be the machine. It's very old. It must be broken. I'm working the whole restaurant by myself tonight. so I haven't had time to fix it.
Blah, blah, blah. Quit whining. Your job isn't that hard.
Oh, but it is. You see, I was thinking, if you could just give me a tip in cash.
What?
A tip. You know, just $1,000 cash for holding down the business.
I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I was so pissed off again that I'd gone far past the point of yelling and screaming and reached a boiling point where I was tempted to just punch the scheming dirtbag's lights out. Listen here, buddy. I'm this close to just leaving. But honestly, I'm closer to giving you a knuckle sandwich. Ever heard of a sandwich before? It's what I've been trying to get from you this whole time. I know your machine is working just fine. You're the problem. You lazy, entitled, slimy little snot-nosed brat! Suddenly, the cashier did something bizarre. He now had his hands clasped together and was hanging out the window and pleading with me. Please, sir, just give me the money. I need it. You don't understand. Please, you have to give it to me. You have to. Screw off. I pushed him back and started to drive off. But then, to my surprise, the scrawny little twerp lunged forward and grabbed me by the collar. I stopped so I wouldn't accidentally kill him with my truck, and that's when he got even more desperate. Please, you don't understand. Just give me the money, please. There was sadness and fear in his eyes, which made me hold back from hitting him. He was crying as he screamed at me. He froze after a few seconds, so I grabbed him by the collar and set him back a few inches. Get off of me! You're barking up the wrong tree! But then, I was completely taken aback when he whispered, Please call the cops. What? Unfortunately, he didn't have time to explain. Somebody appeared behind him and yanked him back through the window. Then, some deranged creep was staring me down, and it was obvious they were not an employee of Burger King. In a second, he charged forward and tried to grab me, but I sped off just in time and raced home. I was so confused and disturbed that I had lost all my appetite, and I called it a night and went straight to bed. The next morning, I flipped the TV onto the local news, and what I saw made my heart sink. The same Burger King I was at was reportedly robbed, and that poor worker's face was plastered on the broadcast as the face of the victim. He was allegedly held at gunpoint and didn't end up surviving the ordeal. To this day, I still beat myself up about it. Maybe I could have saved him. If I had known there was a human life on the line, things would have been different. I can't even think about eating at Burger King ever again. On November 18th, a man entered a Burger King demanding free food. The employees reportedly refused his demand. Things only escalated from there, which prompted an employee to think quickly on their feet. They alerted a customer in the drive-thru to call 911 during the robbery.
I know I'm getting older, and I've seen a lot of strange, crazy things happen in my life, but this has got to be the tale that takes the cake. I was driving home late at night from a house party, and I knew I would have to stop somewhere to get something to eat, as the party was sorely lacking in food for the guests. After 2 glasses of wine on an empty stomach, I really needed something to eat, but the longer I drove on, the more I realized there wasn't much of anything that was still open. Then, finally, I saw a Sonic on the side of the road. I personally wasn't the biggest fan of Sonic, but I was pretty desperate, so I pulled up to the drive-in area and parked my car. I began to make my way inside and instantly started second-guessing my decision. I looked around, and all I saw were a bunch of creepy, worn-out people even older than me, sitting in this dingy and outdated diner area that clearly hadn't been renovated since the 90s. As soon as I stepped foot inside, they all stopped eating and stared directly at me, like I just walked in on some sort of secret meeting. They all seemed to have the same crazed, wide-eyed expression too, like they escaped from a mental asylum together and were hiding out here. None of them even said a word, not to me and not to each other. It was so quiet that I could hear a pin drop. I was worried about getting chopped up into hot dogs for interrupting their weird cult activity. That or I was the only decent-looking woman they'd ever seen. Either way, I knew I should do my business and get the hell out of there, so I went up to the counter to order. I was met by an employee who was just as leathery and creepy as the customers, and who also wouldn't say anything to greet me but was okay with staring at me with a complete lack of emotion in his eyes.
Excuse me, can I order a hot dog?
How long do you like it?
As he said his suggestive little joke, he stretched his lips into the widest, most unsettling smile I have ever seen. It was really just bone-chilling. I wasn't sure if he was being serious or not, but I felt like he wasn't.
I didn't know hot dogs came in different sizes. What size do you have?
Just the size I was born with.
Really? Do you want to lose your job? Make me a goddamn hot dog before I call the cops and report you for harassment.
Maybe you do fit in with us. One hot dog coming right up. Just need the payment first, ma'am.
Here.
The weird Sonic employee then disappeared into the back to make my hot dog, leaving me alone with the people in the diner. As I stood there, I could feel all their eyes on my back. I turned around to look at them, and sure enough, they were all glaring directly at me. I was honestly worried at first that they weren't even real people. They just looked like soulless robots to chew and stare at customers that ordered here.
What? What are you looking at? Just mind your own business and leave me alone.
No matter what I said, they wouldn't budge. I then got startled when I heard a voice saying,
"Here's your hot dog, ma'am."
I snatched the bag out of his hand and stormed out of there at last. I got in my car and locked the door immediately. I took a moment to myself before driving off so I could calm down from everything that had happened. But then out of nowhere, the creep came running up to my car and banging on my window.
Hey, open up! Give me that hot dog!
I burned rubber driving out of there before he could break my window. I had no idea what in the world he wanted from me, but I wasn't trying to find out. I put some distance between me and that place at some pretty unsafe speed before I finally calmed down to a reasonable state of mind. That's when I remembered how on the verge of starving I was, so I reached over to my passenger seat and pulled the hot dog out of the bag so I could eat while driving. The first few bites were honestly pretty good, although I'm pretty sure anything would have tasted like the food of the gods because of how hungry I was. Of course, something went terribly wrong halfway through. I bit down right into a piece of plastic, which I obviously wasn't expecting. But it wasn't just a scrap from the kitchen. When I punctured it with my teeth, this bitter, powdery substance spilled out into my mouth. I gagged and threw the hot dog on the floorboard, then tried spitting everything out, but whatever the stuff was immediately coated my entire mouth. I found a bottle of water in my car and rinsed some of it out, but I could still taste it. It was overpowering and my mouth was starting to go numb. I knew that I would have to drive home and hope I would be okay. I don't remember most of the drive that night. I do recall feeling very wrong and woozy by the time I pulled into my driveway. The last thing I remember was thinking that my brake pedal wasn't working, so I slammed down on it as hard as I could, which sent me flying forward so fast that I plowed straight through my garage door into the back wall. I passed out from the impact and woke up the next morning. I felt like I was hungover, except I didn't drink or anything. When I fully regained consciousness, I immediately called the police and reported the hot dog I ate from that Sonic. A little while later, I found out that the sketchy Sonic employee I had made the order with had accidentally dropped an entire baggie of his stuff inside my hot dog, which explained why he ran after me as soon as I walked out, and why I felt so strange after eating it. This story was inspired by an incident that happened to a female customer at a Sonic fast food venue in New Mexico. The woman ordered a coney, which was a hot dog topped with chili and melted cheese at the drive-thru. She then made a disturbing discovery when she bit into it and found out that she was biting into a plastic bag filled with powder. She immediately called the authorities, which resulted in the arrest of the Sonic employee, Jeffrey Salazar, who is now facing a felony charge for the undisclosed substance. In the company's surveillance footage, Jeffrey can be seen frantically searching the kitchen area as if he lost something, but was unaware it had accidentally ended up in a customer's hot dog. Every time I think about Wendy's, I want to throw up. I ate it all the time for years, and now it literally makes me sick to my stomach. There's a Wendy's on my way to and from work. I still see it every day and I do my best not to notice it. I used to go there once a week and get a family-sized tub of chili whenever I didn't feel like cooking. I always went late at night because around the time I got off work, it was usually only 1 or 2 people working at the time. For a while, I never noticed a difference in the taste of the chili at this Wendy's as opposed to any others that I'd been to. Fast food places are generally quite consistent. However, one night, when I got home after stopping by Wendy's and had some, the taste was noticeably off. One of the pieces of ground beef even had a weird texture to it. I would always add extra seasoning to mask the flavor, but I could still tell that it wasn't normal. A week or so later, it was time to refill on chili again. I was the only person in the drive-thru that night, so right after getting my order, I stayed there for a minute to try some before driving off. As fate would have it, that batch of chili still had that same weirdness to it. When the drive-thru worker noticed I was still there, they asked me if I needed any help, and I mentioned the odd taste of the chili in as nice of a way as possible. The cashier asked me what I wanted to do about it, and since I couldn't really think of anything else, I requested to talk to the person who had prepared it. That made me feel like the biggest Karen in the world, but I tried to have a good attitude about it since there still wasn't anybody in the line behind me. They rolled their eyes a bit, but they obliged and went back to the kitchen. A minute later, this other guy showed up. Right away, I could tell that he wasn't the guy I normally saw in the kitchen, so I figured he was new. He was really strange looking, and not exactly in an ugly way, but if I had to describe him, he had a scruffy beard and had eyes far apart like a beetle. The man really made me feel uncomfortable with the way he was staring gauntly at me.
So, what was your question, sir?
Hi, I was just wondering if you, or maybe the higher-ups, are doing anything different with the chili recipe recently.
What's wrong with it?
It just doesn't taste right. I eat this stuff all the time and started noticing a change.
If the recipe changed, I wouldn't know. It all comes pre-made.
Alright, sorry about that. Have a good night, sir.
After that interaction, I decided to just let it go. It wasn't like the chili tasted outright bad. It was just different. I contemplated on going to a different Wendy's but never actually did. The nearest Wendy's aside from that one was just too far out of the way and not convenient enough, especially as a routine thing. After a while, I got completely used to the new taste of chili, and I even stopped trying to spruce it up with extra ingredients. I really did love their chili, and I have for years before that. This went on for the next 2 years until I discovered something absolutely horrifying. One night, after picking up the chili and eating it after work, the taste went right back to the way it used to be. It tasted amazing in comparison to what I had become accustomed to. In fact, it was so incredible that I went back to Wendy's the very next night without intending to buy anything. I got a 4 for $4 just so I could justify talking to them. When I got up to the window, I asked the cashier what they were doing different with the chili this time. The Wendy's worker on duty gave me this really strange look, like they felt sorry for me for some reason. They said nothing different was being done with the chili, so I asked again if they had employed a different person for the night shift. That's when they said yes, and that they had a new person in the kitchen. I was curious as to what had happened to the other guy, but the employee refused to tell me. They said that if I didn't know already, that they weren't allowed to divulge the information while at work due to company policy. That put a weird feeling in my gut, but nothing like how I felt when I went home and found out for myself. One of the most recent headlines in the local news regarding Wendy's said that an employee had been caught defecating in the chili for 2 whole years. The picture of the culprit was the same man I had the conversation with all that time ago. All this time, knowing that I had been ingesting tainted chili made me convulse and sick to my stomach. I went to the bathroom and threw up everything I had in my stomach. But then every time I thought about eating that guy's crap, I would throw up even more. I ended up dry heaving at the toilet for the rest of the night and felt so utterly poisoned that I had to call out for work the next day. Of course, even though everything is back to normal now, I can't eat that chili ever again. I can't even go within 100 feet of a Wendy's anymore. All I can think about when I smell their food is how much of that guy's crap I must have unknowingly eaten over the course of 2 years. It's absolutely sickening. This story was inspired by a true story regarding a Wendy's employee at the Mobile, Alabama location. It was reported that a man named Brian is now under arrest after admitting to defecating in several hundred batches of chili since 2013. The catastrophe took place for over 2 years, shocking the local restaurant goers and, of course, the internet. I guess you could say I live a pretty horrible life. I live in a family of 3. Me, my dad, and my brother. We used to be 4, but my mom passed away years ago due to diabetes. She's had a McDonald's addiction that eventually got the best of her. None of us have really been the same since she died. You'd think that with what happened to her, we'd stop wanting McDonald's as much, but it was more of the opposite. That's what all the 3 of us ever ate. I guess we were just trying to carry on with the tradition. It somehow made Mom feel closer. We were all starting to look pretty terrible, and the house was too. It was always dark. We never bothered to turn the lights on, or we hadn't paid the electric bill. I'm honestly not too sure which it was. The place was absolutely filthy too. None of us ever cleaned anything. There was garbage and dirt all over the place. Mold covered the ceilings and walls, while rats and insects crawled around everywhere. None of us gave a crap anymore. My dad was always in the living room eating fries all day, only taking a break to eat the occasional Big Mac. My brother, well, I never saw him. He stayed in his room all day. Neither me or my dad have seen him in years. I don't even know what he looks like now. It can't be good though. He hasn't shaved or gone to the washroom since he's been in there, because there's no washroom in his bedroom, which meant he hadn't showered in years. I guess he must have done his business in that room because he didn't go anywhere else. It had to be horrible in there. My dad didn't really seem to care much about my brother anymore. Not that he seemed to care much about me either. He still made me feed him though. I hated doing it. I was honestly scared as hell of my brother. I didn't know what he did in his room all day, and I didn't want to find out. Either my dad or I had to give him food through a large hole in his door. It was usually just fries and Big Macs. But more recently though, all my brother started wanting was this new Grimace shake that McDonald's had come out with. It somehow went viral and he must have seen a video of it. He stopped eating anything else I brought him and demanded the shakes instead. It was like he was obsessed with the concoction. I was always doing the grocery shopping anyway, which really just meant grabbing more McDonald's. I guess you could say I was the most normal one out of all of us since Mom died. I spent a lot of time eating at a restaurant far away from that dump that we called a home. I hated the sight of it. I told myself countless times that I should just leave, but I always found myself going back. One night, I had just arrived home with the groceries, and I noticed that my dad wasn't in the living room. This was really strange because he was always in the exact same spot. He sat in this ratty armchair that had rips and tears all over it and it smelled like trash. I figured he must be in the bathroom, but when I checked, he wasn't there. I went to my brother's room to ask him if he knew where Dad was, but when I did, something freaky happened.
Hey, have you seen Dad? He's not in the living room.
Where's my Grimace shake?
I was scared out of my mind. I handed the shake over and got the hell out of there. This went on for a few days. I just kept on taking care of myself and my brother, having no idea where my dad was. Part of me thought that he had finally come to his senses and left, but a horrible thought had been growing in my mind. One night, I couldn't take it anymore. It was pitch dark and there wasn't a sound in the entire house. Even the rats were quiet. I grabbed a flashlight and crept towards my brother's room. I stopped for a second and listened for any sign of someone moving around in there. My heart was beating like crazy. I heard nothing. It was a tomb. I took a deep breath and slowly pushed open the door. It creaked loudly and I froze, terrified that my brother had heard it, but I guess he was too deeply asleep to notice. That idea made me relax a little. I slowly brought the beam of the flashlight up and looked around the room. It was a total dump, putrid and disgusting. Garbage and half-eaten food lay everywhere. I felt sick, however gross the rest of the house was. It was 10 times worse in that room, and it somehow felt even darker. I looked around some more, hoping to see any sign that my dad had been in there. Then I heard some weird gurgling sounds. They sounded awfully familiar somehow, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Then, my heart sank as I suddenly realized that it was my dad. I spun around the room, trying to pinpoint the source of the noise, and then the flashlight fell on him, and I saw everything. My dad was laying on the floor, covered in purple, with the entire lower half of his body missing. I gasped in horror and stumbled backwards. Then I turned the flashlight to the side and saw my brother. He was standing completely still and staring back at me. But he didn't look like my brother anymore. He looked like a real-life Grimace with the scariest face ever.
Little Caesar's Pizza is my life. I'll settle for everything more and never anything less. There's just something about the cheese and the toppings that makes competitors like Pizza Hut and Papa John's pale in comparison. I used to be well known in my local Little Caesars franchise. I'm a pretty big guy, so I mean it when I say they could see me coming from a mile away. My car leaned to one side too, but there was a day when I could still squeeze in through the door. The employees would have my extra large pepperoni hot and ready for me right when I got up to the counter. Most times I couldn't even wait until I got home to eat it. So I would sit down at one of the few tables they had for inside seating and devour the whole thing in a matter of minutes. Of course, afterwards I was still hungry, and I was right there at the source of the pizza, so I couldn't help myself from ordering another. They usually didn't have a problem. I was a big tipper when I still had my old job. Unfortunately, there was this one guy that had a bone to pick with me. I don't know why. He would always try to deny me my second or third pizza when there was no good reason, and it got on my nerves like nobody's business. I'm still ashamed to admit it, but one day, I lost control on him. I'd like another extra large pepperoni pizza, please. Sorry, sir, but we're out. Out? Out of what? We're out of pepperoni, sir. Okay, then just give me an extra large cheese. We're out of that, too. What? How is that possible? We're completely out of dough because of you. This is your 10th time coming this day.
Just shut up and give me my pizza, you piece of shit! Hey, put him down!
Ever since that day, I never went back to that location. However, I still order delivery from it all the time. But sometimes I order from the other store across town. Whenever I call in and that one guy answers the phone, he recognizes my voice and refuses to take my order. But when I need my Little Caesars pizza, nothing can stop me. Well, maybe a doorway could stop me. I've been having a lot of trouble with those recently. Being stuck in my couch eating pizza all day every day has definitely had an effect on my waistline. I'm almost certain I can't fit through the door to a physical Little Caesars location anymore. I've spiraled out of control in the last couple of years. I was too ashamed to go outside my house after what I did, and that only made things worse. All I do is sit in my house and eat Little Caesars pizza for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I wish I could bring myself to eat something else, but at this point I'm addicted. Sometimes I eat the pizza hot dog style. Sometimes I eat it hamburger style. And when I'm really bored, I eat it like a burrito. I have to keep things interesting. The friends I have on Xbox say I'm obsessed, but I don't let them sway me. I'm the immovable object. I'm stuck in my ways. More than that, I'm stuck in my couch, quite literally. I busted out all the doorways in my house so I can get through them. But even then, I found that my bed is a bit too small for me to sleep on it. I'm much more comfortable sleeping on the couch. That's where the Xbox is, and it's also where I stack my pizza boxes and a fort around me. I take pride in the fact that I'm probably the biggest reason that Little Caesars is a competitor to the other pizza places in my area. However, things really started getting bad when I lost my job. I couldn't get into my car anymore, no matter how much I tried. Besides that, the simple act of walking has become extremely difficult. It's like I have 1,000-pound dumbbells strapped to my arms and legs. I'm no longer in any condition to work, so I live off government benefits and my money goes to two things: rent and Little Caesars pizza, delivered straight to my couch. The hardest thing I do is my weekly bath. I don't fit in the tub anymore, so I have to go into the shower and pull the garden hose in, then do my best to spray myself down after getting into all my crevices with a soapy sponge. I feel like I'm in a car wash sometimes. Sometimes I feel like I'm as big as a car. Recently, something even more life-changing happened. I was stuck in my couch eating Little Caesars pizza when I noticed something really didn't taste right in a bad way. Of course, like the fiend I am, I ate it all anyway. I couldn't stop myself. The bad taste went on for a couple days, and then I eventually started to feel sick, really sick. I got so weak that I couldn't move from the couch, and at the same time I was vomiting profusely, everywhere. It was like a giant fountain. I started to flood my own home with a lake full of vomit. I felt like I was drowning in my own puke. If it had gone on any longer, I could have started floating in it. Thankfully, I managed to get my phone and call an ambulance. The poor medics had a hard time getting me out of the house. Whatever was poisoning me had made me even more bloated than I had ever been, so they had to get the fire department to knock out the walls around my back door. Then, they wheeled me out of the garage on a specialized heavy-duty stretcher. I was in the hospital for weeks with a severe case of food poisoning. None of the doctors thought I would make it given my pre-existing condition. Luckily, I survived to file a report on the Little Caesars location I got the pizza from. I didn't want to do that to them, but I felt obligated to protect the public. Lo and behold, the health inspector found rat droppings in the dough. What makes me feel even worse is the guy I assaulted all those years ago was intentionally putting the crap in my pizzas to get back at me. He never faced any serious repercussions, but the restaurant shut down. Now I have to go hungry being stuck on my couch for another 20 minutes every time I order Little Caesars pizza. And no matter how hard I try to forget, it just isn't the same. The story was inspired by an incident that happened with the Little Caesars pizza restaurant. A man named Jonathan McNeil got a pizza with an extra unwanted topping. He said he picked up his pizza at an Indianapolis Little Caesars and soon discovered a disgusting sight. Him and his girlfriend found mice droppings baked into the pizza they ordered. McNeil took pictures of the pizza and posted them to his Facebook. Here's an image of it below. McNeil also returned to the restaurant demanding an explanation, but said he never got one. McNeil then called the health department, and a restaurant mentioned that they did indeed find rodent droppings, and immediately shut the restaurant down. According to the reports, the restaurant had been dealing with mice since last summer.